power of steel.
Get your mark on. Get your mark on.
The strength of metal.
Get your mark on. Get your mark on. Yo, get your mark on. Get your mark on.
The new Classic Mark III. Get your mark on.
I'm everybody's type, but nobody can deny. Yes, you know I get it, I'm getting free. Yeah, I'ma bring the crazy. Get that freaky on. And you go all that got you free. Yeah, I'ma bring the crazy. Get that freaky on. And you go all that got you. Girl, not a bossy. I'ma be alright, there's no nothing got me out. Yeah, I'ma bring the crazy. Get that freaky on. And you go all that got you.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Valorant Conquerors Championship, brought to you by NODWIN Gaming, with Gillette as our grooming partner and Talk Esports as our digital publication partner. My name is Nikhil C. Bansali, and joining me is Neeraj Nekru Sangle here today as we bring to you Day 2 of the VCC Grand Final playoffs. Now, Day 1 was quite a quick affair, Nekro. 2 was all around, so maybe we get to see closer matches in Day 2. What do you think?
I mean, expectations, definitely, closer matches. But considering the fact that, I really feel like the first match will be really close. Because, of course, the first matchup is going to be between Exceeli versus CLOY. Now, two of the best teams, of course, CLOY yesterday, though, some of the key players like Deadshot were missing. So, what do you think so? Is Deadshot probably going to be striking back? Because yesterday, I feel like Jitters were definitely there on his side. But today, hopefully, the Jitters have went away.
Yeah, absolutely. I 100% agree. I do hope that Deadshot is able to pull it through, because I do think that the team of Trash Landing on You in general has a lot of potential, untapped potential though, because we haven't seen them being able to perform against teams of the same caliber just yet. So I do think there is a strong possibility they'll come back, but let's see. Now, there is a big motivating factor, Nekro. As you can see on your screen, a $33,000 prize pool. So you want to be able to, if you qualify for the Grand Finals, you know, like in the playoffs, 5th to 8th don't get anything. But if you make it to the top 4, you qualify to the playoffs, you guarantee yourself something.
Exactly. Now, you definitely do guarantee yourself some bank over here. So, of course, this is the motivation, and also at the same time, a little bit of things that would actually give you jitters, you know, by thinking about, oh, if we win, we'll actually get this much money, and then you will also have the pressure building up on you. But on the fact that now they're actually playing on lower brackets, they need to realize there's nothing here to lose, right? Even if they go out, they pretty much lose. It's pretty much a lose, you know? You don't get any other chance. You're just out of here. So pretty much one thing that you really need to keep in your minds is that make sure you're giving your best in here. So tournament explanation throughout how we have actually came through forward to grand final playoffs here. Of course, 2 for India, 2 for Pakistan. Then you have 1 for Bangladesh, 1 for Sri Lanka, then 1 for Nepal. Then you also have 1 in from the wild card. And now here we are at the grand final playoffs.
Yeah. Group A and Group B, which we both saw getting started yesterday. It's going to be one match from each Group A and Group B, and then the final upper bracket finale from Group A today to finish us off. So we're going to be seeing all of the Group A teams in action, but for Global Esports and Enigma, today is somewhat of a day off. We're going to see them back tomorrow in action in the upper bracket finale and then the lower bracket finale for Group B. But as I was talking about, like today is going to be Velocity versus Exploit Storm in our final matchup for the upper bracket finale. But starting us off is, as you mentioned, everything on the line here with the lower bracket. Exceeli and Crash Landing on You fighting for their lives in the tournament.
I mean, it's pretty understandable, right? Everything's online here, but hopefully a team like CLOY that is pretty much, I would say they're pretty much underdogs, right? Because they haven't really been able to show themselves up. Yeah, in the regional finals, they were completely dominative. On the other hand, though, you can already take a look at the group brackets B. Of course, in the first 2 matches, Damaru Gaming lost against G, and same thing goes with Salt as well. They lost to Enigma, and that's why they moved down to lower brackets. But yeah, getting our convo back here. Hopefully, CLOY has done their research, because one main thing over here is that Exceeli is really good on bind. And if they actually do manage to ban bind, I feel like Exceeli are already like single-handedly handicapped.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. I think for Clash Running and you today, there's two options looking at the V2, right? Either you go for a comfort ban and you take out a map like maybe Ascent or even Split, where they're not necessarily as comfortable, or they go for a target ban and take out Bind. Now, for me, Bind is a bit of a conundrum, to be honest, because of the fact that, as you mentioned, Exceeli is so damn strong on it. But what that also implies is that there is a ton of information available to Crash Landing on you on Exceeli for the map of Bind, and it's not the same the other way around, because Crash Landing on you themselves have only played one map of Bind in recent times, so I don't expect them to even carry that composition over. That match wasn't even streamed, so when they come to Bind, they're a complete unknown, and for me, when I see that, it screams KO, you know, it screams that you do your prep, you come with the KO, you come with the anti-strats, and you just beat the hell out of them using their own strategies in their own map. I feel like that's the perfect way to get your morale boosted. But, and this is a big but, it's a double-edged sword. Like, if you end up losing with all that prep, there's a big risk factor involved. So, I want to see if CLOY has the, temerity in them to go for that high-risk, high-reward play.
But I honestly feel like Comfort Ban is not the play here. Like, don't get me wrong here. Comfort Ban is not the play here. Against a team like Exceeli, if you give them their own comfort zone and if you let them play on Bind, I'm pretty sure there's a 90% chance that they are really going to be coming out on top. Like, I might just be sounding really biased here, but you can already tell yesterday, against a team like Velocity, they actually gave such a close call to them as well. Because Velocity is, of course, one of the best teams out there, and Exceeli did a really great job on the map of Bind, actually keeping Velocity on their knees. So, oh, my boy, my boy, my boy. Well, a set being banned, a comfort ban coming in from their side.
Yeah, a comfort ban for Crash Landing on you, and the same could be said for Exceeli, because it's not like Crash Landing on you generally excel on Breeze. So comfort bans for both of the teams and comfort picks as well. Crash Landing on you picking up Haven, I love this instantly. I think this was one of my issues with their veto yesterday, where they did not prioritize the Haven as much. So I like the fact that they're bringing back the Haven. It's the map where they really lifted all of our heads when they took down Union Gaming all the way back in Sri Lanka qualifier. So that looks really cool too. But let's take a look at the predictions, the chat, and it seems like all of the casters going for Exceeli, and fair enough. Like, I completely agree that Exceeli are the favorites here, but I have a bit of an underdog feeling right now. I do think Crash Landing on you is going to take it. I mean, Arsenal just signed Martin Odegaard. You know, I'm an Arsenal fan, and we are pretty trash nowadays, so I'm feeling the underdog story.
Hey, but look, I mean, it's like even all the casters actually did make a close call, right? That means there is still a hope. But yesterday, one thing we really missed here is that before in the map of Bind, right, Exceeli, they weren't really playing a Killjoy, and especially yesterday we saw that Killjoy being implemented. So what are your thoughts about that?
Oh, I mean, we can say hi to the turret right there, I believe. Yeah, hi, turret. We should ask the turret about
it's right here.
No, it's over there. Yeah, it's over there.
Yeah, it's right there. It's so hard to
joining
point.
Phoenix and Omen on the studio for us today. But getting back to your question, so for me, the Killjoy is a very interesting factor, because I think she's not strong in the meta anymore objectively because of KO. So if you know for a fact that a team is not running KO, especially on a map like Bind, then the Killjoy is ridiculously strong, because what the KO does, especially on Bind, is it eliminates any good positions for the Killjoy to hold. Like, if you do the B anchor setup, she usually wants to play either backside or elbow, and one properly placed 0 point can suppress both of her positions, therefore leave all of that utility left open for like that small gap of like 3 to 5 seconds where you can actually entry without worrying about that Killjoy. So that's a big deal if you get encountered. But if you're not, then the ability to anchor down a site, the ability to use your lockdown to initiate attack sequence, I think Killjoy is generally very, very strong.
Yeah, so like before this, they were usually using like a double controller setup on the Bind map, right? So they had the Brimstone coming in, they also had the Viper coming in, but now in the addition of Fancy, before Hate Crew was the lad, but then Fancy actually came in now, and Fancy brings in that Killjoy. So of course that is kind of a massive change that they kind of threw a curveball coming in right inside the game. No one expected that to come in through. So Hate Crew, I mean, what difference do you like notice before in the day when Hate Crew was in the squad and Fancy is in the squad? Like, do you feel Hate Crew is doing a better job, or do you feel like Fancy is just doing fine?
I don't think we have enough of a sample size to really answer that question because we've only seen them play against Velocity Gaming, and that's a very skewed range. You play against the very best, like the top 3 guaranteed, I would say, in the tournament. So that's where it becomes very tough to judge them. I do know, like, historically, both of these players, Fancy and Heycrew, have been with Exceeli Esports from the very start. I remember casting them all the way back in August 2020. So I know both of them are very experienced players, but they bring very different quantities to their team. So I want to see how Exceeli is able to perform against CLOY today. And I think part of that was definitely, as we see, Necro is becoming Omen. I was exactly about to say that. I mean, we need a Viper in here to extract him from the darkness, guys. Hey, Omen, can you help our buddy Necro? Like, we have an Omen here on the desk. Maybe he could help you out,
Yeah. I can.
Well, getting back over here.
We're gonna scrap Necro Omen idea with that and get back to the conversation. So I think, again, so by the way, we never said hi to our guest. We said hi to the turret, and I guess we said hi to Omen. So sorry, Phoenix, we left you out. I mean, I don't think there is leaving out Phoenix.
Right now, I'm definitely getting scared. Hopefully, there's no one in the back. It's completely dark in the room. But yeah, this is kind of weird, but but hey, we do have. Then we had pretty much Lunatic now. He was on the Brimstone. He was pretty much trying to fill. In the gap over here. Yesterday we didn't really see that. We didn't really see the Viper being played. Instead, we saw the Brimstone being utilized by Lunatic. So Lunatic usually is that kind of a man who's kind of Viper main, but then we saw him switching over to the Brimstone. So I mean, I feel like that was a noticeable change coming in right inside the map of Bind. You did see Lunatic. I mean, he's kind of a controller main. So I feel like he did quite a great job in that initial kind of phases. But on the other hand, though, CLOY, I feel like their good map here definitely was Breeze. CLOY, I would say, even though they got destroyed yesterday, but I still feel like CLOY's like comfort kind of pick here would be in Breeze. And I really feel like over here, Exceeli, I mean, if I'm not wrong, they pretty much banned it, right? If I'm not wrong, Exceeli banned Breeze, So for them, it was a comfort ban at the same time or target ban.
Yeah, definitely. But I think in general, CLOY's best map is not Breeze, it's more like Haven or even Icebox for that matter, which is why I think this veto is actually really cool for both teams in that regard. I don't think it's a clear advantage to either because Haven especially I feel like is a strong map for Clash Landing on You, but Exceeli has shown success in that regard too. I want to see what Fancy picks up on Haven especially. Like, I have seen him on the Cypher in the past, so I think maybe he could pick up the Cypher and fill in a lurker type of IGL role for his team. But in general, if you exclude Bind, then Haven and Icebox are very strong Clash Landing on You maps. So we've been talking a lot about how Clash Landing on You needed to do the Bind prep. The same goes the other way around for Exceeli. They needed to have their prep done in Icebox and Haven, because if you do give Clash Landing on You a chance to play their own style, then I do think they're these bunch of young guns, right? You give them that momentum, you give them the confidence, and they just run away with it. And I do think Necro is unfortunately facing a couple of technical issues, but that's okay, guys. I'm still here with you, and I think what I want to know, especially from you guys, is where you think the difference will lie. Because now in the lower bracket, like, we are slowly cutting our teams. We still have 8 teams in the playoffs, but today we'll lose 2 of them. We have 2 lower bracket matches, so today it'll be bye-bye to 2 teams' journeys, and that's a big deal. It's over a month's journey to try and get to the Grand Finals, try and take a shot at the prize pool that you saw before, try and take a shot at getting to the APAC Last Chance Qualifiers, but either ways, it doesn't work out. I think, along with my co-caster, unfortunately, the players as well are having a couple of technical issues. It's part and parcel of the whole deal, so we'll fix it in a second and be right back with you. Don't you go anywhere.
I'm getting freaky. Yeah, I'm a freaky crazy. Get that freaky on. Get what I got you. Yeah, I'm a freaky crazy. Get that freaky on. Get what I got you.
The power of steel.
Get your mark on. Get your mark on.
The strength of metal.
Get your mark on. Get your mark on. Go. Get your mark on. Get your mark on.
The new Classic Mark III. Get your mark on.
it and forget. Yeah, I'ma bring it crazy. Get that freaky, freaky on. 신경보다 같이 forget. Yeah, I'ma bring it crazy. Get that freaky, freaky on. 신경보다 같이.
The power of steel.
Get your mark on. Get your mark on.
The strength of metal.
Get your mark on. Get your mark on. Go. Get your mark on. Get your mark on.
The new Classic Mark III. Get your mark on.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Valorant Conquerors Championship, brought to you by NODWIN Gaming, with Gillette as our grooming partner and Talk Esports as our digital publication partner. Now, my name is CA, and joining me is Necro here, as we have recovered him from the dark side, and we are back to bring you the matchup now between Crash Landing on you and Exceeli. So just a quick recap, we went through the prize pool, of course, and the journey, the idea that we're going towards the APAC Lost Chance qualifier, but what we were talking about was the veto. Now, in the veto, Crash Landing on you went for the comfort band to cut Ascent, and for Exceeli, a bit of a comfort and target bow with Breeze, but we were talking about the picks. So Haven, Bind, and Icebox, a very interesting set of picks for me. I think Bind, we can agree, favors Exceeli, but what do you think about Haven and Icebox?
Dude, Haven and Icebox, I feel like Icebox is the map where I can say, yeah, CLOY is good. Yeah, you know, we have seen CLOY playing the IMAP of Icebox. Yeah, CLOY is really good, but this is where I also like kind of got my mindset shaky when I saw the, you know, kind of the veto where they banned Ascent. Now, this is kind of a weird thing really for me standing out, because yesterday they actually banned Bind. So what do you think is the reason behind it? Like, why did they ban Ascent out of nowhere? Because yesterday they banned Bind, so pretty much I really feel like they were ready, right? They're ready to ban Bind. Like, there's no problem, because yesterday they already did it. So I feel like banning Bind again could be no problem. Is this just because they didn't really research on the team or something?
No, I actually think they did research on the team. I think they did watch Exceeli's match against Velocity yesterday, and I feel like in that match they probably saw a blueprint for a success. The way Velocity has set themselves up, not necessarily the same composition, but similar defaults. You know, try and understand how you can punish Exceeli's weaknesses, and I'm hoping they took that and made their own custom blueprint where they can now come with Blind to something brand new, because they still need to make sure it goes by their style. I think that's really why we like them on maps like Haven and Icebox, because they seem confident and comfortable to play their own style of Valorant, and I want to see if they can replicate that in Bind.
Yeah, because CLOY has always been one of those teams who really does like aggression, but yesterday we saw a completely different CLOY, right? We didn't really see the CLOY that we saw back in their regional finals, because this CLOY wasn't really that CLOY. I said this as well. Deadshot was completely missing throughout their roster. He was just like not performing. Even a player like Thunderflash, I would say, yeah, he was doing a great job playing the solo and stuff, but still, I mean, he seemed kind of lost when it came to like that kill count, you know, because Thunderflash, he's one of those players who has those impact frags in the game as well. But yesterday, just a little bit of problematic start for his side. And now over here on the, so if we do like to talk about the map of Breeze, right? So of course, yeah, even though here it is not really going to be played, but if we really do talk about, you know, like the map of Breeze, on the other hand though, Exceeli has kind of like the double duelist over here, you know, coming inside the game here. They have the double duelist kind of meta going inside. And what are your really thoughts on double duelist on the map of Breeze?
On Breeze, I think double duelist can work if you are very aggressive in your style.
It's kind of like a...
I would say it's an A tier comp. It's not S tier, it's not the best, but it's definitely good for certain teams. But we don't have to wonder anymore, and we're not going to see Breeze today. So let's get our match started. Let's go over to the agent selection screen and see what we have in store for us in Haven. Now, since we were talking about double duelist, I want to see which team actually picks up that double duelist, because hold on, I see Insane hovering over the Sage. So it's going to be a very interesting pickup here from Crash Landing on you. Once again, changing up their style just a teensy little bit, whereas Exceeli, they're likely to just stick to the comfort. Kyojin locking in that Reyna, which means Phoenix will be left lonely on the desk with us.
Exactly. But I feel like over here, you know, CA, you're the kind of person who does really like to see Phoenix, right? And unfortunately, Ascent was banned. If Ascent wasn't really banned, you would have been actually seeing Phoenix. Now, the Kyojin usually in the past, he did play Phoenix on the map of Ascent, but unfortunately now Ascent is completely banned. So yeah, that's out of the way. But take a look at the agent select over here in front of us. On the side of CLOY, though, we do see that Killjoy being whipped out from Signbot. I mean, he still hasn't really locked in yet. Maybe just they're in the discussion phase. But yeah, it's probably going to be locked in.
Yeah, and I think it is just going to be this. I think they selected their initial agents and they were like, oh, wait a minute, we forgot to troll CL. Let's bring the KO back. So they just show the KO for a second and then they go back to their actual pick. So a very interesting composition from this side of Crash Landing on You. Really exploiting the fact that they're starting on the defensive half. Having that Sage can be extremely beneficial to your team in the way you want your setups to work, especially a Sage KJ setups that they do have. Now you can have a double anchor and therefore continuously play proactively with your Sky in the third power point. So generally we see the KJ playing C garage or B garage, and that's where I expect her to be.
Yeah.
It will depend on where the Sage wall is sent. So usually the Sage walls, the good Sage walls on Haven, in my opinion, are either down at A short or in garage. Like, I don't like the B wall at all. I think it's too easy to exploit and break and just play mind games around, but it can work through in certain pistols. So I want to see now, like, if CLOY has the correct setups ready around that Sage wall, because it's very important to build it likewise, because if you don't have the stability in that part of the map, then your Sky is vulnerable when she moves in with that shot.
Yeah, exactly. No, I mean, CLOY, this is pretty much the same kind of composition, right, that we've seen in the past against Lexius Gaming. Now, if you do remember, in their kind of own regional kind of finals against Lexius Gaming, this is the same composition they used. Pretty much, they didn't change anything, so I'm expecting the defaults as well to kind of stay the same here. But one thing I personally do really want to see is, like, how are they going to be executing this time? Because against a team like Exceeli, I'm pretty sure they're going to be noticing a massive change of pace.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, as you mentioned too, like, Insane was such an important factor, the way he was able to anchor on the Sage. I do think we have a bit of technical issue with Deadshot right here, so the team of CLOY right now just a man down in general, and it looks like Exceeli will try to exploit it. They took very nice A-long control, granting them control of that orb, which they picked up. But since they didn't have access to ace sewers because of the wall, now with a full rotate, they're going to get their eyes on C. But look at this, the Killjoy is in range for a utility to work.
Exactly. Well, it seems like Exceeli are trying to play a little bit of mind games here, you know, just keeping Crash Landing on You, pretty much guessing at this point. Signbot is down low a little bit, but it's fine. Pretty much try and work on it. Spike has been planted as well. Exceeli looking really good inside the game up till now. But we also do see the flank coming in from their side. River is there to kind of deliver for his team, though. Not really connecting the burst in through, but trades happening back and forth. Hate Crew delivers, and it seems like Missile as well is going to be following it up. Deadshot, the one last man alive, and unfortunately, he's facing some issues. The kill will be confirmed by Missile. And, well, pretty much the first round in the favor of Exceeli.
Yeah, it's unfortunate that Deadshot is not here, but I would just like to clarify that. I mean, as the audience also knows, we were taking small breaks to help fix the technical issues, but unfortunately it just couldn't work out, and the tournament has to go on, you know, because there are a lot of matches here today, which reminds me to tell you guys that this is our first lower bracket match. There's another lower bracket match coming up right after this between Damaru and Salt, and then we have an upper bracket matchup. So make sure you grab some snacks, you know, maybe order some long-lasting food, because you've been in for a long haul. But let's get back to this matchup right now, as Exceeli have got the buys in. Only 3 Spectres, so 2 Ghosts could be detrimental, but Missile doesn't care. He's gonna get the kills even with just that. River does find 1, but it's just a trade out.
As I did mention, it's just a trade out over there, but now side pretty much just straight up walking in. Should get the spike being planted as well. There's still a minute and 15 seconds left in the clock. Just the last 2 players left. I won't really count Deadshot over here because he's pretty much AFK all the way back in the spawn. You don't really see anything special going on, but yeah, Astra as well in the back pretty much holding on. Spike has been planted in pretty kind of like an off angle, so unexpected of course, but yeah, that is a long plant without a doubt. On the other hand, we also do see Hermione and Missile pushing inside together. Signbot, well, pretty much there's a massive chance he's going to be taken out, but Deadshot as well. Well, just confirming, you know, Missile is the man who's pretty much merciless. It doesn't matter if you're AFK in front of him, he's not going to have any mercy.
Absolutely. Missile picking up a 3k for himself as Exceeli pick up the round win, and now they can go for an easy bonus here. A couple of them did upgrade over to those Phantoms. We're talking about this fight even, right? Like the right idea from CLOY trying to mask the A-shot push with the fact that they had a wall in there in the last round, but it doesn't work out because they don't have the weapons at all. So Exceeli are just able to swing through easily on just Spectres. Now look at this. A couple of players of Exceeli upgrading their weapons, but they still have enough money to get buys next round. So even though this is a bonus for Exceeli, they do have a couple of rifles, so enough firepower to give a good match to the side of Crash Landing on You, especially since it's one man down. We'll see if it works out now. Beautiful flicks from Missile Necro.
Exactly. Beautiful flick from Missile to open up the fray. Directly dashing inside the side as well. There is one lad all the way to the backlines, but you also do see that Sage. Seems like she's probably going to be creating herself a little bit of flank angle coming in. Thunder Flash, while Lunatic is there to deliver, he tried his best to kind of fight back there as well, but now Sage, all the way she's in the grass angle, but unfortunately the spike is dropped back all the way near the grass as well. But Sage this time though, seems like she does have a little intentions of actually going back and flanking. But hey, up till now we don't really see any signs coming in through of that. We finally do see Hate Crew back as well. That's what I really noticed, and I'm really happy for that as well. Maybe he will just be bringing in some variety as we were having a convo about that before. But no. Well, Insane being shut down. Battle Stage not in the game anymore. Unfortunately, that recon dart is going to be revealing River's position, so he will be instantly shut down. Of course, the last man is AFK. Just going to be going and confirming the kill for themselves. The only casualty here was Missile, but it's fine.
This is extremely unfortunate for Crash Landing on You because I think Haven is one of their stronger maps, especially since they have the Sage setup. The defense part is really, I would say, solid for them. You know, they're consistent in that regard. It's something we really value from their side as well. But right now, unfortunately, they were just not able to fix their problems in time. So they are facing a bit of an uphill battle, and Exceeli are taking full advantage of it. As you mentioned, Hate Crew is back as well, so it does look like with their primary IGL back, they've much more settled into how they want to play. They look much more concise. Of course, haven't been truly tested yet, so we can't say for certain, but what we have seen so far does tell us that this Exceeli is much better than what we saw yesterday, and looks like they're trying to further that momentum as they now take B-side for themselves.
Exactly. Spike being planted as well. The B-side is already in their hands. As up till now, nothing much really happening. We might just see finally one battle breaking down, but, well, it wasn't really kind of a reply coming out from the side of Sinbad. He will be instantly shut down. On the other hand, though, Thunder Flash as well is there to reply, but Insane back as well to reply back. But here we do have Hate Crew moving in all the way in the back line. He's going to be shutting down Insane. And this is where Exceeli, well, they do know the last man is AFK. Just going to be going there and confirming the kill for themselves. Hermione, though, is going to be the man who steals it away.
Yeah, 4-0 now for Exceeli Esports as CLOY continue facing their standard troubles. Now, this round, at this point, like, it's not even like Exceeli have defaults or such. Like, it's just that they look at the side, they're like, okay, we feel like planting there, so let's go there. And it works out because they have a huge advantage. Now, it does look like CLOY have something up their sleeve, trying to answer back. They picked up a double operator setup, so we'll see how Insane is able to fare now on this A-long peak. It's going to get cloud bursted out, but still is going to take a peek on Kyojin moving out of that smoke and finds him instantly. So Insane is able to make a 4-4 on the map. Now the Seekers coming out will mean that CLOY get a lot of info, maybe get the first round on the board.
Yeah, exactly. As you didn't mention, the Seekers coming out, maybe they will get themselves a decent amount of info with that one. Seekers definitely going to be helping them out quite a lot. Seekers being destroyed on their side. Up till now, from the side of CLOY, we don't really see anyone making those moves happen, which is pretty understandable. But just because of that Tasmanian Tiger used by the Sky, that should give them a lot of info that there's actually no one outside cross, and maybe that should help them rotate, or at least try and think of rotation. And yes, this is what exactly they're doing. You can also see in the minimap the Killjoy as well, slowly and steadily, you know, kind of getting her hands itchy.
Yeah, absolutely. I really like how Exceeli are patient. Despite losing that first blood, they're able to just hold on and know that this is how CLOY play. They get mid-round info and exploit the fact that they don't have any info gathering agents over at A, especially since they're playing those op setups. Now, the rush in from Exceeli.
Oh, the rush is inside over here, but Hate Crew, well, pretty much gets himself a massive 2K. Hunter's Fury being utilized for Hermione. Not really a lot of value being gained from that. Hate Crew as well. Now, pretty much the side control is there. It's just that one last man alive, Senbot. At this point in time, his main focus here is to try and deal as much as damage as possible, try and get himself some exit frags, and this is what he's really going to be doing. A shoulder peek coming in through, but Sinbad pretty much connects and reacts in the right time. Hey Crew again confirming himself to kill, and this is an awkward situation, but it's fine. Hermione delivers.
Yeah, well, the Vandal Van animation is considerably shorter than pulling out the operator, getting the scope, and then hitting a shot, you know. And Hermione, well, precise with his crosshair placement, gets the instant headshot and the win. So, as I was saying, I really like Exceeli's patience because, especially against the operators, it's crucial, right? You know that with the operators, what Crash Landing on You are going to do, they're going to hold these extreme angles, continuously deny entry from there, and inherently passively gain information. Now, what we know about Crash Landing on You is that they really rely on the sky for the mid round, so they stick around A knowing that Thunderflash is usually playing mid and therefore rush onto this side, nullifying the operator altogether. This time going for a mid play, Thunderflash trying to make some moves but gets taken down on this.
The flashes were so delayed from the start of Thunderflash. I feel like that's the, oh my god, that flake right on River's head. And oh my god, River got sent back down to hell, or I would say dragged back down to hell. Look at the spade coming in through. That's so questionable. Like, you're raising him out the open and you're not even clearing the angles. That's actually a little punishing, and that's what really happens. And that, yeah, pretty much Hermione in the end, again, stealing those kills away. At this point, 6-0 is the scoreline, pretty much a single-handed domination. And as you did mention, over here, Exceeli just aren't getting tested.
Yeah, exactly. And the moments where they even have to face a little bit of a challenge, they pull off tricks like this, like Missile. Come on, man. Thunderflash, as you said, delaying the flashes quite a little bit, right? Like, he wasn't really using them as pop flashes. That's, I think, the biggest difference between when we see duelists like, for example, Exploit Storm Shooter playing the sky and initiators like Thunderflash playing the sky. They are able to go for those pop flashes because they have the confidence in themselves. But Missile, once again, I mean, I have to get used to it at this point.
Oh my.
Pops heads like they mean nothing.
Yeah, he's popping, locking everything. He's like, I feel like first he's locking and then he's popping. Thunderflash finally, though, able to deliver, but there's one guy right behind him in the grass areas. He does expect him to be there. Even though Thunderflash spotted Lunatic first, still Lunatic able to take him down, so that is a little problematic. Neural Theft being used, and Insane's position being compromised. What can Insane do? Poor little Insane, holding a close angle with that Judge. But still, I mean, in that kind of a range now, just because Judge has been nerfed so, like, hard, and even in that kind of a range, it doesn't really deal that much damage. But still, I mean, it's like when I'm playing the game and when my enemy has a Judge, I die in one shot.
Yeah. You know, it's like the meme where, like, the enemy Judge and your Judge. Yeah. It's exactly. So, unfortunately, Insane was on the wrong side of the meme in this engagement and was not able to get the kills. And unfortunately, CLOY are just... this map is just going away from them. I just hope that that shot is able to make it back by Mach 2, so we get to see more of a challenge, because right now, it's a bit of a blowover. Exceeli are literally just, you know, like a kid alone in the playground who's very happy at first, like he has everything to himself, and then he realizes he has everything for himself. This is kind of boring.
Yeah, exactly. You get everything for yourself without doing anything, and yeah, of course, it was definitely boring, but you again do see Thunderflash kind of step in huge, or I would say step in aggressive. Again, a little delayed flash, if you can take a look at it from the mini-map. A delayed flash coming in from the side of Thunderflash again. Wasn't really able to blind Lunatic. Was definitely able to get info, though. All of them this time sticking together. CLOY do realize you cannot really challenge one-on-one fights against a team like Exceeli because they have been losing together. And Thunderflash, though, able to deliver. Lunatic being shot down. Missile is just transferring over like it's nothing. And Missile is just going full godlike mode at this point. Hey, crew. Well, River being taken down. Of course, the last man alive, or I would say last man. How would you describe this situation, like without saying he's AFK or disconnected?
I would say that shot is, well,
dead
because he got shot. I don't know, man. I mean, I would describe it as extremely unfortunate. Like, there's nothing else to say, because like there is nothing else we could have done. There is nothing else I guess he could have done. It's just a series of unfortunate circumstances. It's like the opposite of serendipity, but it is what it is, you know. Now we are seeing a tactical timeout being pulled out by the side of Crash Landing on You. I hope it's to retrieve that shot, because otherwise it's just too difficult. But if we are to talk about how they could possibly do it in their current state, I think they need to try and stack up a side. Like maybe just play on a 4v5 retake. It's much easier because even right now where they are spread out, there's areas where Exceeli is just able to walk in for free. So accept that there are always going to be areas where Exceeli can walk into free, stack up a side, take a gamble. You know, if Exceeli walk in there, maybe you can surprise them, pick up a round. But if they don't, you do have the Cosmic Divide, the Seekers, even the Lockdown to execute a successful retake.
I feel like stacking aside, yeah, it might be the play. Yeah, I do understand. Like, I do understand why you're really saying that. But still, I feel like over here, they need to find themselves at least a one opening frag. And I feel like the main problem here is that they're actually losing initial one-on-one fights. If they stop losing those fights and if they actually start replying back as well, because Exceeli over here clearly, I mean, yeah, let's keep this issue aside where, yeah, I do understand Deadshot is not really in the game, but if you're just losing one-on-one initial fights, then I feel like the problem mainly is over there. You should not be losing those one-on-one initial fights and try and take at least one kill out. That would give you at least a decent amount of man advantage. Again, that Judge being yielded by Insane, pretty much in the close quarters, and I don't know, he hasn't been spotted yet. Insane's position still is uncompromised.
They should know though, because he dropped from the wall, so that is an audio cue.
Yeah.
But I guess with the drone not spotting them out, they might be a little confused. You know, Insane's still gonna walk out, pick up one, but get straight up by Missile instantly. And just like that, Exceeli have short and long control.
Yep, Missile there to reply back. Kyojin as well now. Pretty much this point, it's straight on competition. We do see Deadshot back as well. Hey, let's go! Deadshot is back in the game.
Yeah,
Look,
let's go.
Let's go. He's actually holding the short area or the underpass. Yeah. Oh, this is absolutely correct.
Them right here, Deadshot moving in. Unfortunately, he's like, welcome to the lobby, Deadshot. What we do here is Exceeli is pop your head.
Exceeli, well, pretty much Deadshot out. He's like, all right, hi guys. Well, bye guys. That's what the situation was. Seeker's out as well. He's down to only 30 HP. Thunder Flash. The Seeker should at least give them a decent info. It's a 3-on-3 situation now. At least things are looking a little evened out. And finally, it feels like in this round, Exceeli are actually getting tested. But let's just see how things are really going to be looking like. Thunder Flash is actually down low. That can be a little problematic. Lockdown being used as well to force Exceeli out of the site. They don't have any other choice because they don't even have the Hunter's Fury available. So, yeah, backing off is probably the right choice and mature decision you can make. Cosmic Divide being utilized as well from the side of Astra, which is going to be Soul River. And Kyojin just straight up walks in, position being compromised. Yep, River is there to welcome him on the other side. Hermione, though, he gets the tag in, and, well, Thunder Flash is already down low. He doesn't really need to do much.
They messed up the wall. River messed up the wall. He left a tiny gap.
Yeah.
That gap should never be there. Without that gap, they have to walk in through the choke point. They cannot sneak into that tiny corner and then try to peek. If that gap isn't there, they walk in through the choke point. They get easily burst down by that 3 players of CLOY already on site. But because of that gap, they get isolated in their 1v1s. They get traded out. And with that, Exceeli now take a 9-0 lead. But Deadshot has built up a lot of bank in these past few rounds. He's got his operator. He's back. Let's see if he can create the impact. We were looking for this player a lot, but nope.
No.
His grand welcome to the lobby by Exceeli will continue. 2 out of 2 moments for headshots will result in 2 out of 2 headshots for Exceeli.
Oh my god, the aggression getting punished all the time. The peaks, I'm saying they're losing initial battles. They're losing those one-on-one battles, and that's the main problem here. They're just not able to deliver at this point in time. Look, Missile as well taking Sunbot down. Again, a questionable peak coming out from the side of Thunder Flash. Not really a pop flash coming in through from his side. Easily dodgeable. Insane tried his best to even things out, but hey, again, gets denied by Hermione.
10-0 now on the board for Exceeli, and I agree, Necro. Like, I think the first engagements are crucial, and the fact that CLOY keep losing them is really unfortunate. But what I don't understand, though, is why they keep going for them individually. I don't mind if they go for peek through with like a guiding light setup, you know, for Deadshot. Like if you have some sort of resources, or you just double peek together through that B mid angle or A long if you want. But what I don't understand is why they keep individually peeking. CLOY, you need to stop playing together as a team, especially now that we've got all 5 players on the map. So right now, CLOY really need to pick the paces up. Even if they don't win this map, it's about showing up with a good performance. So you're going into the next map with your morale, your confidence really up. Now all of Exceeli grouping onto the C-Long area. It's a great of fuel so far to get this execute started.
It's definitely a trade of kills, but Kyojin now has managed to sneak in through. Cosmic Divide being used as well. I would say, yeah, it's a decent Cosmic Divide, but still, I mean, they are able to at least get themselves the side control, and that's what really matters. Lunatic pretty much turning on Insane there. Unfortunately, Insane wasn't really able to make a lot of things happen. Insane, this time, definitely not really that insane. That shot does have the Marshall yielded in his hands. Hopefully, he does find himself some crazy headshots. If he doesn't, then pretty much he's not really going to be falling true for his teammates. Insane taking those crazy peeks, and, well, misses that shot, but connects the second one. That's a huge shot through the smoke. Did spot Lunatic before he went back in, so, yeah, all he did was just span through the smoke, and he found one.
But was that a no-scope, though, and a Marshall through the smoke, huh?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, Marshall is pretty accurate if you just stand and shoot.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
But, I mean, it's a nice first kill for that shot, you know? He can say, I got a no-scope through this smoke with the Marshall. I did better than you guys. But, okay. I just noticed Lunatic was really low as well, so works out. He just gets a body shot, takes him down. But Exceeli are the ones who win the round. Exceeli are the one who now have an 11-round lead, 11-0 on the board, and Missile just feeling himself. He got the operator after they took down that garage push by Deadshot, and since then he's been carrying it around like a boss. Misses that first peak, though. I guess Casticus is real.
Casticus is definitely real. Blade Storm being used from the side of Exceeli for now. Deadshot, though, he does have the Vandal in his hands, and I'm hoping for success. That's for sure. I want Deadshot to take those initial peaks and actually win that battle this time, because he and his team is getting punished over and over again.
I'm really confused by the setups right now. I don't understand why Deadshot is at A and not with the Sky, but the execute is going to happen. The Hunter's Fury to set it up.
Look at that, there we go. Missile opening up the fray, Kyojin following it up, and Paul, no one's able to reply them back, but finally Thunder Flash does find a reply, but he gets shut down. Missile down low. Let's see what Missile is able to do here. Missile does have the operator in hand, only needs to connect one shot. Sinbad straight up walks in his crosshair, and again, losing those engagements, and Exceeli finally as well. I mean, it's like they're finally like not just pushing inside, right? They first use the out drone to pretty much tag one out, then they use the Hunter's Fury as well, and the Hunter's Fury pretty much caused so much ruckus between the team of CLOY that they started moving around on the side, and then that shot peeked out right in front, and then he pretty much got taken down by Missile with the operator.
I'm really confused about CLOY's setups in general. If you're anticipating an A rush, right? Why play the Astra on A? Just play the Jet with the Sky, so Deadshot can actually get set up for some peaks. He doesn't have to keep running back. He can actually take the aggression forward, and therefore you can play the Astra Anchor on C, because the Killjoy was playing B Garage, but instead they stack up the wrong players on the wrong sides, and they all get picked off individually. Now, we always talk about how important pistols are after the first half. Well, there isn't as important as this. 1-for-1 trade down long, but CLOY pushing aggressively into Kyojin.
Exactly, CLOY definitely pushing aggressively, but now here we do have, it's a 4-on-4 situation, At least, well, things have been evened out. So at least Exceeli should feel themselves a little bit better after that initial engagement, because at least they're able to kind of trade things out here. 4-on-4 situation. Let's see what CLOY are able to do here. But we also do see someone pushing in. 2 guys pushing in from the underpass area. This could be absolutely huge. A massive fight breaking down. Thunder Flash turns back, able to find one, but Hey Crew's position still not compromised. It seems like it is. And well, Sinbad able to deliver.
The healing regrow will come through for Sinbad as well. We'll make sure that he is topped up to his full HP. Now, again, both of these teams very similar in their approach. They like the early aggression. They like taking control. But once they hold on. And I think this is a lot to do with the fact that, at least for CLOY, they're carrying the Killjoy, right? They want to make sure they stay in range. While they have the entire vision of that attacking corridor, they also have control over short and long. So when the push comes in from either of those angles, they can punish just the way they did fancy Hey Crew over there. Now, Missile holding on, anchoring. He's able to find one. Can he hold on for as long as he can?
He definitely can try and hold on for as long as he can. That was a great dash, though, but unfortunately, just the frenzy wasn't really being whipping out in the right time. Lunatic there in the flank. Well, Exceeli, I would say damage has been dealt. It shouldn't really be that tough for Lunatic to actually try and clutch this round out. Yep, River was down low. So now he just has to deal with 2 more. Sage is also, I would say, not really on full HP. If he's able to connect that headshot initially, that could be really strong. But yeah, they're playing off of cross plays. And, well, Lunatic did not really expect Insane to be right there. Insane peeks out, and, well, that classic right click is pretty much way devastating. It's just better than any gun.
Yeah, absolutely. I really like the fact that they don't play the same angle too, because that way they are able to capitalize on the mind games factor. You know, they're able to pick up the win. But this is what I was talking about. Right here you can see on the game face moment, the fact that they utilize the Killjoy turret properly by staying in nearby areas where they are still getting control in the nearby areas. They have a shot, they have a long, and this is what Exceeli also did. So I want to see if Exceeli have an answer to this, or if it's something they just think is good. Well, I mean, you could play tactically, or you could just pop heads like Mr.
Dead shot again. Why? This is so, like, I feel I actually do like the team CLOY. Like, you must have noticed yesterday, right? With my predictions, I did win with CLOY, but today I just had a little hinge that Exceeli is probably going to be stealing it away, and this is what exactly is happening, right? Because Exceeli's players yesterday, even though they lost, it didn't really seem like anyone was being shut down, right? They were doing their own kind of jobs, but it was just like they were getting completely outskilled, if I would like to say. But over here, it's like CLOY, they're just not able to activate themselves, and they're making so many dry peaks, which is kind of occurring them, or which is kind of showing that they aren't really able to kind of deliver. And that's the main factor. On the other hand, though, this time, well, that was a great shot. A right click again, just replying back there. Thunder Flash as well followed up. Insane did get himself that frag before that. Wall being used to stop the rotation coming in through. Marshall being retrieved by Lunatic. Pretty much over here, the post plants are being played together. I like that.
Now, as a Marshal and a Sheriff, I would prefer the Sheriff personally, but at this point it doesn't really matter because already a decent eco for Exceeli. Like, for them it's all about the buy coming up, so I need to make sure they don't give away further kills. Need to keep both of these guns standing, otherwise it's going to be difficult, and they do exactly that. The guiding lights to give them the information. The double peak comes out and they secure the round in their bag. 2 back-to-back rounds. CLOY definitely looking decent, but that last round was quite expensive. So now coming in here, they still have to invest into weapons. They don't get a bonus, while Exceeli get almost a full buy for themselves, because even Exceeli didn't go for a full eco. We saw Missile with the Marshal, Lunatic with the Sheriff, and they did get the kills to justify those weapons. So I just think it'll be 1 or 2. Yeah, just 2 light shields on Lunatic and Missile, the players who did invest, but overall that weapon advantage clearly visible.
Yeah, exactly. Weapon advantage definitely does look heavily visible on the side of Exceeli, so at least they're looking really good, at least in this round. Thunder Flash already almost getting spammed out. That means his shield should be low. There we still do have all of them kind of separated out, right? For now, it seems that CLOY are really playing on default. You can clearly see 2 players on C-Long, 1 guy in grass, and then you can see some player or 2 players in the A garden. So pretty much a 2-1-2 split coming in through from their side. At this point, all they're trying to do is try and find some picks.
Yeah, it's exactly that. They've left out Killjoy to control mid. Now the lurk is going to stop for her because the extremes are being left. The Seekers being set up gives them the early info. Now, if you notice the way the Seekers are going, one going towards A short should tell them they know about that position. The one going towards Garage is what should really strike their fancy, because that should tell them there's more than one person towards the C side. So that's going to give them the info to now move in towards the A. They picked up the first blood and the side.
Exactly. The first blood and the side has been picked up by them, so at least they're looking really good. Side control there. Astra going to be pretty much trying to get the spike planted. Unfortunately, she thought that maybe that shock dart is going to be there, you know, to kind of deal an insane amount of damage on her, but that really not happening. Hermione able to find a massive frag onto Deathshot. That's going to be opening so many things, and that's so unfortunate for them, honestly saying, because Deathshot is one of those players who is able to pop off, then he can pretty much turn the entire course of the game. And if he's not, well, then his pretty much entire team just seems like they're getting shut down. It's a 4-4 situation. There's a massive chance that they might just be able to deliver. Again, the man advantage evened out. Sinbad there to reply back. But here we do have Kyojin again replying back in style. Well, now it's a one-on-one situation going on between Sinbad and Kyojin. Let's see who comes out on top. And Sinbad just a step forward, peeks out, and really fast to react.
A huge win for Crash Landing on New Year and beautifully executed throughout the round. The early defaults were impressive in their 2-1-2 setup, gaining those information towards the extreme areas. But more importantly for me, showcasing they still have the confidence to go for those double peaks like around C long, A long. They're willing to find those engagements and they're still looking to be proactive, leaving the Killjoy down towards the mid. As soon as they realize that they're starting to run out of time, they pop the Seekers. And where they pop the Seekers is very important because they pop it around mid, and the fact that only one goes towards A tells them there's only one player on site, and the fact that one goes into garage tells them there's likely a stack at C. So they use that information perfectly to get the A execute and pick up the round. This time, the spike on Deadshot, they're just going for an instant B plant.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it is an eco from the side of Exceeli, so I'm hoping that probably CLOY will get themselves this round in hand, right? We already do see an ambush being set up from their side. Astro is pretty much ready to peek out through grass, but hey, Sinbad, again, just a step forward, expects the flank coming in through. He is the man pretty much watching the flank as well. He didn't really see that jet coming in through, though. Missile might just find himself a skull-cracking shot, and yes, he does. Pretty much through the wall, able to kind of spot his skull out, and just decimates it instantly. And those flashes from the side of Thunderflash, there's just not pop flashes. They're not really able to catch anyone off guard because they're easily able to dodge them. And it just takes such a long time to actually pop them. And again, the same thing. I feel like at this point... Yeah, what's up?
I actually like the fact that he is slightly delayed here. I generally, 100% agree that when he is going for the fights mode, needs the pop flash. But in this particular scenario, because they're delayed, combined with the wall, it gives them more information of the exact location. Because of which they're actually able to wall bang. If you notice, Insane gets a kill where he's not, doesn't have full information of that player's position. Like right here, that first flash gives him the location being right on top of that garden rather than in the general area around. So slightly deeper means slightly more accurate info. Only works out in this though. But yeah, as you said, Missiles picked up an op. This could be the turntables for either team. If CLOY win this, it's a huge eco bonus for them.
Yeah, exactly. As you did mention, if CLOY does win this, this can be a massive eco bonus for them. And this round really does matter to them in general. So, Exceeli now, well, the opening has already been found. I would say 2 players have already been shut down easily from the side of CLOY. How are they going to be able to fight back now with just 3 players left in the lobby? And, well, oh, that's a great shot through off from River. What was that shot? I didn't even see him through that little pixel. That's how quick he was to react in time. But Missile, again, holding his horses and pretty much holding the A long angle to the attacker spawn.
Now, they do have the Killjoy lockdown, so I think the move they're making right now is the perfect move to make. Try to get mid priority so you can then set your lockdown up for the B site execute. The catch, though, over here is that both A-Link and C-Link are being heavily guarded by an Astra and a Cypher, respectively. So instead, they're grouping up into garage. There's a trapwire there. As soon as they break this trapwire, they have to go. But I don't think they realize Kyojin has patiently played Anchor for so long. This could be disaster and game over for CLOY.
As you did mention, Kyojin was definitely playing that anchor role, so this could definitely not really turn out in their favor, but hey, it just seems like they're able to reply back in style, baby. CLOY replies back, lockdown being used, and it seems like Exceeli now, pretty much I'm expecting them to actually pretty much panic at this moment and try and just scatter around the maps and make sure you're at least not being detained by that. Missile on the flank, but the flank is expected. There is River waiting for him with only 10 HP, he manages to take out Missile. And Hey Crew gets detained, but still they don't really want to push out in this kind of a situation. Hey Crew now looking to clutch the situation now. The third spotting him out, and pretty much his intentions have been revealed where it's really coming from. I do personally like this wall really, because this just makes sure that even if opponents are making sure they're going inside the side, they're funneling in through a narrower kind of place.
Exactly, like creating more choke points is always beneficial for you, because especially on Haven where all of the sites are relatively open compared to something like Split or Bind where you can naturally create choke points, even Ascent for that matter. Like the A retake is so hard historically because of the number of choke points. So that's one of the strengths of this stage on Haven, where she can just wall off a particular area, not entirely, but leave that tiny gap to create a choke point to play on the post plant. Obviously, what I have to personally applaud though for CLOY, 3v5 down, so much pressure and so many rounds, they still remain calm as ever, and they pull out the round, they pull out the win, they demolish the eco of Exceeli, and it looks like Exceeli want to take a gamble now in this eco. They're rushing mid.
Exactly, rushing out mid. Missile pretty much on that pedal to the metal this time. He seems like he's heavily relying on that right click, but that alarm bot, no, gets triggered. Missile's position being compromised. Instantly does realize maybe backing off is the best thing he can do, and I feel like Insane, I mean, his position has been compromised at this point in time. Deadshot as well is getting spammed through the smoke, and oh no. Well, Deadshot being shut down again. Deadshot is just not able to deliver from yesterday.
Yeah, he's just not having a great day, but it looks like the same could be said for CLOY. They've lost 2 kills already. They knew where Missile was. There was a Wolf Tasmania Tiger jumping in on him, you know, but irrespective, Deadshot missed his knives. They weren't able to pick up the kill, and they lose a member. The eco for Exceeli going extremely well, exceeding limits certainly, as CLOY once again in a similar position. 3v5 with those not the same agents. This time you have Hey-Crew alive instead of Insane, and considering the fact that Insane is the top fragger, this is a tall order for Clash Landing and you trying to make the B-side execute happen, but they've been spotted.
30 seconds.
They have 30 seconds left in the clock. Turret being used as well to spot anyone out. Harmony was there right behind that little corner. Swamp grenades will be used to make sure no one's really, or at least buying them decent amount of time to make sure they're forcing out a missile. Did not really expect it, Sinbad, to pretty much peek out at the same time, but he was trying to strike back, and well, Hey-Crew pretty much down to only 9 HP, but still he's not going to be falling back. He still keeps him going. The Hunter's Fury being used as well, and yep, the Hunter's Fury there to kind of deny, but yeah, just the off angle being kind of played, or I would say pretty much Thunderflash was able to get the spike plant through in the nick of time. 12-5 is the scoreline, and up till now, Clash Landing on you are trying their best to fight back, but Sinbad's flank getting shut down, and that was the main key that they were really heavily relying on.
Yeah, a beautiful shot from Hermione, as Exceeli Esports will pick up map 1 with a thrifty round. Nonetheless, so in a triumphant fashion, 13-5, Exceeli are able to close out map 1 of this lower bracket series and take the lead against Crash Landing on you. Now, unfortunately, Deadshot did crash land heavily in this map, like not just in terms of the technical issues, but even after he came back. So it makes me wonder, maybe potentially the pause itself, like the fact that he wasn't there initially, the technical issue has affected his confidence and morale. Maybe he's a bit stressed out, maybe a bit panicked, because now 1-0 down. CLOY looking down the barrel of a gun. They need their star player in Deadshot to really step up.
Yeah, Deadshot really needs to step up at that point. Even Insane didn't really seem like he was able to deliver, right? Because the problem here is that Insane, I mean, at least if Deadshot yesterday was kind of shut down, Insane was doing a great job, right? Stepping himself up. So this time, in the map of Haven, we did see him play Sage, but unfortunately, he wasn't really being able to deliver that as much as we expect. Yeah, he did have his moments, but still, he was losing those initial one-on-one fights. That was the main problematic fact, and I feel like the main reason why CLOY really lost here is because Deadshot was pretty much when he got back in the game. I feel like he should have kind of pulled back a little bit. He should have tried to play things out a little bit safe, but instead he was peeking out and he was getting caught off guard all the time.
Yeah, exactly. I feel like he should have been a little more reserved, if not reserved, at least going for a lot more guaranteed plays. But looking at the stats we have on display right now, you can see Exceeli splendid on their headshot percent. I think that's the highest we've seen from any of our matches so far. We've hit 28 a couple of times, but 29.9, almost touching 30%. I do believe that's the highest we have witnessed, and it makes perfect sense. Missile and his flicks, man, you see it right there in the stats.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, pretty much that was headshot percentage, of course, will be higher from his side, but Insane, yeah, as I did mention, yeah, he did do good, but he didn't really do as expected. Like, he was losing those one-on-one initial fights. He still did manage to find himself those 2 first bloods anyways. River there all the way on the top, just because of his ACS as well, and then econ rating as well, quite decent. But Deadshot in the end was only able to get himself 4 kills, considering the fact that he had 18 deaths. Of course, I mean, he was AFK half of the time there. I would say completely the first half, and then he pretty much got back in the second half. But I still expected a better performance from Deadshot. They need to figure this out, man. They need to talk to Deadshot one-on-one, and they need to be like, all right, Deadshot, what's the main problem here? What's going on with you? Why are you really not able to perform? Like, do you need anything? All good? Like, you know, just give him a little bit of pep talk. It's like, all right, Deadshot, you need to realize this. I do understand maybe there are a little jitters, but this is the time where you really need to step up. It's like, it's a do or die moment, right? We have nothing to lose here. Even if we do lose, we are going out with an experience. Even if we win, then of course, it's a good thing.
Yeah, it's not about winning or losing anymore. I think when it comes to that shot, it's about
Yeah.
him not having regrets. You know, like you want to
Yeah,
be able to
yeah,
give your
yeah.
best when you're in such a big stage, and I don't think what that shot is able to give right
Yeah.
now is his best. So maybe there will be a pep talk from the team's leader. That's one of the primary responsibilities that you have as a leader. You know, not just in the game but outside as well. And maybe they will be able to push back. We will find out in the next map. But for now, we're gonna take a small break, set ourselves up for map 2, and be right back with you.
I'm getting freaky. Yeah, I'ma bring the crazy. Get that freaky, freaky on. 신경도 보다 같이 freaky. Yeah, I'ma bring the crazy. Get that freaky, freaky on. 신경도 보다 같이.
The power of steel.
Get your mark on. Get your mark on.
The strength of metal.
Get your mark on. Get your mark on. Yo, get your mark on. Get your mark on.
The new classic Mark III. Get your mark on.
Getting freaky. Yeah, I'ma bring the crazy. Get that freaky, freaky on. 신경도 보다 같이 freaky. Yeah, I'ma bring the crazy. Get that freaky, freaky on. 신경도 보다 같이.
The power of steel.
Get your mark on. Get your mark on.
The strength of metal.
Get your mark on. Get your mark on. Yo, get your mark on. Get your mark on.
The new classic Mark III. Get your mark on.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Valorant Conquerors Championship, brought to you by NODWIN Gaming, with Gillette as our grooming partner and Talk Esports as our digital publication partner. Now, my name is CA, and joining me is Necro. After a bit of a rocky start to the best of 3 series between Crash Landing on you and Exceeli, unfortunately, we faced a couple of technical issues. Rather, the players faced a couple of technical issues, and it meant that the map 1 was a bit weird, you know. But Exceeli picked it up, and I think for them, especially after those plays, the confidence will be running high.
Yeah, of course. The confidence was definitely there. And even technical issues, I got dragged back in the dark shadows as well. So, yeah, but I'm back. That's all that really matters. But the second map is going to be the map of Bind. I mean, Exceeli already with the dominating win. Considering the fact that, yeah, I would give them a little... Okay, I would just let the first map slide away. It's fine. I will let that slip away. But the second map here is going to be the map of Bind, which Exceeli's pick, and of course, Exceeli are really good. We have had to talk about this, how good they are on Bind. And their composition, pretty much, it just really looks like over here they like to play Sky, Brimstone, and Cage. Now, yesterday that's what they played, but usually now we do see that Hey Crew coming back. We might just see a Brimstone being utilized.
Exactly. So
Yeah.
we might see a small change in the compositions for Exceeli from what we saw yesterday, and that works perfectly because we have seen Exceeli better than what they were yesterday. So
Yeah.
I want to see Crash Landing on you. They've only played one map of Bind before, so I do think we are ready. Yeah, we're going to be planning over it. We're seeing what agents do get picked up. So for Crash Landing on you, I don't want to see old meta. They trolled me with the KO every single time, but this time if we could actually get that KO locked in, maybe it could be the answer for Crash Landing on you, because as you said, Exceeli are just way too good on this map. CLOY need to have something up their sleeves. They need to pull a rabbit out for hat.
Yeah, they definitely need to, because it's like, as you did mention, KO can be definitely their kryptonite, right? KO can definitely be Exceeli's kryptonite, but it doesn't really seem like that's what they're really going for here. But maybe, okay, hold on, dude, what are you doing? Okay, well,
No.
no. Well, it seems like Sinbad pretty much going for that KJ. Insane hovering over. Yeah, Insane is probably going to be playing, right? Because that's what it really makes sense on the map of Bind. Because same thing is over there. You can clearly do see that double controller setup coming in through. As I did mention, Lunatic likes to play Viper. And then you also do have Hate Crew playing Brimstone. And then Missile, this time from Jet, switching over to kind of Sky.
Yes!
So this is a massive switch coming in through. And
I'm really sorry, Necro, but this is something. Breach Sky being locked in.
Oh my god, double flash!
Let's go. This is something that I have been propagating ever since it first turned up in Europe about a month back, where I believe it was Fnatic and then Vodafone Giants pulled it off. I'm not exactly sure, but it was a couple of European teams that pulled it off and were fantastic with it, because now this guy actually gets to play not that playmaker role where Thunderflash gets to just chill back. Of course, he can be the playmaker, we know, but with Sinbad on the breach, that's where most of the plays will be set up. Like we always talk about, even when global esports play that breach on Bind, how that breach is the pivot. Like he is the main player standing in the back, dedicating a particular player of his team to a certain location. He's the one leading the charge and leading the mission. So Sinbad with a lot of responsibility on his shoulders with this pickup. I love the fact that they've gone for the change, especially because they have the double duelist. So a Jet in a race with a breach in a Sky. This is all about aggression, baby. And that's what I like to see from CLOY. This shows me confidence.
This definitely shows me confidence as well. I mean, now, as you did mention, it just really comes down to like if they're actually able to kind of execute each and every single thing over here properly, you know. If they're really not able to do so, then things are really going to be problematic. Because that shot over here, I mean, they are playing a double duelist composition, but yeah, they also do have double flashes coming in through. So pretty much we can expect the opponents having a wide screen throughout the game, but hopefully they are able to make it wide. That's what really matters.
Yeah, absolutely. Look at this right now, though. Exceeli defaults quite standard, leaving the Sky to get the B-long information as matched by CLOY themselves, while they stack up a shot, leaving the Viper on the lurk with the wall setup down A. Now, the gravity well is perfectly timed, allows River to spot them out, so going for the long-range battles, Exceeli quickly realize that they can no longer commit, gonna back themselves up, but are still setting their sights on this A site. Instead, now gonna look to take Shower's control and then try to go back towards the side.
Exactly. For now, it doesn't really seem like any kind of anything is really happening, like anything big is really happening in here. You just see those kind of probable. There's still, the rotation from the V side still hasn't really been made on the side of CLOY. They're trying to make sure that at least like they're not really rotating back instantly. Spike being planted, 26 seconds left in the clock. One guy getting caught off guard, Insane able to open the fray up, and this can actually be really huge. Because Insane actually managing to get away with 73 HP. This is absolutely massive. Slowly, steadily strolling on the side. Lunatic peeks out really fast and reacts as well. And those breach flashes just so good. But it doesn't matter. Missile's right click is there to reply back. And Insane down low as well. And within the blink of an eye, well, Exceeli are able to flip the tables in their favor.
Yeah, a beautiful ramp picked up for Exceeli. Once again, highlighting their trademark, really, that we've seen in Haven. Now we're watching it in Bind. The patience of Exceeli is extremely strong. And I love that about them because their composition demands it. You know, the idea of playing the double controller, double initiator composition, it's all about gaining areas of control while also gaining information. Now, normally, when you talk about double controller, it's about denying information. When you talk about double initiator, it's about gaining it. So when you put those two together, you have the options to do both, and therefore you need to be patient to play along those thin lines. Exceeli do it to perfection. Now once again, the defaults for CLOY haven't changed. This breach Jet set up for this hookah hold. Headshot has a shot.
Oh, What? That was filthy.
He was crouched
Kyojin.
even. Like,
Yeah, he was even crouched, and he's like, Kyojin just like randomly spammed. Oh, that is
Okay.
just way better than any gun. I'm telling you guys. The right click is just absolutely insane. But still, Hermione able to kind of find himself 2 massive frags. That should help them open the entire site. And what River peeks out with just a shorty in the hand, wasn't really able to do a lot of things. He tried to sneak inside the tube, but he got caught off guard. He got spammed through. We do see the last man just flanking around on the long side, and I'm pretty sure his flank will be expected anytime soon. It's going to be insane with the Rays flanking around and just trying to play things a little safe here. He does realize that, well, I mean, yeah, he does pretty much know that, yeah, there's a massive chance he's going to be going down pretty much, but if he does go down, at least he finds a little bit of value from it.
yeah, he's just trying to be a sneaky boy here. Should spot out Missile right here, but Missile, like, okay, Exceeli players have spidey sense or what? Like, they just know? Huh? I guess for Missile, it's way simpler than it is for Kyojin because his teammates have cleared out halls, they've checked defender side spawn, they've checked hookah, the B shot, he's not anywhere, should automatically be B long. He's not going to save a pistol, you know? So Missile, way simpler. Kyojin, though, finding that shot, crouched inside the smoke, instant headshot. Now, that's an insane shot, but as you said,
Yeah.
Sinbad getting the satisfaction right back with the easy right click. It was okay eco for CLOY. They only got 1 weapon, but I think what we really need to pay attention to is this buy. But this buy is somewhat layered in that regard as well because it is a bonus for Exceeli. Now, that shot being very aggressive right here might find Kyojin.
Oh, yes, he does. Yes, he does. Also, he's able to take out the boombot in the right time. That's what really gets me panicked sometime in those kind of close ranges. But you also do see the Viper wall coming in through on the A side. Exceeli, though, it seems like they do have the intentions of going in on the A side, but unfortunately, they're really not able to do so.
Look at this though, they are committing to this A side. They're calling back their players to join them on A shot, getting ready for the execute. The guiding light will start them off, and they're gonna go all in right here. 4v5 into a 3-stack. Exceeli maybe making the wrong move.
Yeah, they are probably making the wrong move, but hey, crew, there to reply back. He strikes down 2 players for himself. Spike going down, 45 seconds left in the clock. River is there in the Haven side. All of them are pretty much stacked in over here at this point in time in the defender spawn. And now they're pretty much looking to get inside at the same time. Let's just see how things are really going to be looking like. Well, U-Haul control, I feel like in the A retake is probably one of the main things that you really need. And Missile able to spray transfer on both of them just like it's nothing. Thunderflash able to flick on him, but Hermione is just quick to trade things out.
Beautifully played by Exceeli. Scratch my record, like scratch my saying that might be the wrong move from my record because they did it perfectly. I think really utilizing their comp beautifully, right? So you see right here on the execute, the power of the Viper wall combined with those smokes give them so much space to actually enter the site because Heaven is denied, the general backside entry denied, and the close narrow angles that can be held towards platform are flashed by the guiding light coming through for Missile. So they perfectly clear every single angle they can, and they pre-fire the angles through the smoke that they know that there's players likely to be. Heykru picks up a double, and Exceeli win their bonus. Now in a 3-0 lead, this is the strength on bind that we talked about.
3-0 lead, and Exceeli, I mean, pretty much expected, right? We do know this is their stronger map, and even though considering the fact that the previous... he missed a lot of shots. Let's not talk about that. That shot clearly just not really having his day today. And again, finally, he does manage to take that drone out, so we should give him a little props for that. But then, also do have that blast cannon coming through, but Breach now is getting spotted out by those Seekers, and yes, he will be pretty much being blind by those as well, but there is a fantastic recon dart right in the back line, just revealing so much info. Exceeli able to work around it. They have managed to get the sign on their name. One last man alive, that's going to be insane. Gets spotted out, no, he doesn't get spotted out yet by that flash, but they pretty much do know he's right there. Insane, able to get the West of Franks, what? Oh, that was worth some insane shots, but unfortunately, Missile pretty much strikes in from the backlines, from the elbow side. Death shot is just not able to deliver. Yeah, considering the fact, even though, yeah, the previous round was an eco, but now they are pretty much going to be getting themselves back on the guns, and this round is really going to be important.
But it's not like, yeah, I definitely get what you mean. The fact that he died, you can, put partial blame for that on the eco. I just don't understand why he stays in hookah. He knows his dash was spotted, right? There's so many utility that can just push him out. There's the Sova shock darts, there's the Raise Nade, which he got forced out by, there's the Brimstone Molly, they can even Guiding Light him on the face, they can put a Snake Bite on him. Literally every single player on Exceeli can cause threat to him in that tiny hookah angle when he doesn't have a dash. So as soon as he dashes away, I just feel like he has to leave hookah. I understand the idea that he's trying to play on the classic right leg, the burst, on that close range fights, but with his position being revealed, he actually doesn't get any value. It's just a nade for a kill as well as a dash, and that's worth it for Exceeli any day because they open up hookah and they pick up sight now with a 4-0 lead. And this Breach Sky so far not working out at all, and I think primarily because of the fact that we haven't seen any aggression from the side of Crash Landing on You. I want to see two duelists moving forward with that breach, like getting set up in either A short pushes or even B long. Like with the fault line, you get those two duelists ahead, get them into flanks, let them find those engagements.
4-0 being the scoreline. And engagements, of course. I feel like over here again, they're just really losing those initial engagements, and they're just really not able to find themselves that sweet spot. Losing those initial engagements is probably one of the main problems here. If they're really not just able to win those one-on-one fights, unless Insane is the only man who's trying his best to deliver back here, the rest of the players are just really not able to kind of deliver. That's the main problem. Considering the fact that Thunder Flash and I feel like Deadshot are one of the players that you can heavily rely on, we can let Sinbad slide away because we do know there's a lot of things kind of he does have a massive burden on his shoulders. But I really feel like at this point, CLOY really needs to realize that they need to start winning those one-on-one engagements. They do have flashes to do that as well. They can utilize those flashes. They can try and play aggressive as well with those flashes help. Pretty much make sure your duelists are going together, flash them out, and then you can pretty much try and peek out at the same time. And at least you will be able to find yourself decent engagements, or at least those one-on-one engagements, there's a massive chance that you can win those.
Yeah, and it's also much easier against a team like Exceeli because you don't actually need to rely on your breach against the style that Exceeli plays to may be the pivot or the playmaker in the defensive half. I mean, in the attacking half, yes, it's breach all the way through. But in the defensive half, since Exceeli are a very simple team, you know, they play calculated, efficient plays, which means that wherever you are naturally expecting them to come, that is wherever the utility is invested, that's where they're going to commit. They're not going to commit 3 smokes and a couple of snake bites to just fake and go over to another side. That's not their style, you know. So what this allows CLOY to do is let the breach just play anchor. Let him play the pseudo duelist role on the anchor, take some pressure off of Sinbad's shoulders and put it back on Thunderflash because he is a playmaker. Instead, they're playing both of those initiators solo and the duelists are taking dry peeks. This is very confusing from Crash Landing on You. They playmakers on a very different part of the map as compared to the people who are supposed to get benefit.
That was absolutely a good ult, I would say. Didn't know he was stunned out. He cannot really move fast back, so use that ult instantly on them, but trades are happening back and forth. And Insane, again, as I did mention, this is the only man who's able to deliver using that satchel and wall. He's able to find another one with that showstopper. He can manage to find a Hey Crew, though, but unfortunately whips out that nade in the wrong timing. Hey Crew able to deliver, I would say, reply back, but still, the disadvantage is looking on the side of Exceeli because one man is down low. That's going to be the Brimstone. And yep, the last player standing is really low, and that's going to be Hey Crew. He only has 30 HP left. And it seems like he is opting out to rotate all the way in the back. That Hawk should reveal a lot of things and pretty much make them think that, okay, there's a massive chance that he might just have rotated back to B. And this is where they finally start realizing that.
Exactly, and now Hikru doesn't have any utility to his name, just a couple of stim beacons. So I think making the right move right here, looking for fights before he actually goes for the flank, but he's not going to find any because CLOY are being extremely disciplined. They know they even have the Rolling Thunder, which if they have to commit, they can, but I assume the comms are given with respect to Heikru's health. They should know he's low, but not risking anything. They just want to get one round on the board online. The Rolling Thunder to start it off. The flash now coming in. Heikru doesn't even get to watch properly. Now his sightline is clear. The diffuse gonna go down. The fake is set up, but they're not looking at the right angles. Sinbad gets taken down and Thunderflash really low. In a 1v1 now, Thunderflash peeking through, but the flick is there, and Heikru will find the match. Exceeli Esports maintain a 5-0 lead as Heikru maintains his dominance.
Oh my god. No. No.
Wow.
How do you mess that up? You haven't cleared the site yet, CLOY. You haven't cleared the site yet. You didn't even check the back sides completely. Oh my god, no, CLOY. These are some rookie mistakes that you're really making, and I feel like at this point it's just that pressure building up on CLOY, honestly, CA.
Yeah.
I just feel like that it's just that pressure building up. They're just so jittery that they're making those mistakes without even knowing it. Because this isn't the CLOY. This definitely isn't the CLOY that we saw. Because we already know Lexus Gaming is one of those teams that they defeated, and Lexus Gaming is one of those teams that is really strong in their initial reason, right? And this is not the CLOY that we saw back in the day.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate, but hey, if you are a fan of one of the teams we're going to see today, or any team that is playing the Grand Finals playoffs in general, make sure to send in your unique clips to video@nodwin.com. We will make sure to feature the best ones in a special segment in our broadcast, and we'll show you all of the different ways the fans celebrate their teams. Now, I guess there is a bit of a technical timeout on the side of Exceeli, or actually I guess on the side of CLOY, because Insane is AFK, so maybe a player on each side. We'll find out really soon. But coming back to what you talked about, right, like even that round, Insane, like the entire reason CLOY was even in it was because of Insane's naughty plays. It's not like they actually played it well, which brings me back to the initial issue I had with their defaults. I still don't understand why the initiators are playing anchor on B and the duelists are dry pushing A. There's no reason to do that. Like, if you want to push A showers, just take one initiator with you. Take a Sky, get the guiding light set up, allowing Deadshot to dash in, allowing Insane to push forward. Insane keeps having to go back and letting the fights come to him, but he's clearly feeling himself. He's clearly hitting his shots. So help him. Get him the resources. Let him move forward and let him be your win condition. Because right now, CLOY, it just seems like they are like solo queue team, like a compy team. They have all the right tools, but they have no idea how to execute.
They have all the right tools, but the main problem here is that Deadshot is deactivated.
Yep.
They do have all the right tool, but again, we are coming back to the same thing here. But a big man like Deadshot being deactivated, and consider the fact that how they played again, like Lexus Gaming, this is clearly not what we saw, right? Because again, Lexus Gaming, Deadshot was the man who was top fragging all the way. He had 28 kills for himself in the best of 5 that they were playing against each other. He literally had 28 kills, 14 deaths, and like 4 assists for himself. So that was absolutely insane. And he was top fragging the charts. He was one of the top fraggers as well, if I'm not really wrong. Yep. And consider the fact, from being the top fragger, being on tippity top of the mountain, now you're all the way down. Not even down, like I would say you're completely underground.
Yeah, that's a hard fall.
Yeah.
It's like, you know, being on top of the world and then suddenly the world doesn't care about you anymore. And unfortunately, Deadshot, he really does need to step up. I agree, but like, I'm not sure what the communication is like in the team itself, right? I'm not sure if it's Deadshot that needs to call for these initiators to come give him the backup, or if the initiators need to be like, yo, Deadshot, stop making solo pushes. Like, come, we will give you flashes, we will give you whatever you want, use our utility and then make the pushes, and we will support you. You know, that's what I want to see. I want to see the team going off of each other. It's completely understandable if a particular player isn't popping off. That's not something you want to rely on anyways, but what is not understandable is not trying to sort of circumvent that. Like, if a player is having a bad day, you need to play together with your team. Try to find strengths in the fact that you're not having a good day, because when you're not having a good day, you tend to focus more on how you can help your team, on how you can further your team's objectives, taking potential, how you can help cover up your teammates' weaknesses. So I want to see a lot more of this, because I do think CLOY are capable of it, because I think they are a team that has very good synergy within each other. It's just not visible at all right now.
Yeah, I mean, talking about visibility, right? One thing definitely is visible is that Exceeli's improvement. Just because Hate Crew actually got added in the roster, you can clearly see that Hate Crew are making much more less mistakes. Yeah, in the previous map, I felt like, yeah, even though they got themselves those 12 rounds, and slowly and steadily it did seem like their confidence was losing as well, and they let kind of CLOY gain themselves or gain their momentum back up. But finally, all they needed was one more round, and that's what they really got there. But Hate Crew being added back in here, I just feel like the team just seems like more enchained together, right? It just seems like whatever they're doing, the synchronization, or I would say team synergy, looks a little bit better. I won't say it really looks good, but I would say it really looks better if you compare how things were looking yesterday. Fancy, of course, playing that Killjoy. I feel like Brimstone does a really great job as well, but Killjoy as well, as you did mention, as long as the KO isn't really being utilized, then Killjoy is, of course, one of the good agents as well to kind of use it, right? But the main problem here for Killjoy is that, yeah, she can definitely be played on the A side, but she's in her prime in the B side.
Yeah, absolutely. I think a large portion of that for Exceeli, like adding on to your point, given their performance yesterday, is the hate crew coming back and replacing Fancy, right? Even yesterday, the lack of the Viper, I feel like, in their composition, I don't think the Viper is compulsory to the meta anymore the way she was a couple of months back, but she's still an S tier agent on bind. Like, she's extremely good in her ability to deny control, and yesterday we saw a bit of a haphazard Exceeli. They were not in control the way they usually are, the way they are currently, but it seems like we're back into the matchup, and this time the breach combined with the Jet Deadshot has pulled out his Blaze Storm, and he's got real aggressive, got A-shot control for himself. Exceeli though responding on the other side of the map, and it looks like Exceeli are the players facing the problems, as a couple of technical difficulties at Hogwarts perhaps, because Hermione is down.
Yeah, Hermione is not really seen for now. It seems pretty much inactive. He's not really moving around or anything. But Exceeli as well, they do realize that. Now, this is what really is separating out CLOY, right? Take a look at this. The initial engagements, again, aren't really being made, right? Exceeli as well, they're holding their horses. They aren't really kind of being like, oh, it's not impatient and just peek out one corner and then just, you know, try and seek those engagements out. Instead, Exceeli pretty much holding their horses, waiting for his team to kind of make that a lot of movement on the A side. And then on the, I feel like Kyojin is going to be striking in on the hookah. Oh, Kyojin.
Oh, unfortunately, he gets taken down by Insane, and now the A execute coming through for Exceeli. They're committing hard, but Sinbad is already ready with the utility to stop them. He finds one, but the trade comes through and the plant will go down. Now, Deadshot finds one on Lunatic, but the post plants are ready for Heykru. Can he find a clutch yet again?
Launching smoke.
Finding a clutch definitely not going to be easy, but yeah, I mean, the man advantage clearly is definitely looking on this side of CLOY, so they are definitely looking good. It's a 4-on, I would say, yeah, just one situation. Unfortunately, Hermione isn't really there, so as I did mention, clutching the situation out definitely not really going to be easy. Heykru, well, pretty much in the common angle to get spammed, and that's what's going to be happening, and a Team Ace coming in through for the side of CLOY. So I would say that first round on the board should definitely give them a little confidence, but I won't really say much at this point, because look at the amount of credits they have, right? Look at the amount of credits Exceeli has in general. Look at, I mean, Hermione, yeah, he's really not in the game, but still they can afford to buy once more, and I feel like they can afford to buy again after this as well.
Yeah, they have a lot of money in the bank, but without Hermione, actually, it will hurt them a little bit if they don't win this round. So let's see how they are able to pull back this 4v5 situation. Now they have the Viper Spit as well as the Seekers ready, so they can just hard rush into his side through showers, set up the Viper Spit, and then play on the post plant with the Molly lineup as well as the Snakebite lineups, but they're not going to do that. Instead, Deadshot now relying on his second initiator, getting the Sky to help him move down B long. He's got a really nice flank going on.
As I did mention, he definitely does have a good flank going on, but Insane there, oh my god, they're striking in. Insane is just able to make those individual plays happen, and I feel like that's just helping CLOY so much to at least succession. Viper Spit is available on the side of Lunatic. I feel like this is the right time to use it, but he gets well taken down from the flank side, and Deadshot, seems like, is Deadshot back in the game? Well, probably he is, but Hermione, the last man alive, and he is pretty much not, I mean, yeah, he is there in the game, but still is not really present in the game at the same time.
Yeah, unfortunately, Hermione is not yet back. Maybe he'll come back soon. Oh, wait, here, hold on. I think maybe he is back. I see his ping. So I guess we'll be back to normal from next round. That's the hope. But as you said, like, Insane is continuously making these nutty kills happen. He's finding space for his team, right? So that's why I was begging for resources to be given to him. And they have done that. They've paired up Sinbad with Insane. They're playing together, which means the Breach is always ready to support the Raze's pushes going in. And Insane isn't getting caught out. So CLOY now making the right moves. And you can see on both sides of the map, I love this. One initiator, one duelist. But unfortunately, Exceeli we're expecting is those defensive angles set up. They take down Deadshot in the midst of his dash.
I mentioned they do, but for now, you do also see Thunder Flash pretty much trying to scout out. For now, wasn't really able to do a lot of things, or at least make a lot of things happen. The opening frag has already been found, as again, Deadshot being shut down. And that is a little problematic, I would say. CLOY, you cannot really afford to lose players in these kind of moments. Seeker's out. A lot of info has been revealed, and that's a great orbital strike to kind of reveal or make sure Reaver is being forced out of his position, but still Thunderflash is able to deliver, and that's all that really matters. I mean, Hey Crew did try to kind of even things out, but Seeker's out from the other side as well. Thunderflash doing a great job now, and finally we do see the CLOY striking back, and this is the crash landing on you. We like to see them. But on the other hand, Lunatic's down low. Nothing much can be done from his side because we can clearly see Hermione again. He is AFK. All three of the players from the CLOY side are stacked up on the B side.
I'm confused why he's AFK though. His ping shows, so I guess client issue. I'm not really certain, but either ways, you notice now Lunatic going for the full rotation is predicted by the side of flash landing on you. River has already made his way into heaven and should spot out Lunatic in just about a second. I guess Lunatic making the call that he doesn't really want to go for the push in here, wants to save his weapon, and it is the right call because at this point you need to try and salvage as much of attack as you can. There's 4 rounds left. Even if Exceeli pick up one of those next 4 rounds, I would say it's a decent half for them because then they can go on to defense where not having Hermione won't hurt as much as it hurts on attack, because I feel like on defense, especially on Vine, they can rely on players to hold down individual angles since there's only 4 power points across the map.
Well, Thunderflash here with that big play though, like I feel like that was the game changer, and that was the main thing that really did stop the push. But Reaver as well, I mean, getting forced out by the orbital strike, and he did move out, and he was still able to deliver. That just helped him quite a lot. Now we do see this broken bias coming in from the side of Exceeli, and I just really want to see how things are really going to be looking like after these broken buys, because of course if they are able to kind of make a lot of things happen with these broken buys, then that can definitely help them out quite a lot. But those Bane shells catching 1 kills, and all the way that flank coming through from the back lines is doing a great job. Deadshot able to step himself up. He gets himself a massive 3k, and he does know the last man is pretty much AFK. All he needs to do is go.
He's giving his ult point.
Yep.
Wow.
Yep. The ult point, the Thunderflash.
I love that. I am not sure whose call that was, but I think that was because they were giving over. Like, take the ult orb. I don't want the 4k, and I love that. Like a small, tiny thing, but it shows a lot of promise. But I think just to clarify as to why we're not able to actually pause till Hermione comes along is because there's a dedicated time and more given to both of these teams for an entire match, right? Unfortunately, most of that time was exhausted in the starting phase of the map itself, which is why Deadshot wasn't able to attend one part of the map. And the same is for Hermione. The teams have exhausted their times, and unfortunately, you can't keep letting that happen because there are other teams, other matches that are coming up real soon. But this time, they take the ult top, they set up the Trailblazer to get Showers info, but what they don't realize is they're getting pushed in from long. This could be disastrous. They're cornered.
They are definitely cornered. Missile strikes out, but well, he will be safe for now because Deadshot does realize now finally overstepping his boundaries isn't really going to be the good thing to do. But still, I do like how Deadshot is able to kind of show himself back up, and that's why his teammates as well, or I would say his team as well, is kind of getting themselves some rounds on the board. And Deadshot as well, now he isn't really making those solo plays. He is now instead sticking with the team. And no, Deadshot, you're making those solo plays happen, and you're really not able to do so. Deadshot, you had the dash. You could have dashed away and tried and back off, but you didn't really do so.
Yeah, the caster curse is real. The moment we start thinking Deadshot is playing with the team, is like, nope, I will not dash. I will stand and I will die. Patriotically, I guess. It doesn't work out though. At this point, Exceeli with the full roll back. Going in, River though, holding on the tabs. The burst is beautiful. Finds a double, does get traded out, and does mean it's 2v2 right now. Lunatic has the Viper Spit, but Hate2 just went for the peak. A 1-for-1 trade is favorable. Now Lunatic just needs to pop the Viper Spit and find this 1v1.
Exactly. Well, I mean, he can definitely try and pop this Viper Spit, and well, this is what he really did. But I really feel like that's a huge investment for that like single 1v1. They can. Oh yeah, considering the fact that Hermione is AFK, yeah, it does make sense. Yeah, but still, I mean, that was a hefty investment from his side because he could have used that Viper Spit to at least gain the side control in the next round. But hey, it's fine as long as he's able to kind of confirm this round in their hands. That's what they really mattered. But yeah, River again, it's like they are able to make these close calls. It's just because they're insane, like I would say, insane stepping up, River stepping up, or on those individual plays, right? Like, it's like if Thunderflash able to get himself like that 2k, that helps them quite a lot. If Insane is able to do so, if Deadshot is able to do so, then only they're able to make these close calls. Oh.
They're ready with the anti-flash setups. They're expecting this dash in. You see, Heikru is not watching courtyard at all. He was waiting behind the boxes. As soon as his teammates gets flashed, he's like, okay, I will take the free kill because they think my teammate is alone. He is not. They pick up Deadshot now with that Trailblazer. They clear off long, and CLOY are feeding Exceeli. Now it's a 4v4. It's even Stevens, and Kyojin does get caught out. So the man advantage is picked up for Exceeli. At this point, CLOY really need to hold on because Exceeli could just go for the TP, but they're committing on to B Necro.
They're coming in on B, and Paint Crew peeks out, finds himself one Cosmic Divider used as well from the side of CLOY. That should help. That should definitely help them out a little bit. But Sinbad, though, he is striking huge, gets himself a massive streak, and also does have the ultimate ready, but doesn't really use in the right corner, or I would say right angle. Hey Crew is ready for him there, but hey, it's a showstopper, just coming in huge and finds himself a kill there. And now they pretty much do know last man is AFK around the attacker spawn. That's where they're going to go and pretty much confirming the kill for themselves. But again, Deadshot getting caught off guard in the opening phases of the game, which is fine. At least, yeah, there were two people there. But in the end, I mean, those kind of man advantages given, I feel like that could really backfire on CLOY, because at this point, they're really just feeding Exceeli, right? Yeah, I do understand in the end of the day, they did win that kind of, I would say, that kind of initial round, but that the reason why they really won that is because Hermione is AFK. If he was actually back in the game, I feel like CLOY, like, they would have at least had the run for their money in that previous round.
Yeah, but having said that, what I do like, I definitely don't like the fact that they keep going for the same push, but since they do get taken out at B long, they make the same push happen outside hookah and they pick up Fusion. So the fact that they're maintaining the aggression is still somewhat good because it shows consistency across the team. It shows that they're playing for the same style across the map, so they're able to equalize that kill on Deadshot immediately and inherently pick up the round, because as you said, without Hermione, for Exceeli, these executes get very, very difficult. They're relying purely on missile for information, and that's very hard to do for a Sky, especially on the attack. Now Missile is trying to make it happen. A very early defensive seekers from Crash Landing on You gets them a little bit of information, but it's not too much. It tells them that there is an A stack, but Exceeli, they have more than enough time to just let these seekers go away and then come back onto B, but instead they're going to invest their own, come back into A.
Exactly. Seekers being used, but that pain shell is just going to buy them so much time over here. You also do see that Orbiter Strike being used in the U-Haul. That means the main priority here was to get the U-Haul control, and yep, U-Haul control is really important. Get that A-side! What's happening? Back and forth, Sinbad as well, able to strike and take a look at that. Deadshot connects that right click, but get instantly traded out by Missile there. Oh my god, there are so many replies happening inside the game or inside this initial round, but the Hunter's Fury is available on the side of Exceeli. That means they can pretty much try and play off of post plants here. But the main problem here is that Hermione just isn't in the game. That means the Hunter's Fury cannot really be counted, and the Sky is the only one alive, but she is down low. This just means if Thunderflash is able to make any kind of initial mistakes, that can be huge. And yes, he does make a mistake, and unfortunately... Oh my god, Thunderflash lost that situation where he had the most advantage, and now it's the second half.
I mean, Missile just comes up huge in that round. First picks up a kill through the smoke, just pristine control on that Vandal spray to take out River, and then continuing on in flawless flash in the picks. You have to watch the replay. Look at this. River first, and then this perfect control to take out Heikru as well. Able to maneuver around the site to perfection using his team's utility, right? Maneuvering around that Viper wall, the Brimstone smokes available, and then coming through slowly towards the end to pick up a 4v5 thrifty for Exceeli, maintain their lead going into the second half, because now it won't matter as much, it won't hurt as much. Yes, Hermione's loss will still be felt, but on the defense, it's much more simpler for them to hold the angles.
Yeah, in defense, it should actually be a little simpler, but I mean, CLOY, look, of course, an aggressive team, but again, I feel like in the attacking side, the aggression should be a little controlled, right? It should be a controlled aggression. Yeah, you can aggress, but make sure if you're aggressing, don't aggress all by yourself, because that can just be you feeding the kills off of them. And the Aftershock being used from the side of Breach, again, that's a great kind of way to clear the entire hookah area out. Insane as well, able to find himself that initial kill with the pain shields, and I feel like that could be in the goal call for them to actually go and secure that side for them. But on the other hand, the Lunatic, well, teleports and gets taken down again. He was able to get himself that one frag, but wasn't really able to follow it up through, and pretty much it's a 4-on-1 situation because Harmony again just isn't present.
Player standing.
Will push Kyojin out. That shot finds the double, and the round is done and dusted for Crash Landing on You. You can see the aggression much more suited to them on the attacking side. So yes, like I said, while it does get easier for Exceeli to sort of circumvent the loss of Hermione so far on the defense, it's also difficult because of this Breach Sky combination. As you can see, allowing both of the duelists to really get playmakers for themselves. Like, instead of focusing on both of them moving one particular area, they're splitting up their focus and getting value from both Deadshot and Insane. And I have to give props to Deadshot. While it's still not the form we want from him, he is starting to step up bit by bit. There are certain steps being made for him to get back to the form we expect from him.
Yeah, he is definitely giving a valiant effort, or at least like activating himself back in the game, and I feel like up till now he has been able to do it successfully. Hopefully he just keeps on the consistency going in the future rounds as well, or in the future maps, I would say, because the chances of actually CLOY sealing this deal on the map of Mind are probably huge, because Hermione is just not present. That's their main SOA that conveys the information, and if this guy's just not present in the game, that can be a little problematic. But on the other hand, though, Deadshot stepping himself quite huge, was able to find himself that 1 kill. And now Haycrew as well was there to reply back, but wasn't really able to get a lot of value through that. The scoreline is 6-7. You also do have Sinbad kind of taking down Lunatic, but Haycrew as well with the Frenzy replying back again. And Haycrew able to just do a lot of damage on the lads of CLOY, but he, again, will be shut down. Of course, the last man is going to be Hermione, and they do know where he is present. Going, confirming themselves to kill. Thunderflash, just merciless.
Yeah, he's just farming them all torbs, man. You want to get those Seekers back online. He's got, let's see, he's got 2 out of 6 points. Never mind. He only picked up 1 kill, a couple kills there, so has a couple of points. But at this point, even Stevens for Crash Landing on You, this was the eco for Exceeli, so I would say a decent bit of damage done, as you mentioned as well. Haycrew certainly putting in the work, putting in the effort, but the tides are turning, and the loss of Hermione is starting to show up in the scorecards. Now, this is a pure bonus for the side of Crash Landing on You. Insane's got himself a stinger. Oh, sorry, Deadshot's got himself a stinger. So, a chance for Exceeli to bounce back, even in a 4v5 with that Vandal advantage. They at least should be able to pick up this round.
Deadshot aggressing onto the side, directly dashing in. At least, I mean, he still hasn't really found himself the entry, but yeah. Let's say it does have kind of gotten the control early off, so that is definitely going to be helping him quite a lot. But still, you do see the horses being held by CLOY. They aren't really rushing inside. Instead, they're waiting for those flanks to happen. But yeah, look at them. They are ready to welcome them through the TP. Missile was there. He's able to find the blind as well for himself. But what? That's a questionable move from the side of Insane. He did know they're present right there. Again, miscommunication.
I think Lunatic also whiffed a little there. Needed to find the second kill too. He just lost. Instead, Phantom versus Spectre, and it's going to be costly. Now 3v2. River does have a really good position, but Haycrew picks up the kill, equalizing the state. Now, they're both split up. This can be a good and a bad thing. A good thing because it could allow them to pincer them from both angles, but instead, the TP being taken, Haycrew predicted this.
Oh, he did. He finds one, but get instantly traded out. Sinbad pretty much is going to get the side control. I'm pretty sure he probably will be going for the plant, but no, instead, he does expect a push coming in through, and Kyoji just really fast to react, flicks right on Sinbad's head, and Sinbad being shut down. 78 is scoreline, and even though, considering the fact that they also do have an AFK man, they're still able to kind of keep up with the pace that CLOY is keeping up for them, because up till now, like, this just completely tells us that this is the best map of Exceeli over here, and I feel like CLOY should really ban this out.
Yeah, I mean, especially since it's 4v5 and they're putting such a good fight. Yeah, 100%. This should have been the ban for CLOY, but Exceeli reveling in their comfort so far. I really like the fact that Missile and Lunatic, as soon as they got the call, that they hear footsteps towards long and short, went for the towers push. They got so much value off of that, able to delay the TP and push for so long and allow Haycrew to come through on the flank. So, This is the sort of play we want to see. Even on the defense, you have to still be proactive, especially in a 4v5. Every teeny edge you can get brings down the pressure you have on yourself because of that missing player. Now, the defaults are the same, but once again, Heycrew's predictions on point, coming towards an A, expecting the presence there, but as soon as he hears the Seekers, reads it as this is a fake, going back to B. Actually, scratch that, I cursed him. He's coming back to A, but CLOY, on the other hand, they have their eyes set on B. What?
Well, they do have their eyes set on B, but if you do have a man like Kyojin holding in and making the solo pay happen, oh, this can be huge. He's inside the smoke. No one's expecting him to be there. As soon as the smoke's going to be fading away, Kyojin might just strike in and make a massive play happen. The orbital strike being utilized.
Oh, he got out!
Being forced out of his position, and he's still not dead. He has the classic right click available.
Oh my
He's going to be taking him down as well. Deadshot striking in. Deadshot trying to even things out here. It's a 1-on-2 situation now, and oh my god.
30 seconds left.
Kyojin single-handedly turns the entire round in Exceeli's favor. This can pretty much tell us the confidence that they have. They just don't have any jitters left in them.
Deadshot knows he has to go for it. Pulls out the draft. Now gonna go back to the spike, try to get it planted. He's just gonna get rushed upon. The satchel set up by Kyojin, looking for his 4K, and he will find it. Kyojin seals the deal and picks up. Don't pick up the defuse. Yeah, should give it to Lunatic. He's just gonna pick up a gun, but damn! Kyojin is a god! The first shot itself, it had me halting in my tracks with what I was saying. I was just like, now they're going to go for the B execute, and Kyojin is going to have a difficult time, but he just pops the first head, plays around that smoke difficulty, finds a kill, and gets out of the orbital strike to take out Thunder Flash. What is there that Kyojin cannot do? Because this lad is a beast. Picking up yet another round, 4v5 for Exceeli.
And now, Exceeli Kyojin, well, it seems like he was also called out for a timeout there. Oh my god, he just played that out so well. He did realize the smoke is probably the part which will not be checked, because the last time he was spotted was backside, and only a psychopath can just make those kind of plays. So like CLOY didn't really expect that coming in through, but guess what? Who's a maniac? That's that lad right there. It's Kyojin. Pretty much sneaks in through the smoke, finds one lad through the smoke, then sneaks out of the orbital strike, takes the guy down in the hookah as well. And that's just keeps the entire team of Exceeli available or inside the game. Till now, and CLOY, they're just getting decimated. Take a look at Insane's face as well, right? You can clearly do see the signs of worry coming in from this lad. And you can also do see the River as well, kind of worrying about his team. Thunderflash as well, the same thing. Sinbad as well. None of them are looking happy. On the other hand, if you take a look at the lads off Exceeli, pretty much the game faces are on.
Yeah, absolutely. But I guess that shot is no, never mind. He is there on the map. I was scared he was AFK because there was no cam. But as you said, all the players are back. Hermione as well. So Exceeli, they won 2 rounds without Hermione. Now with an eco lead and the Sova back on the map, they are bound to be feeling very confident. CLOY back to where they started in this series, just not in control whatsoever, left stranded. Now Deadshot is trying to make the moves, but instead he's just gonna get a Trailblazer to his face, a couple of shots to match. Does get the off for his Sky, but Missile is making the moves, looking for the pop flash and the kill.
The big boy Hermione is back in the game, as you did mention. And this could, I feel like Exceeli already just has a massive edge. I don't know what to say anymore. Yep. Because Hermione being back in the game, that means the Soa. Look at him, Hermione is solo holding on to the B side. The amount of confidence this lad has. He's like, all right, you guys can go back all the way to the A. Brimstone, Heycrew, you can pretty much play on that rotations lines. And I will single-handedly, I will solo hold the B side. I mean, Hermione is capable of doing that, so it does make sense. Especially Soa being back in the game. That means so many utilities that can help them gain info. Bully back in the game as well. Lunatic finds himself too. He's absolutely making those Lunatic plays happen inside the game here. But over there, with that being said, Lunatic turns back on the River. River being shut down. And just have one last man alive. It's going to be Thunderflash.
Oh, it's just... They all died because of a single one-way. Okay, with the exception of Thunderflash, they all died because of one Viper one-way. They all try to rush through a one-way. You never want to do that. At least wait for it to time out. Like, Viper's poison is going to go out. Wait for that timer to cut, then go in. Even River, for that matter, tried shooting through the one-way, tried making the one-way his own. Lunatic be like, are you mad? Like, that's never going to happen, bro.
Yeah.
Instantly just turns it out to say, my one-way, I see you and I'm going to take you down. finds the 10th round for Exceeli, and at this point the defaults are so hard to break because you see the way they're set up is now that they've got Hermione back, the info is always towards B long, and the Viper sets herself as anchor towards A. This time with the Viper split, it's ever so enhanced because now they're relying on Kyojin with a ton of utility to shut down any Shao's entry, and well, we know what Kyojin does when he's given that responsibility. What I'm really excited about though, Necro,
Missile.
Exactly.
Oh,
Look at Missile. Because
yes.
Hermione is back, they use the recon from Hermione to get Missile in an aggressive
They're being
position.
choked.
This is huge. Exactly. They're being choked and pincered, but they're moving in with the Rolling Thunder.
Oh, they are moving inside with the Rolling Thunder. Yeah, I mean, that is definitely helping them quite a lot. But Kyojin there to reply back as well. Hey, crew. There to follow it up. And Hey, crew able to burn someone down with his Molotov as well. And still Lunatic is alive in the game. And I don't know what's going on. Dude. See, I just over here from the side of CLOY, I just feel like I'm literally watching a normal competitive game.
Yeah.
They're not really showing any kind of strategy coming inside the game. There's no tactical plays coming inside from there because they can play so many mind games in the map of binds, and especially those TPs as well just help you so much in creating that mind games coming inside or creating that kind of astonishing factor inside the game. But we're just not really seeing that being made from the side of CLOY. And that's why they're getting completely destroyed. On the other hand, Exceeli is kind of a team, as we've talked about this, right? Exceeli is kind of a team who kind of replies back in the same style, right? If you're kind of a team, you're really not going to be taking that strategical approach in the game. They're also really not going to be doing that. If you do take that aggressive approach, they're going to be doing the same thing, and this is what we're seeing. And Exceeli is able to deliver.
Yeah, I just don't understand why they don't push Lunatic. Normally, a Viper spit, as soon as you see it, you're scared as hell. But you have two duelists and a Sky. You just repeatedly flash the pit, still the Viper leaves, and then you just move in. And the Viper can't do anything about it because as soon as you get inside the pit, you have more utility from your breach to keep going. So they need to move forward as a unit. As you said, they need to find the synergy because otherwise this will just keep happening. Again, using the Sova as his initiator, Missile becomes the duelist, moves in, pops a couple, and drops the spike carrier.
Oh boy, oh well, we're already witnessing how much impact Hermione has single-handedly inside the game, right? He's back and CLOY aren't really able to get any rounds in their hands anymore, and Dash, questionable Dash coming in through, had no info what's going on the A side, still Deadshot decides to dash in, gets taken out, without any info, those kind of plays, so questionable. And CLOY, just, I feel like they have gave up. Don't get me wrong, I just feel like they have gave up at this point because we're just not really seeing anything being paid. It's like they're just not really putting the efforts. They want to win the game, but they're just not really showing the efforts.
Bad move. Thunderflash missile is set up though. He find one. The trade comes through for Thunderflash, so now can go for the plant. Has the Seekers, but should have heard the audio calls that all four of them are coming through. Hookah right now needs to use the guiding light to reposition himself and is going to do exactly that, able to dodge out the recon, but the second guiding light gives his position away. The spray is coming through and all he can do is spray because he ain't going to find no kills. Lunatic takes him out. That's the match point secured for Exceeli Esports, Necro. And with this round, it looks like the coffin is placed, the grave is dug, and CLOY are ready to crash land directly 6 feet under.
Well, CLOY, well, I don't know what to say. Like, it just really feels like they do want to win the game, but just the efforts aren't really being shown there. Deadshot having no info, straight up just dashes near default.
What
like,
is that dash?
Yeah, it's so questionable. It's so questionable. He didn't even dash inside default completely. He was so exposed as well. It's like Deadshot.
Deadshot, like, I see Radianite, I want to eat Radianite. I'm going to dash into Radianite box and eat Radianite. Like, okay.
I've got your trail.
Deadshot, man. Boy, oh boy. Like, it's like, I feel like over here, CLOY aren't even trying to gain info, and they're just straight up dashing in. Look at this. They don't have any info. They're just moving in through those Seekers. Yeah, maybe, those Seekers did help them gain a little info, but I don't really feel like that's the info you can heavily rely on. You need to use other measures as well, and this is why they're getting single-handedly dominated up till now. And Deadshot, he was able to reply back, but this leaves them in a 1-on-4 situation. You also do see that Tigers being utilized. That Trailblazer finds themselves an opening. Thunderflash was able to take one down though, but Missile is there to reply back and trade things out. And Sinpath as well. Oh, he shuts down Missile. And a fake again. Oh, I like this. Mind games being played. It seems like they have finally.
Crew knows.
Oh, hey crew, this. He knows. He pretty much whipped out the gun in the wrong time.
Enemy remaining.
Yeah,
But hey.
Sinbad able to pick up the kill. I guess they were just wanted to go for the flank. I think the call was for Hey Crew to reach B shot and then the TP would be taken. So I think what Hey Crew was trying to do was bait out someone punishing the teleport and then he could take them out. Like trying to set a trap of sorts through Hermione's teleport because Hermione wasn't moving. Hey Crew was moving alone and Hermione was waiting around that teleport area. So I'm guessing that was the play. Didn't work out though. It would have been an insane read if he just somehow knew because he has made some really good reads so far. But I will give props to Sinbad and Deadshot. Able to pull out of the round after a chaotic start. It turned into like a bit of a trippy situation, you know, like the colors all around, flashes all the way through, a seeker, a recon, there's so much chaos, but they managed to calm themselves, pick up the round, keep themselves alive, not just in this map, but in the VCC.
Clearly the heavy presence is on the A side here. Yep, as you did mention, oh my god, Insane able to find himself an insane kill. And pretty much shutting one lat down and then instantly falling back as well. A side is the place where he has found himself. Instantly falls back after that kill, which is a pretty mature decision. This is where a little bit of kind of worry has been created for CLOY because they don't really know if Insane is still on that flank angle or not. So they went back to pretty much check around. You also do see that Astra all the way in the back lines, taking the cave, and then making sure there's no one in the attacker side spawn.
All four members of Exceeli stacked up on B side. They're making quite a risky move, and unfortunately, it's not going to pay off for them because for this side of CLOY, they've set their sights on this B side. The smokes have been set up, and the dash is in. They're ready to get the plant started, and 5v4, especially since they have the Cosmic Divide, if they want to use it, since Exceeli's Sky is dead, it's a very difficult retake. So I honestly wouldn't be surprised if Exceeli make the unanimous call to save all four weapons.
Cosmic Divide being used. Exceeli, I feel like saving in a 4-on-5 situation would, I would say, it would be kind of a questionable decision, but yeah, it is definitely a decision that if you really want to be on the safer side, you can make. And well, if Exceeli are just able to find themselves free frags like those, then why would you opt out for save? We're left to the 2-on-2 situation. River able to at least sneak himself back up to safety. But River's position being compromised, and what was that shot? Hey crew, what?
Bro,
Orbital strike being used, and Deadshot being forced out of comfort zone, and he will be shut down. They should get the spike defused, and no, just didn't really have enough time. With that being said, well, they are barely able to make it alive up till now. CLOY getting themselves 9 points on either hand. Well, Exceeli just needs one more game to secure it.
Yeah, and a really interesting post-man setup from this side of CLOY. Insane and Deadshot, Insane and Thunderflash are just chilling in this side. They're literally exposed, waiting for someone to push through the Cosmic Divide, and they get punished hard. Fortunately, the team is able to answer back, and Deadshot particularly able to stay very patient and delay the defuse for as long as possible. Even though he goes down, they pick up the round, and now with the Rolling Thunder, they're going to go for a hard A-side execute.
Pushed inside the A side. They have gotten themselves the east side control as well. 1 minute 29 seconds left in the clock. You can clearly see now CLOY has decided, they're like, all right guys, we are anyways like almost out the game. Just play however you want to play, and this is what we're really seeing, right? And it's actually panning out good in their favor. You know, they're actually able to make a lot of things happen here. And this is what we really talked about. Stay pressure-free and then pretty much stay in your comfort zone. And at the same time, just play how you really play. You know, make sure your jitters are gone away. Just play how you really play. And I feel like at this point, CLOY has realized that. They're like, all right, there's nothing really to lose. And there's like a 99% of chance we're probably going to be losing. So let's just do whatever we can, you know. Let's just do whatever we can to save the day. At this point, they're just like playing their casual game how they like to.
Yeah, and this time Exceeli is not going to risk it. They have an operator in their hands as well, so just going to go for the full save and look to fight another day. Now, as you said, I really like the fact that CLOY seems like they've been unshackled. They're just going for the aggressive plays, but what I really like is that they're doing it as a unit. You know, we saw these aggressive plays even in the first half, but they were a lot more haphazard, a lot more thrown apart. They weren't coordinated together, but this time they are. They set up the Rolling Thunder, they get the site execute, but it's not like all 5 of them are moving through A shot the way they did once through the one way. They're actually hitting from both A shot and showers. So they're able to flank in on their opponents using the Rolling Thunder perfectly, and now that has become 10-12. They can do the same thing again, not necessarily on the same site or with the same ultimate, but they have the Seekers online to just get a free execute on. If they can use those Seekers to get that execute through, maybe by then they can find the Showstopper or the Cosmic Divide and play rounds ultimate through ultimate just on pure aggression, where the ultimate is the opening tool. You know, it's like the can opener, and then as soon as the can is open, all of the worms just come flying out. Take the site for yourself.
It's pretty much like, yeah, just a flood flowing it through on inside the side, and actually CLOY are able to deliver. And as I did mention, yeah, this is probably what they have said, right? They're like, all right, guys, let's just play how we play, you know, pressure free, do whatever you want to do on the game. And now they pretty much do seem like they are able to at least like get their jitters away, and that's helping them out quite a lot, because we're seeing those missing players back in the game, especially players like Deadshot as well. They're finally able to make those plays happen. Deadshot, I mean, he's doing his job pretty phenomenally, I would say. And 10-12 is the scoreline. Yeah, this is pretty much winnable. This can be pulled back, and they can pretty much try and go for OT. So what do you think, CA? Are we going to be seeing OT or not?
That's a very difficult question to answer. I want to see OT, I'll tell you that. But really interesting defaults from Crash Landing on You. A lot of utility stacked on A, and the way they're holding their angles, it tells me that they're a bit scared now. Like, they understand the likelihood of the heavy aggression, so they're playing defensive angles with the idea that we'll stall for as long as we can, but the primary objective is not to stall, it's to survive. So now, the late recon from Hermione, getting a lot of information. They know they've pushed it into U-Hall, and the Seekers haven't got as much. All they've told is there's presence towards side, so right now, Exceeli in a better position.
Exceeli definitely in a better position, and again, I would like to say they just didn't really have the reliable information to push inside the side, and that's why they're getting punished again. The reliable info wasn't there to push inside the side, and they just straight up walk inside, and this is now what has left Thunder Flash in a 1-on-3 situation. Instantly TP's back to B side. He's probably going to get the plant in through. He only has 10 seconds left in the clock. Cannot even make and try or make those like astonishing plays happen anymore, because he just doesn't really have the time to support him anymore, and he cannot also position himself for those post plants. Ducks away, making sure he's not really exposed to the recon dart. Instead gets pretty much blinded by that flash, or I would say concussed for a while. And well, Missile peeks out in the moment, and he takes him out the game. And Exceeli are your winners, ladies and gentlemen, of the first series.
Exceeli Esports will continue their journey in the Valorant Conquerors Championship, as unfortunately Crash Landing on You have to bow out. I will commend them for a strong performance, establishing themselves as one of the top 8 teams in the South Asia region, but unfortunately this is where their journey ends. Exceeli, they have a long way to go, so we'll see if they are able to continue on their form. And I think for me, with respect to this map at least, what Crash Landing on You really need to try to understand is fundamentals of how you make rotations happen, right? Like, so even in this round, I'm very perplexed by how they executed the Seekers, because they had initial showers control. They used the Trailblazer to get showers for themselves, and at that point, all you have to do is leave this guy there in showers, go back to your defaults, try to get some information back, and then around the 1 minute mark, you pop the Seekers from showers. So therefore, you get all the locations of the players on the site, and then you're able to execute. We saw this a lot from teams like Enigma, you know, leaving players there. But hey, this time you see with Deadshot back and Insane hitting some nutty headshots, CLOY actually have a better headshot percentage, but that utility damage from Exceeli just making sure they stay ahead.
Yeah, just that initial damage was just absolutely huge, right? Coming in through 17,043k, and well, I would really say here, like, we didn't really see the CLOY that we saw, right? There was no kind of strategical improvement in the end as well. We just didn't really see that CLOY kind of making the strategical plays inside the game. No tactical approach in the game. And yeah, as you rightfully pointed out, right, we were just not really seeing the info being gathered from them. Yeah, don't get me wrong here. The way they were pushing inside the site was really good. Yeah, it was pretty much the way most of the big teams push as well. But the problem here is that they just don't have the rightful information. If they have the info and then pushing in like that, you can pretty much try and go and straight up look at the points where pretty much players are, right? But if you just don't really have the info, if you haven't really forced them out of their comfort zone, and if you're straight up just pushing inside the side, just, you know, head first in the wall, you can't really expect to kind of get the most out of it. Yeah, if you do, then you got to thank your luck.
Exactly. Like, I even mentioned this in the Rolling Thunder execute that they pulled off beautifully. The best point of that entire execute for me was the fact that they didn't all go in through one tiny choke point. They separated themselves between shot and shoves, but the same when they tried to do with Seekers just didn't happen. We need consistency in that regard from Crash Landing on You. But talking about the stats themselves, like, yeah, you can see Deadshot definitely a better performance, still not as good as we wanted, but Insane and Sinbad. Sinbad particularly, I have to give props to, picking up a newer agent that he hasn't shown before in Breach and still pulling off a huge deal. But now, on the other side, Necro Missile, strong as ever, man. He's just feeling himself today.
Yeah, Missile definitely did quite a great job, and you can already see the impact from Hate Crew joining the game, right?
Oh, yeah.
It was doing it. He's just doing absolutely like insane, I would say, in general. But yeah, Insane on the other hand as well tried his best to kind of keep things alive for his team, but in the end it just faltered down. And now this is where we were really talking about how info is really important, right, for that entire control coming in through for the A side and B side in general. But I really feel like not just info over here, what Breach Ultimate really does is like it knocks back the players. That means the players aren't really in their comfort position as they held before. That means knocking the players out of their comfort zone and getting the info at the same time is the best thing you can do. That's why you have the smokes, right? You have the smokes to block the vision off. That means the comfort position that they had for themselves, it's not really there anymore because they just don't have the vision. With that being said, you can use your Molotovs as well. If you know if there is a default position being held by someone, you can pretty much Molotov that out, force them out of their comfort zone, and then pretty much try and get back into the site. For doing that, first you need the info. And the info just wasn't present there from their side. They were just not really getting that info through. They were just straight up running just like the head first in the wall. With that being said, let's first take a look at the MVP as well, and let's find out who that man's going to be. I feel like it's going to be Missile without a doubt.
Yeah, definitely. I think for me, the biggest like advantage Exceeli have with Hey Crew is I feel like somehow the pressure gets lifted off of players like Missile because for me he was the biggest like missing factor yesterday in the matchup against Velocity Gaming, where I feel like he had a lot more pressure on himself to try and lead without Hey Crew there, you know, to try and be a more vocal person. But now with Hey Crew here, it feels like Missile is just like, I'm a duelist, I'm going to pop heads. And that's exactly what he did today. 50 kills to his name, even playing the Sky as that duelist. But difference between Thunder Flash Sky and Missile Sky that we kept talking about, the pop flash is on point. You can see the first bloods as well. He's consistently getting them, not just on the Jet, but even on the Sky. He got 5 first bloods on Bind.
He definitely did, and I feel like over here, Missile's confidence building up so much had a really huge kind of impact over. Like the main impact really had over the confidence was without a doubt the map of Heaven. Right in the Heaven, he just completely started dominating it through. He did know one lad was completely AFK, so that also helped him kind of get the jitters away already in the map of Heaven. And then in the map of Bind, they just seemed really confident throughout. And also considering the fact that Bind is one of their comfortable map and favorite maps to play, but Exceeli pretty much expected to dominate on that map. CLOY, though, pretty much made it a close call. Taking a look at the brackets of Group A, Exceeli are now going to be moving up into the lower brackets. That means, unfortunately, Crash Landing on You, their journey ends here. We're not really going to be seeing them in forward games anymore. Crash Landing on You, it was a pleasure having you lads over here.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, we have to remind everyone of the fact that Crash Landing on You took down a team, that NODWIN Gaming, which was consistently winning in the Sri Lankan scene up till the VCC. So they upset a huge team in VCC. That itself has been an amazing journey for them. They have grown a lot throughout it. Unfortunately, we're not able to show us the utmost potential they have in the Grand Finals playoff, but that's okay. Like, even making it to the top 8 is a big achievement. It's something that you can take while you take the criticism too, but you don't go down too hard. You take the positives and the negatives and you combine them to truly understand what went wrong. Therefore, you get better in the next tournament and you come back stronger, because I sure hope that this is not the last iteration, and I'm pretty sure it won't be. For now though, this was just the end of 1BO3. We have 2 more lined up for you guys, so we're gonna take a short break, get the other team set up, and be back in a jiffy.
I'm getting freaky. Yeah, I'ma bring the crazy. Get that freaky on. 신경보다 같이 freaky. Yeah, I'ma bring the crazy. Get that freaky on. 신경보다 같이.
The power of steel.
Get your mark on. Get your mark on.
The strength of metal.
Get your mark on.
new Classic Mark III. Get your mark.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to a brand new segment where we get to meet the conquerors. My name is Nikhil Bansali, and today I'm going to be catching up with one of the best pro players from Sri Lanka, the conqueror of the Sri Lanka qualifiers themselves, a player from Crash Landing and You. We have Thunder Flash here for you guys today. How are you doing?
I'm doing great, man. I just want to say I'd like to thank you for having me on here.
So with no further ado, let's get started with something simple. Like coming into the qualifiers, a lot of the community was expecting Union Gaming to be the favorites because they have had a bit of a dominant run in the past. So I want to ask you, like going into the qualifiers, what did it feel like to beat them? And were you expecting it to be such a dominant affair, like a 2-0?
So first, no, we weren't expecting it to be so dominant. We never expected a 2-0. So when going in, we felt like the underdog, but we really believed in our teamwork. We thought we had really good teamwork, and Union Gaming has really good individually skilled players, but we thought we had the upper hand in teamwork going in. So we played with that confidence. I don't know if you noticed it, but we were always together. We were playing together every time. Yeah.
I really like the fact that you mentioned that you knew you had the upper hand in that going through, because that was the clear difference for me in the semi-finals in itself. But hey, let's come back to Thunder Flash, because I am curious, like what's the story behind this idea and where did it come from?
Well, I started gaming when I was 9 or 10. I started with COD 4. And I was just another 10-year-old kid looking for a cool gaming name. For whatever reason, I went with Thunder Flash. Maybe I always liked a very aggressive, explosive plays. So it's just something that came to my mind. It felt like something an aggressive player would have, so I just went with it when I was a kid. And it's stuck on ever since.
Thank you so much for catching up with me, Thunder Flash. It was a pleasure. And guys, if you want to see a potential pick maybe for Crash Landing on You or any exciting stats, make sure you hit that subscribe button and get the notification bell on, because as Thunder Flash mentioned, the VCC playoffs are going to be hella competitive. The teams are going to give it their all, and I for one can't wait to see it.
I'm getting freaky, yeah, I'ma bring the crazy. Get that freaky on, 신경보다 같이 freaky, yeah, I'ma bring the crazy. Get that freaky on, 신경보다 같이.
The power of steel.
Get your mark on. Get your mark on.
The strength of metal.
Get your mark on. Get your mark on. Get your mark on. Get your mark on.
The new Classic Mark III. Get your mark on.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Valorant Conquerors Championship, brought to you by NODWIN Gaming, with Gillette as our grooming partner and Talking Expert as our digital publication partner. You can see Necro is already excited and hyped for this upcoming matchup. So I'll let you tell them what we have next here, Necro.
Well, we have DG versus Salt, and this matchup is gonna be interesting. I'm rubbing my hands over here, making sure the heat, I'm already feeling it, because I know this one's gonna be close. What is your call, though, CA?
I mean, I 100% agree, but since I know what predictions have been made by all the casters, I'll wait for that screen to turn up, or at least the match to start before I divulge any of that information. But let's quickly head over to the map Vito screen, see what we've got in store for us. And in general, I'm expecting mostly comfort bans by these teams, because there's no particular maps that they can target which are not good for themselves, which they usually have similar map pools. So we are expecting Damaru Gaming likely to take out Haven. They've almost never played that. I think once in the Nepal qualifier they played it. And Salt, I'm expecting to either take out Bind or Breeze, because Breeze is just not great for them, and Bind has been somewhat dicey. It would make more sense to take out Breeze, though.
Yeah, but the thing is, even Salt, even though Bind, as you did mention, is kind of like a weird map choice for them, right? Even though, considering the fact that it has been really weird, they have actually demolished a team like Arrow on that map. Like they have won against Aero on the map of Bind, which is really, I would say, which is really freaking good in itself, right? But take a look at the brackets of Group B. You also do have the lower brackets now, but in the upper brackets final, you have teams like GE and Enigma coming in through, so which is absolutely great. I personally do want to watch eye out for that match, but that isn't really going to be happening today, unfortunately. It is going to be happening tomorrow. That matchup, I feel like it's going to be so heated up already. I'm already feeling the heat today, even though it's happening tomorrow. But for now, we have the matchup coming in. That's going to be upcoming. It's going to be DG versus Salt, and consider the fact that we have seen Salt in the back lines once against Aero, and they came up with a dominating victory as well. 13-5 was the scoreline between them, and pretty much Salt completely dominated through. So I wouldn't really say that is a shaky map for them. I will just say it's kind of okay-ish map, and they can play on it.
Yeah, but this ain't no Aero, man. This is a drum. A drum is much heavier, much larger, and much more difficult in general to beat. Actually, the point of it is to beat it, though, I guess. So I'm not sure. Okay, back to the veto, though. Salt Esports, as we expected, ban out the Breeze. Not looking to play around the map. Haven, the comfort ban for Damaru. Split, I really like this pick up from Salt Esports, especially because they're really strong with that breach. But on Split, they have a lot more advantages because of the natural pick as compared to Bind. But this is what we are talking about, Necro, where the map of Bind, Salt has played a lot. They recently, just yesterday against Enigma, got demolished on it, and I feel like Damaru itself are quite good on the map of Bind. They played KO setup, non-KO setup as well, so they're throwing out the gauntlet with that. But this is why I was waiting for it. The desk clearly divided, and so is the audience, Necro. Both me and Fixes believe it'll be a quick 2-0, but the other way around for you and Johnny.
Hey, Johnny's my boy, man. Don't get me wrong, you're my boy as well. But Johnny is just just cool in general. But yeah, getting our facts back here. So why I really do think that DG might just win. Now, consider the fact that we already did see this comfort ban coming through. Pretty much Heaven being banned from the side of DG, and then Salt's pretty much banning out the map they also didn't really like, which was if I'm not really wrong, Breeze. So consider the fact that Heaven is not really in the game anymore. That means I would say Damaru Gaming, there's not really a lot of things to worry about here, because Bind has been picked by them, which was the second pick if I'm not really wrong. But yeah, the first pick is going to be the map of Salt, which is going to be, without a doubt, if I'm not really wrong, which is going to be Split. So Salt, in the past, they have been really phenomenal on the map of Split. We have seen them play, and I would say in Split, it's definitely going to be a close call unless Damaru Gaming completely crumbles apart.
And we talked about this. These teams have very similar map pools, so it's not like just because Salt pick up Split, Damaru is bad on it. No. Damaru is just as good. In fact, Gaddafi especially, I have my eye on. I think he's played a lot of different things. Of course, in VCC, they primarily just play the Breach, but because he's played the KO on Bind, I'm hoping that we might get to see that KO come through on Split. He, in the interview we had with him as well, he did tease that they're holding on to certain picks for the Grand Finals playoffs. Well, Damaru, it's now or never. It's the lower bracket. You lose here, you're gone, just like Crash Landing and you. So you don't want to join them in the plane ride home. You know, I mean, it's not literally. We are in a virtual
the plane's gonna
studio,
crash.
You know, so the virtual plane. But yeah, you get my point. Like, you don't want to go out to the tournament this early, especially when you have such a wholesome community behind you. I think a lot of people really counting on Damaru Gaming to inspire them and succeed.
Yeah, exactly. As you did mention rightfully and beautifully, that wholesome community, just like nice people in general, I just personally love. I mentioned this yesterday as well. Wholesome community. There's a lot of people eyeing out for you, Damaru. A lot of eyes. Personally, me and Johnny as well, eyeing out for you guys. Hopefully, you guys do fall in true for us. As Sia mentioned, they're like not really bad. It's pretty much the same thing, I would say, as it is for Salt and Bind, right? It's kind of like it's kind of like their okayest thing, right? But now over here, it just really comes down to if Damaru is actually able to completely compromise or capitalize on them. It just really comes down to if they have done their research or not.
Ooh, all right. Trick gonna lock in the Sages. Okay. So we were actually told that Hats isn't coming, but I guess Hats was able to make it. So we've got the actual 5-0 Salt. So just to clarify for you guys, we were told that there's a substitute coming in for Salt, but I guess Hats, pulling himself out of the hat and appearing magically, and he's gonna be able to participate here. I love the fact that he's on the Jet, because if you remember yesterday, Necro, he was popping the hell off. So him on Jet, especially with Trick on Sage, means they still got two duelists effectively, because the Battle Sage is expected straight for Trick. Now on the other side for Damaru Gaming, they are gonna go with the Sage KJ setup, and we've seen this in action before. It is possible to work. In fact, like again, I have to hop on this, where in Europe the non-initiator compositions are a lot more preferred than the initiator compositions, but it is so damn difficult to execute, especially if the other team plays quick, and Salt certainly plays quick.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Salt is definitely one of those teams who have their pedal to the metal, and well, that Sage KG combination coming in, I feel like it's more kind of like a really casual approach as well inside the game, right? You might just see in your competitive lobby as well that Sage and the KG always being locked in as soon as you do see the map of split coming in through. So I feel like that is also the really casual approach in the game, not to really difficult a lot of things out. But as you rightfully mentioned as well, to actually execute this entire composition inside the game is one of the most difficult things to do. And hopefully, rightfully, DG is able to do so, because now they have went with the double duelist in here. That means DG are pretty much relying on their aggression as well. But let's just see if those duelists are actually able to win those initial kind of duels.
Yeah, also to like avoid confusion, we'll call DG's composition just like the non-initiator and Salt initiator, because Salt also have the Sage gauges. So this composition that Salt have, in my eyes, is the best composition on a split in general. Like, there are better compositions, but they're harder to execute. So if you account for the difficulty of execution combined with the wealth of options that you have from a particular composition, then combined together, this is the best, because you get the power of the Sage KJ on your defensive half, where you have the double anchor setup the way Damaru have now, but on the attack you have the breach jet combo. Now what this composition does lack is the raise, but they're completely forgiven for that, because Damaru don't have a raise either.
Yeah, even Damaru doesn't really have the rate, so it's completely fine, right? But the main problem here is, like, their main goal here is that Reyna for the flashes, right? And same on the other hand, Breach as well is there for those flashes. But the main problem here is that Breach, his ultimate, Rolling Thunder, is so useful to clear out the site, and at the same time, they have the lockdown as well. Imagine they can use those initial abilities in different rounds to pretty much clear out the sites all the time and pretty much get the retake or the attack happening easily. So Salt, as you rightfully mentioned, they definitely do have a massive advantage throughout the game here, especially in this Asian composition already, because Breach has those flashes, Rolling Thunder that can pretty much clear out the site. At the same time, he has a stun as well going inside the kit. On the other hand, the Reyna, for a switch of Breach coming in, she only has flashes, and pretty much if she is able to make those initial plays happen, then yeah, she can pop off. But again, it just really comes down if you're able to win those initial duels.
Yeah, it's also about the players carrying them, right? On Salt, you have Stranger picking up the Breach. He's a full-on support player. We've seen him on the Sova pull off some insane clutches. Even on the Breach, for example, I remember a 1v2 clutch playing around the A pillar and finding, making sure the defuse doesn't go through all the way back in the Pakistan qualifiers. He is a full-on support player. Makes a lot more sense for him. But when you look at a player like Moonlight, now, you think of frags when you think Moonlight. He was performing really well against Global Esports even yesterday. So it makes perfect sense for him to carry on the Reyna. We'll see which player is able to create more impact. But yet another technical timeout, and I believe it is Gaddafi, if I'm not mistaken, who is facing a couple of technical issues because his camera was stuck. But Necro, I have a theory for why we're having so many technical issues today. Do you want to hear it?
As much as I want to say no, but at the same time, I'm really curious. So yeah.
So if you notice, yesterday we only had the Phoenix and the Omen on the desk, right? Now, the Killjoy is a known, like, technological genius for the Kingdom Corporation. For some reason, we have a Killjoy turret on the desk today. I feel like Killjoy is hacking our stream.
All right, moving on. We do...
I know it's very far-fetched, Shaba. Like, unfortunately, we're faced with technical issues, and I'm just trying to make up for time. Oh boy.
Well, moving on, guys. You guys don't need to hear that lame joke anymore. We can talk about the game.
You know, she's killing our joy by putting technical pauses. It's perfect for her name. It's perfect. Okay. It's exactly what she would do.
Stop,
she's
man. I want to distract the audience's mind here, okay? I want to distract their mind. Oh my god. Okay, guys, I'm here to save you guys from these lame jokes. Okay, so getting our head back, yeah, technical issue coming in through, but this also gives us a little bit more kind of talking points of how things can really go down, right? So in the map of Split, like in the past, how Damaru Gaming has really played, we have seen a aggressive Damaru Gaming, without a doubt. So aggressive Damaru Gaming, I mean, that's just how their nature is. But yesterday against GE, right, we saw a complete different Damaru Gaming. We saw a passive Damaru Gaming. We saw a complete defensive Damaru Gaming. So what do you think, like, CA? Is their approach inside the game going to be aggressive or passive? I mean, considering the fact that they have that double duelist coming in, I'm expecting a, like, controlled aggression.
Yeah. I think that's the idea we want to see from Damaru. Like, controlled aggression, definitely the name of the game, because especially if you look at the defaults, right? When you have that Sage KJ, it's all about playing them on different corners of the map, so you get ultimate value of the anchor roles that they're best playing at. So you'll always see the Sage either walling out A main or walling out B garage, and the Killjoy playing on the other side. Like right now, the Sage is poised to wall out A main. That's usually what you see in pistols. It's either a mid wall or an A main wall, because garage wall doesn't get you as much value in pistols, because you're not entirely shutting off the site, you're only shutting off a part of the entry, as compared to A main, where there's no form of entry if there is a wall, you know. So in general, that's where we see it, and that's what is happening. The Astra on the Rams, that's another very standard setup, because you need the duelist in that mid area to contest. Since you're playing anchors on extremities, you need your flexible agents around the mid area. And similarly, what the issue is for DG is that Salt is going to do the same thing. They're going to leave the Killjoy and the Astra on the lurks generally, while they take Trick and Hats, the duelist, with the Breach, taking mid control time and time again. And this is where having the Breach gives you a lot more options, because when you have done the mid default again and again for, like, say 3-4 rounds, you can suddenly switch it up. You can play for op control, because by then you usually have either 5 or 6 out of 7 ultimate points. So if you pick up that orb, you get that rolling thunder online, you use it, as you mentioned rightfully. Like, the difference between the Reyna and the Breach is that the Breach can use it for the team. Then you use it for the team and you change up that mid presence into a hard execute on a site. Without that Breach, the same cannot be done for Damaru. They always have to try and play defaults. They always need to try and find engagements before they actually rotate.
Engagements, yeah, again, the conversation ends in engagements. And it just really comes down to if they're able to win those initial engagements, right? Just like how CLOY was losing those. Hopefully, to any of these teams doesn't really happen the same thing, right? Because if those initial engagements are lost, that means, I would say, mostly the morale really falls down, especially for the duelist. Because the duelist is the first one to actually seek out engagements first. That's why his name is the duelist. So Duelist, I feel like if your Duelist's morale is already down, because the Duelist is kind of a player who is capable of making those massive plays happen, and if his morale goes down already in the early phases of the game, then I feel like a lot of problematic factor can happen. Consider the fact that you also have a player like Stranger coming in. Stranger, I mean, he has played pretty much Breach in the past against Arrow. And this is pretty much the same composition they used, until we didn't really see Hats on Jet. That time Hats was actually playing on Raid. So This is a massive kind of switcheroo coming in through.
Exactly. I think they're trying to fortify their defenses while still maintaining a level of aggression with Trick on the stage, right? So they still have the battle stage. But right now Trick is AFK, so 4v5, and they're all poised.
Oh my! Oh, what? Oh my boy! Moonlight! What was that? I'm not even lying. Moonlight actually made me stood up my chair. It was looking so close. It was actually looking like a close call for him. Look at that. Casper being dinked as well. Salt are getting single-handedly obliterated. I wouldn't even say destroyed. They're getting decimated, demolished. With that initial 3K to start off the round, and Trick as well is now completely AFK. What's really going on here? I like how the Jet was shift walking. It makes her look kind of funny, you know, especially when she has her knife out. She's kind of like, you know, in that angry mood as well.
Yep. Not really sure what Salt was doing there either. Just remember standing, no flashes, nothing. They just randomly pick together, line up, and Moonlight just like, okay, like, I'll take the spotlight, I'll find the fights, and I'll pick up the win. They find the pistol now, and hopefully Trick will be back soon. I'm not sure what's going on. Either ways, though, like right now, DG are looking real comfortable, especially because this is the defense, right? Like the Breach, a large portion of his impact is felt on the attack. So the more number of rounds DG are able to get through on the defense, the more confident they're going to be feeling in their defaults when they get over to the attack. Now look at this, a very aggressive push down mid. Thin has taken aggressive control all the way up to these boxes outside sewers. So Thin could play a crucial role in this round. He's getting a lot of info for his team.
I mean, are we going to be seeing the thick Thin again? thin.
I would love to.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I know it sounds kind of weird, you know, thick, thin, but yeah, this is what like we have kind of made here, right? So whenever Thin gets himself like some insane plays happen in the game, we pretty much say that, oh, Thin is making some thick plays happen. So I personally have kept his name like a thick Thin.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully we get to see thick thin come out, but like otherwise, in general, we hadn't seen that yesterday. But yesterday was G, so hopefully we will see him step up. Now Gaddafi making the moves, using that smoke to like, get himself in. He picks up the first kill, takes out his counterpart, and now he's just gonna back up, come back to his Ram's
30
default,
seconds left.
rely on his Sage to give him the contact on which he will swing.
We're seeing a hard eco being made from this side of Salt as well, so they're looking pretty serious when it comes to that economy. I personally do love it, absolutely, because Salt got completely destroyed, right? They didn't get the plant in through. Stranger was able to strike in and shut down Gaddafi, but Thin is there making those thick plays happen, and those good shots, I would say. I mean, because he's also playing with he was also playing with the Ghost, so I would say that's a fair battle right there. So Thin able to take them both out, and the last man is, of course, AFK. And DG, it seems like they're pretty unaware, or maybe they're just not mean people and they just don't want to get those free kills.
Yeah, maybe. Either ways, I think Salt is trying to buy as much time as they can. So that trick comes back, which is why they're playing really slow. This is not the general style of Salt, so it's quite obvious that they're trying to just, you know, delay. Hope Trick will come back and they'll be able to trick Damaru Gaming into a false sense of security and hit back strong. Right now, though, a timeout being taken. I don't think there's much to discuss. It's more just like get on your phone, keep calling Trick, and hope his technical issues get sorted ASAP.
And one thing I don't really know from the side of DG, right? Look at Moonlight. All I see is fan rotating. I don't see him. Where is he? All I see is just fan little rotating his table fan that he has. On the other hand,
he is hidden by the moonlight. You know, he's right in front of the curtains, but he's like a chameleon and he is hidden. Oh, never mind.
Oh, he's back.
I was gonna say maybe he's like Reina and he's invisible in his Empress form, but his face just popped back. So Moonlight ruins my joke in general, as I think we're ready to get back into the matchup.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, Trick is yet not back, so it will still continue to be a 4v5 in favor of Damaru Gaming.
Well, I still do like how that fan is actually, you know, just blowing his hair. If you remember in some animes, you know, there's like a battle going on and their hair's like blowing with the wind. That's how it really makes me feel like, you know, just that fan blowing the air right on his face. His hair blowing as well. He's ready with the game face on, baby.
Oh yeah, and look at this. This is what I was talking about. So the mid default, normally Trick would be there with them, but he is not. Instead, it's gonna be up to Beast to try and make the moves with Stranger, and they have made those happen. Now we haven't was smoked off. They take Vents control for themselves, and Hats picks up the first blood onto the Sage towards A. A split A execute could be on the cards here now with A main control as well as Vents.
Exactly. Venati is the man who's going to be on that receiving end this time. And, well, DG off to not really a great start in the buy round, because hopefully Thin is able to make some thick plays with the operator that he has, because he might just peek right in Hats' crosser and you don't really want this thing to happen. And yes, he does the same thing. The thing that we were really scared about. Hats, though, I'm pretty sure he might just be a little greedy, because he might just be a little itchy as well, because he probably does want to retrieve that operator. On the other hand, though, Moonlight moving in as well. It's the same time Moonlight does realize that Stranger is right there. Peeking out wouldn't really be a great option, just like how his teammate Thin did here. And, well, getting the side control in their hands, the spike being planted, 30 seconds left in the clock.
Really nice star placement from Damaru Gaming, but still a 3v4 retake, especially with the AWP in their hands. The AWP is going to get saved, and they're just going to move in with the other two who were on the bonus. Casper and Beast will each find a kill, and that will be the round secured. 4v5 for Salt Esports. They do not give up. They make sure Hats is feeling comfortable, and he just goes for dry peaks, Necro. First finds Vinandi down in that A-long angle, and then able to pick up another to secure the round. And yeah,
Big
as
save.
I mentioned, yeah, for Slumber saving the operator, the rest of the team on the bonus, you know, so it doesn't matter as much to them. They have the operator continuing, and the rest of them will be able to afford the buy. So it should be a normal round in the next for Damaru, but for Salt, this is huge. Every round that you get 4v5 increases your chances of pulling back the momentum if/when Trick comes back.
I'd say this operator is just the play to go, right? This operator is going to be just opening things up. Unfortunately, Thin just straight up walked into Trick's crosshair, and he wasn't really, he didn't get the chance to fight back there.
Yeah.
But yeah, just a beautiful utilization of utilities, right? Aftershock coming in, you also did see the Swamp Grenade activated. But over here now, we also do have a timeout. As you did mention, just trying to buy as much as time. I don't really feel like this timeout is there to kind of discuss any strategies, because you can't really see anyone talking as well right now in the cams, right? You can just see Stranger as well, just kind of, just chilling out there in the below. And you don't see a lot of talking happening. So yeah, clearly this timeout is bought to make sure Trick is back in the game.
Yeah, and we'll see if Thick-Thin is able to make a comeback. The operator was saved for him. It's a thick gun, so you want to see a thick gameplay from Thin. Because I want to see him back in form, because the way he plays, right? It's not like it's not like Raw Fuel or SK Rossi Jet, where he's just uncontrolled, beastly play. It's much more tempered. Like, he still hits nutty shots, but he's much more careful in his approach. He reminds me of Ghost a lot, or the vice versa. Or Ghost reminds me of him. The idea is that they're very similar players, and it's really pleasant watching players like that pop off, because it's always calculated. Like, you can see the kill that they're going to make happen coming, but even though you see it coming, you're like, how the heck did that happen? Because the shots they hit are just so nutty. Now Thin gonna go for an aggressive peek, spots out Casper, but it will miss. The shoulder peek by Casper done very well.
Yeah, Casper rightfully didn't know that the push probably was coming in. That's why it was jiggle peeking that angle. I mean, the man advantage now looking good in the side of DG. I mean, a big man being shut down. That's their jet. That means the duel is pretty much out the game, and that's the only duelist they had. So they don't even have the second one to rely on heavily to take those initial engagements. But yeah, that doesn't mean that Breach cannot step up and try make himself the one to actually go for those initial engagements. Definitely they can. But Moonlight over here with the off angle being held, hopefully Stranger just doesn't walk right into his crosshair, right? I do like the patience being shown, but let's just see.
Smoke mail room.
My boy.
Trying to push Moonlight, but he picks up one nevertheless, and that trade is worth it for Damaru, because they get the info that all assault is towards the mid. So you can see it immediately. They step back in their positions. They hold the defensive corners. They know they have the man advantage and the time in their side. They're just holding on, letting Salt make the mistake and come to them.
Yep, making that mistake again, overstepping the boundaries there. Beast being shut down as well. And Venati, for now, I just like how safe he's playing, right? The patience, the amount of patience both the teams are showing. And this is definitely not the DG. That is like, the aggression isn't being really shown from their side. I do like that at least they're able to make a decent amount of things happen, even while they're, playing things out a little safe. Venati needs himself a fresh magazine, and I feel like that's what he should really be going for here. But instead, whips out the classic, goes for that, and, well, he gets punished as well. That was actually a close call.
Yeah, Casper taking off Vinandi right there, almost able to pull it off, but it was still 1v3, I guess, and it way more harder than it actually sounds. So, Thin able to do really well, get himself a tailwind in, pull out his classic, and of course that right click, oh so good, finishes it off in quick style and makes it 3-1 for his team. But this right here, huge by Moonlight. If he doesn't get that kill, not only does he go down and open up vents for Salt Esports to exploit, but also they nullify the man advantage with hats going down early, right? So they are able to make it that 3v4 situation where they can then control the attack and try to pull back, but with that kill Moonlight got, well, it was impossible. Now Thin once again holding A on the operator. The dash has already come through for hats, but Thin won't miss.
He's definitely not going to be missing. Finding that opening frag on the hats, that's an absolute huge one as well. Again, that aggression being stopped, that means the push as well being stopped, but oh no, that shot being blocked! It was just placed in the right time, man. It was just so perfect. And what? Gaddafi actually thought he was able to kind of confirm the kill for himself. But Navi is there to even things out, but unfortunately he will get strike down as well by Beast. Beast there present on the side. On the other hand, though, he's the only man because the Sage is still AFK. And it's just kind of weird, right? It's just kind of this weird saga building up today that, like, at least one player from any of the teams will be AFK.
Yeah.
And in the second half, they will be back.
Yeah, it's just really unfortunate. It's just a day of technical issues. Weather also helping out in that regard. But hey, Beast will finally get the spike planted. The turret should give him enough information. I like the fact that he's using the nanoswarm to cut off choke points rather than for the plant itself. Knows that he just needs to play for time. Now, a nice peek will take out his turret. knows that there's one player coming in from heaven, but doesn't know that the jet is coming in from long.
Oh
Finds the
my.
1v1. Now spots out Thin as well. Beast with a huge clutch. The triple kill to secure the second round. 4v5 again for Salt. This is humongous, and it has to be so damn demoralizing for Damaru Gaming.
Yeah, it has to be definitely like massively demoralizing without a doubt. Like he was just tapping the heads here. Yeah, this was a quick flick right on the hats, but in the end over here, I feel like he did try to spam, and then I do like the fake plant coming in through from his side. And just in the end, just tapping heads. He did realize he bait out that shot and peeked out instantly and just tapped head again. Huge play coming in from the side of Beast to pretty much help his team secure another round. And in 4v5, they're doing absolutely phenomenal. And look at the push coming in, but Moonlight is just ready with insane reactions.
This one interaction I actually want to talk about, but Moonlight again! Clean one tap to find the second. Damaru Gaming answering back with strength. Thin going for the plays himself, misses out the knives, and now Salt just trying to reset, but they're getting pushed on every single angle. You see the Astra even moving through sewers now.
That was a cracking shot right in the head. Thin trying to do the same thing, but hey, he only has 2 blades left now. And so, like, especially when you just have, like, those blades, like, getting less and less. Me being a Jet man, I do understand how it feels, you know, especially when you do realize you just don't really have that much of blades left anymore. Stranger, jiggle peek in the angle for now. Thin, he does realize there might just be a push coming in anytime soon. He backs off. And the main problem here for Thin is that he hasn't bought anything. He's single-handedly relying heavily on these blades to give him as much as value as he wants. If he's not able to connect any, then he will just have to switch over to Classic, which is the best gun in the game.
Definitely, you know. He lands one and lands the second.
Yes, let's
refreshes all of his blade storms, and now going for Beast.
God.
Will find a clean headshot. 2 is more than enough for this lad as Thin. Making them plays, you know, certainly stepping up today. A little overshadowed by Moonlight at the start, but it doesn't matter. He's able to pick up the win. I like the respect they're showing. They know Trick is AFK, but they're not going to kill him. This is really nice from Damaru.
This is really nice. This is like, dude, in general, just the wholesomeness, man.
Yeah.
This Nepal region brings in, and this is the prime example of it. They know somebody's AFK, and they're still not going and confirming that kill for themselves. And this is a massive respect. They're giving the respect that he deserves, and I absolutely am so, like, I don't know, man. I just, in general, love the entire Nepal community. It's, like, just so wholesome. And this is what is really showing. Like, they're just showing the respect. They know guys AFK. They're not really trying to go and confirm the kill for themselves. Instead, they're like, all right, if we're not really going to be making that scummy move happen, instead we're just going to be holding off and try and play off of our own kind of, you know, place.
Yeah.
Get out of my way.
Look at this. A 3-man setup towards this ace site, as this is going to be an eco for Salt Esports. Stranger continuing his mid default, but not taking down the wall this time, so he's just trying to lurk in there, catch someone out there. Actually, scratch that. He's going to use his knife and break the wall, cause a lot of noise, but notice he's only broken it half the way through, so waiting for someone to peek, continuously trying to bait, but it won't happen because Damaru Gaming, disciplined as ever, across the map, they're just holding the defensive angles. They know they've already got the advantage. They're refusing to make any sort of unforced errors and give Salt an opening.
Had to manage to sneak inside the side, I would say, or more kind of like dash inside the side. Thin there all the way the back lines, able to take down Beast. The spam coming in through. Thin getting back to safety. Hat slowly, steadily moving in. The pedal to the metal is on. And it does seem like for now they're looking really great. Thin is able to make a lot of thick plays happen, and finally seems like the old Thin is back in the game, baby. Thin is feeling himself. The thick Thin is back. Strange. Oh my god, what? Strange are able to strike in hard, though, able to shut down 2 players. And still, the hopes aren't alive anymore because the last man, Trick, is AFK. And still, they're not really going to be going for those kills.
I mean, the only player who could benefit from it is Thin, and yeah, it's just like a gentleman's agreement, you know, like, yeah, fair enough, man. We understand technical issues happen. We're not gonna exploit it. We're just gonna let it go. And as you said, it speaks of the wholesome nature of the Nepali community that we've seen. A lot of the fans and even the players very humble, and you can see that in their approach to the game. But 5-2 right now for Damaru Gaming. They've got a sizable lead, and I know it's 4v5, okay, but I have to highlight the fact that this is Salt's pick. Like, irrespective of why they lose, if they lose, it's going to be a very costly loss. So, right now, Salt, they need to try and revitalize hats. I feel like the hats was a key reason they even won one of those earlier rounds. And in general, if they're able to get the plant through, then you can rely on, say, players like Beast or Stranger to find the clutches. So I like the fact that they're grouping up. They have the Rolling Thunder. Just maybe go for a hard execute and punish what Damaru aren't expecting.
Exactly. We do have... Well, pretty much, this is the advantage of having a breach, right? Just clearly just using that Rolling Thunder all the way on the A side. Easily they know if anyone is present on the A side, he will be stunned out by that Rolling Thunder. But I will have to give props to Damaru Gaming as well. That's a great read. This is why we really saw the Killjoy playing all the way in the back lines. She did know there's a massive chance Rolling Thunder might be used. Pretty much tried and stay back in there. But hey, if we do have Moonlight striking back pretty much strong again on hats. And well, for now, the Resurrection isn't available as well for Damaru Gaming, so I'm not really expecting the man advantage coming in through. 4v4 is the situation. Stranger able to call a massive call here, able to strike back, but Vinandi is there in the back lines to reply back. And Resurrection, with that kill, has been gone for themselves. Beast is the last man alive. He's trying to strike back, but hey, Vinandi again coming in huge inside that initial round, but they are just running short of time.
I love this. Is exactly what I wanted. Like the idea of getting yourself forcefully into site, using Stranger and Hatch to get the entry in, and then relying on the power of Beast and the Astra on the post one. The Casper and Beast coordinating really well to first delay the aim and push, and then delay on site itself. Even though they go down, they pick up the round, and I'm sure they will be happy with that. Now, at 5-3, unfortunately, they no longer have ultimates to do the same, but they have found success and they want to keep tasting it. So they're going to group up once again, go for this B-side execute, and Slumber be like, oh, finally, I get to wake up, I get some action on my side.
Well, I feel like over here, DG can really realize is that they are getting pushed on from that one hat or one side singly. So they can pretty much try and make those early flanks happen as quick as possible. But over here, Salt now, they aren't really kind of pressuring the mid lines, right? We do see that mid completely left ignored for now. There are some players who are falling back and just making sure that the market area is clear. And it does seem quite clear for now. Spam coming in through, but Stranger able to find himself a great find through the smoke.
Look at this. The operator set up and Salt seem to be one to coming back. Stranger, the shoulder peak, but then the trigger control is huge. Doesn't shoot. Might end up enticing Stranger to come back for a peek. The Cloudburst will get thrown though, so that should reveal the operator's position down in B. They are gonna go for the slow rotate. They've only got about 45 seconds left, so this slow rotate will mean that they are effectively committing onto this A site, and the read is there for Damaru Gaming. Gaddafi and Winandi already present. Now the Cosmic Divide setup at B is a fake, and Stranger is there to try and set up the lurk. They pull out the lockdown from Damaru Gaming, so decent value got from Salt. Let's see if they can find the push now at A. They need to take down Gaddafi early.
They mentioned they definitely need to take him down as early as possible, but it doesn't matter. Gaddafi isn't going to be taken out that early anytime anymore. Finds himself 2 massive frags. That's going to be giving him so much value inside the game. Time being bought as well. They're just running short of time. Stranger, of course, was the last man alive. And, well, Damaru Gaming sealing another round in their half. And I feel like, yeah, they are definitely getting a massive advantage because Trick is, of course, a player who has a massive impact on the side of Salt. And just because Trick isn't really present in the game anymore, that's why I feel like DG are able to kind of get themselves a momentum set up going in.
Yeah, I 100% agree, but I will give props to Damaru Gaming too. They've been very disciplined in their approach. A lot of times we see teams in this situation, they're like, oh, we have an advantage. Okay, let's just go all guns blazing and try to pull it off. And they lose too many rounds, you know. So the discipline I really appreciate from the side of Damaru Gaming, especially Gaddafi, knows when he needs to go for the early flank, knows when he needs to play anchor and hold. The awareness from this player is insane. But once again, the spotlight is on Moonlight because he wins every single fight.
Then now repositioning himself, trying to go and peek for another angle, but he's ready with the shorty. He connects that one blast right on the hats. Has pretty much tried to play that out smart, and he's like, all right, well, you can pretty much fly as much as you want to try connect that. What was that range? Oh my god, I'm telling you, man, Classic's the best gun in the game. That's all you need. You don't need anything else. Why do you need a Vandal? Why do you need an Operator? Just take a Classic and just right-click, man. Yeah, I do understand Operator. Maybe in those, like, seemingly long ranges, then yeah, I do understand Operator is really good. But in the mid to close range, you don't need anything else. You just need a Classic and a right-click. When I get right-clicked by someone just, like, driving past me, you need to see my face at that time because I'm complete red. And Slumber, well, yeah.
You know what? This actually reminds me of a match I had in my a solo queue setup where there was this one guy in my team who was just very triggered from the very start. So he was not playing. He was just AFK in the base the entire time. And the opposite team didn't kill him. Not a single time, okay? After the second half, they killed him once. And he got angry that they killed him. So he came back and started playing with us and we won the game. Slumber just killed Thin. Sorry, not Thin. Slumber just killed Trick. So the entire game they hadn't killed Trick. Now they've killed Trick. Maybe that will trigger the technical issues to be fixed. You never know. Oh, Thin misses the first shot. Now it's a dash back. The execute coming in from Soldo. They're pushing on pressure.
They are definitely pushing on here. Hat's able to get one. Beast able to follow it up. Spike being planted as well. 1 minute 25 seconds left in the clock. Hat holding himself an off angle. He will be expected, but that's a great leer from the arena. Wasn't really able to get rid of it in the nick of time. And that's why he gets shut down instantly. Moonlight now pretty much has the Impress available, and he's going to be using it as well. Stranger needs to watch out while he's playing angles like those, especially against the arena who has the Impress popped as well. You are going to be getting yourself that pretty much confidence boost at the same time. A lot of fire rate boost.
The Empress wants out Stranger, but Stranger with the jiggles too good. He finds one and Casper with another. This A site is the dream for Salt. All of the 4 rounds they've got are in this A site, I believe. Not a single time they've actually found success through B or mid. They keep coming back to this A, and that's where they find end rightfully. So as soon as Thin misses that first op shot, they realize that this is their opportunity. They push him so damn aggressively. Not only do they take him out, but they take out Casper as well. And sorry, not Casper, they take out Gaddafi as well, and they are able to secure the round 7-4. Considering that this entire half was 4v5, if they can make it 7-5, they have the lockdown available to go for an execute. I would say that's a brilliant first half for Salt Esports.
You should run.
Pretty much placing in the turret to find themselves an info to know where they are. Lockdown being initiated as well to force anyone out of this side. And this is what I was exactly talking about. The Killjoy and Breach combination coming in through just helps you so many times to clear those sites off without even doing or without even showing an effort. So all you need to do is just place down that lockdown. But it seems like this time DG is ready. That's a perfect read coming out from their side, reading them like a book. Just able to kind of spam so many people in through the smoke as well. Those initial kills are just so important, especially when you know someone's flooding inside the site. All you need to do is find the guy who's opening the site up. And once you do that, once you find the opening thread, all you need to just do is just keep on following it up. And that's pretty much, that's it. Hats now is able to find himself at least a secure position for now. And he's waiting for someone to step their boundaries, but it seems like that's not really going to be happening. Instead, Hats is the one overstepping, but he still is able to deliver, utilizes the Blade Storm as well. He's not really going to be finding any connection on the heaven side, and that's why instantly moves down below. Does he know there's someone right on the left side, though? Turret being spotting out, and turret sometimes can be so annoying, but that was a quick flick onto Slumber. Oh my god, that was so quick that we didn't even see it.
Yeah, he is also moving right at the same time, I think, trying to get a wider peek at the player playing the Cubby, the Gaddafi, and Slumber just sort of ended up walking into his crosshair. So, works out. Has gets a couple kills, but Damaru Gaming gets the round 8-4 going into the second half. A very comfortable scenario, and we'll see now if Trick is finally able to come back. I guess not.
What happened to Trick?
I can only wonder. Unfortunately, today it seems like the technical issues are just. It's an unfortunate day, you know. I think even here where we are, the weather is quite volatile, and I'm assuming maybe in the players' countries/cities themselves, it might be similarly so, or it's just something unlucky. Now you can see, this is what the timeout is for. Do you see Beast? He's got the phone out. He's like, Trick, bro, please. We finished one half. We won 4 out of 8 rounds. We won 30% of the rounds. You know, we really need you back if we are going to actually win the map.
Timeout now. I feel like this is again pretty much there to kind of find themselves a little bit more kind of time and make sure Trick is back. And you can already see so much worry being shown from the side of Stranger, right? Like he had his hands on his forehead. And he's definitely so unhappy that they're pretty much losing the first round. Like you can clearly see Stranger. He's really unhappy. And I do feel him. I was also a player once in a time. Yeah, pretty much. And especially when you are playing a professional tournament or a professional scrim where there's a lot of things online, your reputation, the money, the prize pool in general, and especially this is way much more big. This is as big as it gets. I mean, I do understand why Stranger is so unhappy, because this is the dream that every pro player pretty much wants to achieve, and this is their chance to only do it. And because of that one single thing, because of that one disconnection coming in through, because of Trick not really able to join in, the disappointment is clearly showcased.
Yeah, absolutely. So at this point, you can see all of the Salt players, they just seem beaten down, you know, they just seem a little
they're like so sad, man.
Deflated. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And it is very unfortunate, and I feel very bad for them. But unfortunately, it's not in either side's control. Like, we as the organizers can't really change the rules, you know, rules are rules, but at the same time, Salt can't really change the situation. So hopefully the circumstances will just align and we'll have him back ASAP. Now, the game is back and Trick is not, unfortunately, but as we talked about even in the last series, in the defense, it should get a little bit easier. So we'll see if Salt is able to hold on, especially since there is no initiator for Damaru. So hard executes are very, very hard. They will be relying on those initial engagements. So maybe, just maybe, if Salt players can pop off, they can find some consistency and find some value.
Consistency and value. Finding consistency with only 4 players it's really tough, because imagine all these strategies that you plan out while, like, you know, you're coaching your team, while you're pretty much sitting back or having off time from the game and just sitting back and trying to figure out some strategies. They are figured out with 5 players in the team. Considering the fact that you have 5 players, that's only how you really figure out. And if you're going to be even missing that one single player in the team, it's like everything just falls down. You don't really know what to do, because the strategy that you have thought of executing with 5 players, now you'll have to do that with only 4 players in the game. And each and every single player, that's when you really realize how crucial it is. So I do clearly understand why Salt for now are completely crumbling down.
Now, mid presence being taken. Salt did go for a peek down garage, and they found out the turret is left there. So they know the KJ is lurking around the garage area, which should make them assume that there's someone lurking around A main. The alarm board going down for the defensive Killjoy should tell them that it's a 1-3-1 setup. Now, look at this. Damaru Gaming moving in aggressively. Slumber trying to make picks happen. The lurk is there, but the shots are not. Casper takes him out. Moonlight is there with the backup, though, to find the trade.
Oh, that was a perfect pull, and I would say a perfect timing as well. Now, Moonlight pretty much ready to aggress in forward. Pretty much the defensive side being walled off, and now Breach is there to just, strike it down with the knife. And I also do like the approach being taken from their side for now. Vinadi, they tried his best to kind of at least cast Stranger off guard. He's trying to take the ball down. For now, it seems like Moonlight peeks out, finds one. Hats is there to reply back, but is he going to be able to follow it up? That's what really matters. Vinandi strikes back. His position has been revealed, but he's still able to deliver thin, though, with a perfect peek and a perfect timing. Strikes back at them. And, well, pretty much that's going to be Assault getting destroyed in the first round by Damaru Gaming.
I'm a little confused about why Hats was looking top and not spamming the boxes, because the comms should have been given by Stranger that he's right next to the wall, he's behind the boxes, and Hats could have picked up the kill by spamming through, and that would have freed up Stranger. But at that point, like, this is another strength of that Sage KJ on the post plant, where it becomes much more like the defensive half for them. The Sage cutting off one corner, and the fact that the KJ has a utility for post plants makes retake so damn difficult, especially when your own Sage is down. You can't really cut off one of their post plant angles without your own wall, or try to deny them entry with that wall. So the lack of that Sage definitely hurting. Now, with that pistol lost, it is going to be a buy for the side of Damaru, and Salt on an eco. Gasper on the shorty, while Stranger baits for him, just jiggling through. As soon as he gets tagged, he's likely to just run away, and that's exactly what happens. Now, Gasper, can he find value?
Well, he does. Yes, he does. With the short, he's able to take out Vinandi and also able to retrieve the gun. He's able to find another one as well. Well, I guess Shorty's really good now. I got to start using this gun. And now, well, Casper able to find himself too. He's able to get the maximum value out of that. And Thin as well striking in on the other side, though. He's trying his best to even out the man advantage that Salt has for themselves. Stranger's down low. That is definitely a little problematic because that means 1 or 2 shots connected on his body, and that should be it for Stranger. Spike has been planted. Things looking decent, I would say, for Damaru Gaming.
Yeah, and they have no control. They'll have to go through sewers and they have to give the audio cue. So Thin knows exactly where they're coming from. He has full shields and a Spectre and his dash. So this could just be the end of Saul's retake before it even starts. He picks up one, finds a dink on Casper, but it's Casper with the faster reactions to find the great kill. Now a 3K for Casper, looking for the ace, but Moonlight just sprays on through, takes him down. It's Hats to find another, making it a 1v1, but Hats is really low and Gaddafi is just playing on his gravity well. Now Gaddafi doesn't have a weapon, so Hats is just gonna stick it. Hat's not turning around, will turn around in the right time and find the
oh my god!
Has halfway through, so more than enough time for the defuse. A thrifty 4v5 Hats pulling out a rabbit out of his hats.
That was so close. That was so close.
Wow.
Oh my god, DG, they lost that just because the last man had a frenzy in the hand. I feel like he should have just completely charged him through, right? The way he jiggle peeked that in the end, it's like you've already committed, right? There's no point in jiggle peeking anymore and getting him off the spike defuse. Instead, just commit fully, just fully swing on that angle. That's why a little mistake came in through, and he also need to realize the Spectre is kind of gun, which is really accurate. I would say decently accurate even while you're moving.
I think it's the only gun with which you can kind of spray and pray, but Hats continuing on the momentum, the operator in his hand, he'll find a double.
Oh my god. Oh, well, already opening the day up on a good note, and it seems like Salt are definitely angry. They're angry. Trick is back in the game. Let's go!
That was synchronized for both of us.
Boy.
Completely unintentional, but somehow synchronized. That's how excited we both are for Trick to be back.
Well, I mean, like, after that one, we're at least not really going to be seeing Salt players sad anymore, right? At least we're going to be seeing a fair game being played from both these sides. And yeah, I have opted out for DG to win here, but still, I want them to win with a fair game. I don't want them to win with just a man advantage all the way start. You know, I want them to have a tough competition. I want them to have the best experience, or I basically want them to have the run for their money.
Yeah, definitely, and you can see that the morale is back. You know, this is like a scenario where your car breaks down when you're trying to like get up to the top of a mountain, like a cabin on top of the mountain, and you push and push and push, and you finally get up to the top. You're like, oh my god! And then when you have to go back down, it's just a free joyride, you know, because gravity helps you out. And now they're on that going down part. Let's see if they can push forward with that momentum all the way through. Because Hats, he played phenomenally yesterday. He's playing phenomenally today. A lot of the rounds on the attacking side were because of just him getting the entry, finding the frags. And similarly now in the defense, he's got the operator online. He's finding those initial engagements. He's finding those kills, really relieving the pressure from the rest of his team and lifting up their motivations, their morale piece by piece. Now with Trick back as well, I do think Salt are ready to go. So for Damaru, they need to shut them down right here, right now. They need to stall that momentum out and win this by, therefore breaking the economy of Salt.
Breaking the economy. Well, yeah, economical advantages has definitely been shown from their side, but breaking that is definitely going to be really tough. Yeah, considering the fact that DJ have probably got themselves back on the guns, and pretty much I'm expecting a equal kind of round. Both teams to have an advantage, and what was that? That was so questionable from Moonlight. How can he expect those kind of angles to be clear when you just step out without getting any info? And same thing being repeated. Mistakes being repeated here. What we saw in that previous map from the... Yeah, exactly. What we saw in the previous map from the side of CLOY, this is exactly what DG did there in that initial peak. And Moonlight getting completely demolished, I feel like that's a deserving move.
Zen has to dash out trying to catch a stranger, and he's now left stranded, concussed because of the fault line. His dash is gone. He's run out of Cloudburst, and there's no way to get out of here. Now has Gaddafi right next to him to try to help him out. I think Gaddafi is setting up the smoke so Thin can leave, and that's exactly what's going to happen. The B7 smoke set up. Thin trying to make his move onto Wentz. A crossfire is set up here, but Thin will still find one.
Oh
Turns
my
his
god!
Back on the other, so he gets traded out.
Well, look at that though. Bist able to get himself too, but Gaddafi there to pretty much take the man down, and now it's the two actually a 2-on-3 situation going in forward. Salt do have the man advantage inside this, and Stranger might just strike in huge. Instead, he pulls out the flash. He pretty much peeks out at the same time. Gaddafi able to sneak himself up inside the site. Same thing's going to be going with Slumber, but that's a great stun. Both of these last stunned out, and Stranger going to be peeking it with that one. He does realize there's someone in the rafter, but the team coordination looking so good from the side of Salt. Oh my gosh, Stranger and Casper working together.
Yeah, Stranger and Casper working together beautifully. Trick's camera just disappeared. I really hope that's not what I'm scared it means. I really hope that he's not God again. But talking about this particular round, right? We mentioned this at the start of the half, where the narrative, the tactical narrative that we expected across the attacking side for both of the teams was that 1-3-1 setup. And that's what we are usually getting to see. From Salt, we saw the change into more executes based because they were strong in that. And now the change for Damaru is more into a 1-2-2, where they're not valuing mid presence as much. Instead, they're valuing initial engagements. But that plays into what Salt wants. Damaru are giving them that, and Salt are taking it.
Exactly. I mean, those initial engagements, Damaru pretty much losing those, and that's why I feel like over here, Damaru are finally on that kind of receiving end, and this is a little bit problematic issue. That's for sure. Finn, though, able to find himself one that pretty much trying his best to even out the man advantage, and again, I mean, Moonlight being the one who gets picked off early, that is really not looking good. Moonlight, I feel like this is where he needs to realize that all the players are back. That means the morale for Salt is back as well, and you can't really make those risky plays happen anymore because there's a massive chance you might just get shut down as soon as you put the pedal to the metal. And look at this, straight up just funneling inside the site. No utilities used to cross over, and that's where they're just getting completely punished and obliterated.
Casper really coming online himself, a triple K here. Another 3K just in the last few rounds. He's picked up 2. Looking for more. Will find his 4th right here.
Oh my god, no.
Just rolling around. He finds
my god.
And
Disrespect.
He's just testing his crouch button. He's testing his crouch
button.
Salt Esports are back, guys.
Salty. They're sprinkling some salt right now.
I do think they're a little bit salty, and honestly, like I won't fault them for that because it has been a grueling first half 4v5 for them. They're now back with their entire squad, and they haven't lost a round since Trick came back. It's only been 3, but oh my god, Casper just be like hop, 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 knife in your face, and you will drop. Salt pick up the win, 9-8 now. With this round, the buy for both of the teams. The AWP is online, I believe, on the attacking side for Thin as well. So really investing into this round. Damaru, they lose this, their economy is gone, their lead is gone, and their momentum, well, I think that might already be gone.
Momentum, yeah, definitely gone. Definitely gone, and with that initial move, I'm pretty sure their mental state wouldn't really be looking good as well because the morals are definitely down, that's for sure. I can tell you that because in the second half, all the time, we have seen these teams kind of able to get their teammates back, which have been disconnected in the first half instantly. But hey, Casper getting spammed through the box is down such low, and Thin, it seems like he has the pedal to the metal, and Gaddafi able to connect the spam through. And again, there's just no utility being used. You cross over. How can you do so? And again, that wall, a little bit of misplaced coming in through from his side. There is a little gap right under Heaven, and he might just get punished. But instantly, this also gives Moonlight a little bit more kind of advantage. And again, why? Moonlight, why? You left your teammate all by his lonesome. Why do you need to extend yourself like that? You left Gaddafi all by himself. You don't really need to do that. When you don't have any info, why are you doing this?
I guess he just was trying to take down the lockdown, commit to it so that Gaddafi could play on site, but honestly it wasn't necessary because of the timing. Like they could have just played garage defaults or ran away even into defender side spawn. If Moonlight, instead of pushing in there, he could have tried to push into defender side spawn and cleared it from there. But given the fact that the lockdown was in sight, it cut off a lot of potential moves. So even in that push, I would have liked to see Moonlight trying to jiggle across the wall first, try to understand exactly where the lockdown is, and then pre-fire on the lockdown and come back, because the way the wall was set up, you could actually do that without revealing too much of your body, and therefore not allowing too much risk to be taken. But again, Mid presence is the name of the game. The eco for Salt is broke. The Damaru is broken, and Salt have a lead. Look at this though. Trick holding a very cheeky off angle, now boosted by this aftershock coming in, will force all of them away. He'll just set up the slow and walk away himself. A lot of utility being traded by both of the teams, but so far advantageous for the side of Salt because they hold their angles.
Yeah, they hold their angles, and they also do have the ultimates ready, but Trick's resurrection is not really going to be seen in the game anymore. Stranger with a perfect flash finds them all blind. He's able to strike in, but Beast is there as well to trade things out.
Oh no.
Slumber being the last man alive. And also there is a flank coming in through from Seavers. He needs to watch out. Hats is the man who's on the flank, but it doesn't matter. Casper's there on Heaven. He's going to be sealing the deal. And DG Slumber falling down, crumbling apart.
Well, Salt are certainly not, playing games anymore. They're not playing any tricks. Once Trick is back, they've just been full business. And you can see this is the trick that was really missing. Like, it's not just about the idea of that Sage, right? It's the fact that Trick is one of the most prolific fraggers for Salt Esports across the Valorant Conquerors Championship. So the loss of him, you can see the stark difference between the way Salt was playing before, where continuously holding defensive angles, continuously being patient, holding themselves back, keeping themselves shackled. Ever since Trick came back, it's like the keys have been put in and the chains are off every single player. It's not just Trick holding those cheeky off angles, but the players themselves willing to take the fights and winning them. Salt now with a 10-9 lead. I think for the side of Damaru Gaming, the slope is getting slippier, and you can see the smiles are gone. It's now instead replaced by some faces with a little bit of body. But I will say this, I think we know this about Damaru Gaming. They're not the sort of team to bow down. They have a very strong mentality. So I think this matchup's still very, very close.
So you didn't mention this matchup is still really close, but consider the fact that they have some broken buys here. It's like, I'm expecting, Salt is probably going to be getting this round in their hands if they're able to kind of connect those shots. But if Damaru Gaming as well, if they're able to connect those shots as well for them, then I feel like they can probably get a lot of value through those Sheriffs. And hopefully they are able to do so, though. But no is going to be the answer because Hats finds Thin. And Thin being shut down. And that is definitely not looking good for them right now. Consider the fact that this was a broken buy coming in from the side of Damaru Gaming. Even if they do lose this round, they are going to be having the economy for the next round to buy a decent buy guns, right? But the main problem here is that already a lot of rounds will be slipped away from their hands.
You will not kill my ally.
Resurrection will come through on Thin there, committing a key ultimate to just the Sheriff. So we'll see how this pans out, because I guess they are just looking to invest heavily into this round now. Mid presence was gained by Moonlight and they're trying to leverage it to push in. We've seen him hit some insane one taps before and he does it again. Finds the kill on Trick and retrieves the weapon, Christine.
Exactly, retrieves the weapon, and at the same time he also drops the Sheriff for his teammate. Now the Sheriff has to be picked up by Thin, and he pretty much wants to make some things. What? Venanti able to shut down the operator. That's a massive find, and what Stranger peeks out with the flash in the hand. Did not really expect the Moonlight to stay there in Heaven area. Lockdown being invested as well from the side of DG, and it seems like this execute was looking perfect. Casper being detained, and it seems like DG are pretty much going to be pushing in to the B alleyway, all the way to the defending spawn, but for now he's not really detained anymore. He's back in his senses. Astra slowly, steadily approaching the B alley, but there is Ready Thin with the operator. He connects that shot. Casper being shut down. Beast being shut down as well, and Moonlight coming in huge with that individual play. But again, the problem here is that relying heavily on those individual plays. But I gotta say that skull cracking shot from Venandi that also helped a lot, I would say, to flip the tables, because the operator was being taken off the board.
Exactly, like, I think, of course, props to be given to Moonlight, but for me, the more impactful one tap was that of Venandi, because since he finds that kill on the player in B-side, the B-side opens up, they can actually go for the execute, because other than that, they only had Heaven control, and I'm sure given a player like Haas, he could have at least found a kill before he went down. So Venandi coming up huge for his team. Damaru able to pull out a Thrifty and keep the scoreline even Stevens. 10-10 on the scorecard, and you have to remember this is Salt's pickup, so every bit closer that Damaru get to a win, that much more pressure comes on to Salt, because they know that they are so close to pulling it back. They have all their players now. They no longer can rely on the fact that they're playing 4v5. So Salt going back to what's comfort. Hats playing the A-Ramps angle while Trick sets up with Stranger. The wall, as soon as it breaks, they use the flashpoint to go for the peaks. But a lot of utility being created by both teams. Even Nanostorms being used by the side of Salt, as they just don't want to give away mid presence. They've understood what happens from the last round if they give away mid presence to these attackers.
Mid presence, I feel like, yeah, I have talked about this in the map of split, right? Not just in the map of split. I feel like mid control is just so important. Like, it's just so impactful as well. As soon as your team does get that mid control through, it just opens up so many things, because mid is the thing that really really connects all these sides together, all the places together. So mid control, I feel like as soon as a team has that, they have the main kind of thing. That's why defenders have the mid control first, and it's their job to actually kind of stand tall and make sure the mid control isn't really given away. Cosmic Divide being used from their side as well. This is kind of a reverse Cosmic Divide being used, and Finn in the back lines is there present to take them out of the game. Finn has been cut off, but DG, Moonlight, and Vinandi are doing a great job all by themselves, and Casper missing all the shots, and this is the revenge. This is the revenge right here. Moonlight getting the revenge back.
Oh my god, that's just karma, man. Casper, that's just straight up karma. He ends up whiffing a couple shots and was like laughing on him and then testing the crouch key on his body. You know, that's definitely just testing the crouch key, right, Necro?
Yeah.
But
yeah. This is what I've been saying, right? It's just nothing much, you know. The amount of times you actually do press in the game of Valorant, so you just got to make sure, you know, in the upcoming round, you're not really having any technical issues, just like we are in the end moment.
Definitely, but now the eco broken for Salt Esports. Just when it looked like they were able to pull it back, their momentum has been broken, and Damaru Gaming are starting to look really strong now, showing mid presence once again. But the idea is to go back to what found them success in the last round, making sure they have control over the extremities. They're actually bringing the KJ over to mid, so the flanks are kind of in check, but Salt aren't pushing in. Now, Thin on the operator is a crucial factor, because even last round, he's able to shut down the flank of Beast, and he's got Beast in his crosshairs once again. The jump peak comes out, but Thin will miss, and now I think slowly but surely Damaru will start filtering through. Instead, they're faking the sewers noise, Necro. They're coming back mid.
Just didn't mention they are definitely faking the sewer sounds, but no, it seems like they are fully coming in. Instead, there is the Sage available that she has managed to kind of hold or make sure at least no one's stepping out from the side of A, and keeping them pretty much pinned inside the side. DG slowly, steadily crawling inside the site.
The main setup is crucial right here, but the turret going down will give them information about the push coming in. Hats is playing such a cheeky angle, completely off.
Yup, he is completely off, but look at that turnaround coming in as well from Moonlight. Salt are riffing their shots, and this is not really what you want to see in these moments. And DG just punishing them over and over again. And Moonlight has turned himself on. He has definitely turned on. And to stop this lad anymore now, it's going to be such a tough task. Thin ready, holding the kind of a pixel peak angle there, wasn't really able to react in time, and that's why he gets punished instantly. But Gaddafi with the res, or I would say Gaddafi with the trade, and the resurrection as well, inbound from the side of Drake. Again, some whiffs out coming in from their side. Slumber able to kind of deliver. Slumber peeks out. Will be pretty much compromised, but we do have Moonlight still alive in the game, and he can make anything happen. He can make the impossible possible, and he is delivering, getting himself that massive 4K, and it seems like for now, Moonlight is just smurfing in the game.
Match point.
Yeah, absolutely. Moonlight was caught a little off ever since Trick came back, kept dying in those initial pushes, but since then he's got a lot more tempered. He always has a teammate around him, which lets him be alive in these crucial situations. In the post plant, playing such an aggressive angle, knowing he has the soul orb available if he finds a kill to dismiss himself out of there, picks up the 4K and secures match point for Damaru Gaming. Salt, they went for the force buys last round. They had Spectre, so again, their eco is going to be devastated. They have to go for the force buys. Hats is not going to be able to afford an operator, and Salt are just looking haphazard all the way through. Now this, I like this one adaptation. No longer going for the mid wall, deciding to play committed to this side, walling off B Heaven entirely. They're like, you know what? You can take mid, but we won't give you access to what mid actually offers. We won't let you get into the Heaven areas in the site.
But still, the events area is actually open, and
only an alarm bot.
Yep, and there's only an alarm bot. That means it's kind of like a known thing, right? If someone does push inside vents, it's fine. Like, they have given the 8 tower controls here as well, but The main thing is that they are really focusing heavily this time on that side control. They really don't want to give them any side control. They can have the mid control if they want, but the side control is what they're really focusing on. And as you did mention, you personally do like the adaptation as well. And I was about to ask you the question, right? Like, how are your thoughts about the mid wall?
I think I've been very opinionated in that regard. I other than pistol rounds, I think the mid wall is the worst wall you can go for on split. The extreme walls are just so much better. Even the B-Heaven wall, it just gives you a lot more value because it's not like on a map like Haven, you know, where you want them to break the wall early so you get info. Here you want the wall to always give you extra value. But back to the round, it's going to be an execute onto the A side. The Cosmic Divider starts off.
And oh my god, Beast is off guard position, pretty much catches one lad off guard, even though Swarm Grenades coming in huge and miscommunication. No, not really conveying balls there. Oh my god, Hats not really conveying. Well, oh my god, Thin wasn't really able to convey the calls there.
Yeah.
And pretty much Salt easily compromised on that.
Yeah, Salt just pounced, and as you said, Thin, I think maybe he did it with no. There's no other position, though, to be honest, that he could have been killed from because he was in the cloud burst. So definitely a bit of miscommunication. I think it's one of those moments where you die and you're like, huh, wait, what, how? And you forget that you actually need to tell your team information because they're executing at the same time. And after they die, you're like, oh, guys, sorry, I forgot to tell you he was right there. Like, oh,
yeah.
Either ways, that round is huge for Salt though because now they get the eco back. But Salt, Hats, you don't need to go for the peek. He goes for the aggressive peek and he ends up going down. Mid control is gained for Damaru Gaming. Beast himself now coming through wants to make sure they can't walk in. But Damaru have their sights seemingly set on this B area. Now taking Heaven control. Strainer with the jiggle spots out Moonlight. But now going to back off, use his utility to delay an entrance.
Exactly, Hats pretty much feeds him the kill and at the same time feeds him the confidence. And Moonlight, he's already looking on Cloud9 for now. He has been performing pretty phenomenal inside the entire team. Operator being dropped and now Phantom being picked. This means pretty much the call here is going to be the go call. W key on the side. We don't care what happens. Just W key. Straight up go inside. That's why Phantom was picked. This is also one of those guns you can pretty much run and gun, but it doesn't matter. Stranger finds himself a beautiful shot through the smoke, able to connect that. Vinunji is the man pretty much in all the way back of the B lines. Casper alive. Lockdown being utilized from the back line. Slumber strikes in. But hey, Slumber, he does realize saving is probably the best thing he can do because it's a 1-on-3 situation. Also, there's a full lockdown being invested on the B side. So pretty much going is not really going to be the best thing you can do. And at this point, Slumber, he doesn't really have the intentions of executing on the side. The only intentions he has is, well, to try and deal damage. Yeah, it was the last round, but still, I mean, he cannot go inside the site.
Yeah, it's next to impossible to pull off a 1v3 push, especially since they know where the site is. But I have to give props to Salt. The way they played that site hold was beautiful. It was all about the timing. So the way they do it is one of the riskiest techniques, I would say, out there, where you give up the site, but you don't give them the entire site. You play around using your smokes, using your utility to try and hide from them as long as possible. And this enables, like, usually there's a flanker in this equation who comes through and completes the entire deal. What happens here is Stranger uses all of his utility to delay B-Heaven entrance, and this buys enough time for the rotation from Trick to come through. As soon as Trick reaches stairs, Stranger drops down and tries to run away from site. He runs all the way into Defender's side spawn connector, and because of this, him and Casper pick up a kill each as Trick is coming in to just finish off the trifecta and take us to our first overtime in the Grand Finals playoffs. This matchup exactly as we expected. So damn close and so damn good between these top tier teams. Now on to overtime with Salt Esports back in attack. Their first round in the attack with all 5 members.
Exactly. Well, the funny fact again here is that we are seeing those AFK players being back in the second half, and that's what exactly happened with Trick as well. He was back in the second half as it started, and hopefully now Salt, they are not going to be losing pretty much Trick again in that next map, because if that happens, then, well, pretty much, yeah, the morals will be down again, and Salt's confidence will pretty much be brought down by Damaru Gaming slowly and steadily. And this is where Hats as well, he needs to make sure he's not really making unnecessary peeks unless he doesn't really have the info and the flashes to work with. But this time he definitely does. Peeks out, able to get himself in a really good and comfortable position.
Apio gets the opening kill. Hats trying to trade back. Does find one Trick with another though. A Stranger who secures the site and the advantage. But look at this. Gaddafi is still on the side. They haven't checked his angle.
Well,
finally does end up going down. Makes it a
well,
3v1.
Yeah, exactly. Well, Gaddafi missing those initial shots when he peeked out, and I feel like that played a massive role in just him losing that. And, well, Finn, yeah, this is the OT, so pretty much completely going for it is probably the best thing you can do. Finn getting tagged out. It was only down to 36 HP. I'm not really expecting much from his side anymore because maybe, yeah, he can definitely go and go for a valiant effort here, but yeah, in the end, he will be shut down by Stranger as expected. So Salt in the first OT, the first round is in their hands.
Match point.
Yeah, match point picked up from Salt Esports. It's been a grueling map for them. It's been an arduous task playing 4v5 for an entire half, but they managed to hold on. They managed to just keep their seatbelts on, you know, and keep themselves strapped in the seat. And now finally they've got the driver's seat in their hands. They've got the match point ready to close this out. We'll see if it does happen, as now they are on the defense and Damaru on the attack. Now the default's not going to change, but where Moonlight peeking is changing. He's just W key all the way through. The Lear is revealed his presence. Moonlight just hunting for the kills.
As did mention, Moonlight just hunting for the kills. And then now, look at that. Peeks out. Trick gets the info and instantly walls it as well. The wall should be taken down, and yes, it has been. That means Trick falling down from the wall, but it doesn't matter. Moonlight feeds himself for the kill. He gets instantly traded out. And Moonlight as well, all by his lonesome. He peeked out. He got destroyed. And again, try to make some solo plays happen, but Moonlight, that's not really how it works. I do understand you're feeling yourself, but yeah, the rest of your team is pretty much trying to focus on the B side, and hopefully this time they're going to be using some utilities to actually help them cross from the to the B side.
Definitely, because look at this. Casper playing Anchor has a lot of backup. The Stranger just playing on the rafters area can turn any moment, and Casper jiggling through. The time is running down. They don't have enough time anymore to rotate, so they're going to have to commit in, and that's exactly what they do. Tin dashing in to start off the execute.
Exactly, but I also do like the approach that Casper's bringing inside. The game is down to only 31 HP. Missed a lot of shots. Casper, you can't afford to do that in these critical moments. You need to hit each and every single shot, and the aftershock missed as well. No, he tried to delay the plant as much as possible, but it just completely missed out. Stranger, again, so many mistakes being made, and this is why Damaru Gaming is able to keep themselves alive up till now. Turn being taken down, so at least that should be giving them a little bit of comfort cushion, but let's just see how things are really going to be looking like. That's a good flash to flash the guy out behind the box, but Gaddafi stepping in huge and thin as well to follow it up. Stranger did try to deliver, but hey, his delivery got cancelled.
Switching sides.
Yeah, Damaru Gaming playing out this round beautifully. I think what I especially liked is, I think the call was just Moonlight, go do your thing, man. Whatever you want, wherever you want, just go for it. And he does exactly that. Even though it's a 1-for-1 trade, the amount of chaos he causes allows his team to passively take control on the other side of the map of the garage area. With that garage area, then they can get that execute in and secure the site. Because for this composition, the Sage, KJ, Astra composition, without the initiator, the post plants are the strongest. So once you've got the execute, it's a matter of simplicity. Now look at this. Then with a glass cannon operator, dashes into the wall, but is saved in time. The Sage
So lucky.
helping Thin get away, as you said, man. Just a bit of luck helping Thin out right there.
Yeah, exactly. And he was able to get away with only 30 HP. One more bullet from the Vandal or Phantom, man. He could have been donezo with that one. Moonlight, I like the angle he's being holding. But hopefully he doesn't get too greedy. He doesn't get too overconfident. I feel like he has been spotted by Trick, but no! He doesn't. He's not really able to deliver much, so I was expecting a massive value from his side, but wasn't really able to get so. But he does find the opening frag. That means the entire info has been conveyed as well. He spotted a lot of people. Info being conveyed, that push being delayed for a while. That's what is really important, and that's what I feel like is going to be helping DG out in this round.
I just wish he had a little bit more trigger discipline. Could have picked up at least 3k right there, because they were all baited
getting
by
checked,
Thin.
though. Oh my god. Being able to connect that shot right through the box, right onto his head, and now this is where he falls down as well. Thin holding pretty much a close angle. I do like the play being made from his side, misses another shot. Pull not really able to pull a Trick. Right next to him, Thin. He can try and go for a crazy play, but Casper from the back lines is getting heated up, but he gets instantly cooled down by Thin. Spike being planted, Trick's position being capitalized. As soon as he peeks out, he will be shut down, and no! Trick, though, He has the full HP right in his hands. It requires a fresh magazine. He gets one. Resurrection inbound, and this is huge. This is absolutely huge. The plan B stuck. Pretty much gets itself to half, and now... Oh my God, he peeks out. He commits. And I feel like he should not really have committed there. I feel like he should have went for the defuse.
Yeah, exactly. Like there's so many minute decisions that just drastically changed the way that round was going, right? So back to that initial conversation about Moonlight, like yes, I 100% agree. We're gonna see on the replay he is getting checked, but only by the third player that walks by. So if he actually waits for a couple of seconds and kills the player that checks him first, he can easily get another kill while the other teammates turn around and try to trade him, right? Instead, he goes for the first kill on a player that isn't checking him. So the player that is checking him instantly finds a trade, and that's the one thing gone wrong. But then Salt still pull it back. Like in Casper coming through from that B-Heaven area, picking up a double despite Thin's heroics, and Damaru Gaming have a 4v2 advantage. Trick pulling out the round to secure yet another match point for the side of Salt. Slumber, I agree, definitely just should have gone for the diffuse, knew where the body of Hats was even, and I feel like this is just too much momentum for Salt. They've already picked up 2 kills.
Yeah, and considering the fact that this is their home, then that's why they're really looking that confident. I mean, expected. The upcoming map is where we are really going to be seeing the kind of true potential coming in from the side of DG, because the upcoming map is going to be Bind. But here we do have Beast, though, stepping in huge, taking down Moonlight. Moonlight again aggressing in on forward, gets punished instantly. Here we do have Vinandi as well to try and turn things around, but hey, what do we have in the game here? We have the brr machine, and he can make anything happen. I just want to hear that sound continuously, man. It's just, I don't know, it just sounds really good for me.
Only when you're not playing though, right?
Yeah.
only when you're not playing. I see you, Necro. I see you there. Look at this. Let's go back to the game. It's 2v4 in the map.
Oh my God.
But the Odin goes burr and Vinandi goes down. Gaddafi will find the trade, but it will not matter. He's just getting spammed. He's not being allowed to move. Finally does, but it will just be into Novin's crosshair. 14 seconds left, and the Odin will put the final nail in the coffin. Assault, after a long, grueling map, they pick up the win. They make sure they get the home map win. And exactly, that's what I was looking at too, Necro. The relief on Stranger's face and the relief on Salt Esports. A well-deserved victory for them. Held on for so damn long.
Dude, like, I do like to see the smiles on their faces. Stranger as well, I mean, clearly he was literally sitting like this when his teammate wasn't really there. And I felt so bad for him. I was like, yeah, I do understand. Like, I was in his shoes sometime as well. I played competitive games as well. And, well, yeah, it really does hurt, especially when you don't really have that initial key in the team, and especially a band like Trick that has so much impact in the game. He was missing throughout the game. So, Trick, when he got back, you clearly saw the difference, right? When how they played before and how they played after when Trick joined in. Initially, as soon as the round that he joined in, Trick got himself a 2K or 3K, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah, I don't think he got a 2K or 3K, but the round he joined in, like, Hats was willing to take more aggressive peaks, you know? Like, it wasn't Salt the way they were earlier, where they were scared of taking initial peaks because they knew it was a 4v5. As soon as he came, Hats found a double kill on ramps with an operator, and Trick kept playing along that wall. He kept playing the off angle, challenging them. Come try to kill me, because if you do, I have a mate up at VLT.
Oh yeah, he was just baiting.
Trade me out. Exactly. So the impact, huge for Salt. You can see the damage so close between these teams, and it speaks of that scoreline, but Salt able to edge them out in every single regard.
Exactly. Like, Salt just able to kind of edge them out, as you did mention. And in the end, Salt pretty much just came out on top. Damage, I would say, really close in the end. Frag wins as well. I mean, yeah, Salt just has a little edge over that. But, yeah, as expected, a close game coming in through. And Salt able to just, like, pull it away. So close. Like, it was really close. I was even getting nervous in the end. I was like, if DG does manage to kind of win split, this is going to be a massive impact, or this is going to be a massive statement in itself, because you can clearly see, right? DG, yeah, definitely. We saw that kind of change of the pace coming inside the game as well. You saw way much more defensive DG than you saw in their initial region qualifiers. And DG now, I feel like they are definitely there when it comes to the basics and fundamentals. It just really comes down to those. It just really comes down to that team synergy and communication now.
9 first bloods, and I 100% agree, Necro. I think they've got the fundamentals down. As you said, they just need to try and level up to a certain extent, find the small niches, right? Because if I look back in this map, I think back to like the fact that Damaru was still playing relatively slow in the first half. I would have liked to see them actually pick up the pace, because you saw when Moonlight was starting to W on the attacking side, he was so effective as when he had Buddy, not in the initial parts of the first half, the second half where he was going alone. When he had a Buddy with him, he was so effective because every single time they always managed to find the kills. And you can see 9 first bloods, that's insane for any player in general, and that's what the Reina's role is in this composition. When you don't have the initiator, Moonlight needs to create the space, and he certainly did. So I don't think there's much to take away from Damaru's performance. Yes, Slumber didn't have the greatest of showings, but I think a lot of that because he didn't really get much action on the defensive half. Salt kept going back to A, and Slumber was purely playing the B anchor role. So I think the stats are understandable in that regard, but 15-13 with a comeback from Salt, this will hurt any team in general, but I'm expecting a lot more from Damaru because they have shown a strong positive mentality before. So now that they're going on to their own map, I want to see that strong positive mentality once again.
Strong positive mentality, yeah, exactly. Hopefully that is definitely there, but with that being said, like they lost to Salt, I feel like strong positive would definitely be kind of hard to see.
Yeah, definitely. It is going to be demoralizing. But hey, we'll find out what happens in map 2 real quick. For now, we're going to take a small break and set ourselves up for just that. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
I'm getting freaky. Yeah, I'm a freaky crazy. Get that freaky on. 생각보다 같이 freaky. Yeah, I'm a freaky crazy. Get that freaky on. 생각보다 같이.
The power of steel.
Get your mark on. Get your mark on.
The strength of metal.
Get your mark on. Get your mark on. Go. Get your mark on. Get your mark on.
The new Classic Mark III. Get your mark on.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to a brand new segment where we're going to be meeting the Conquerors. My name is Nikhil C.A. Bansali, and joining me is a really special guest today, Vidit Gaddafi Singh, one of the winners from the VCC Nepal Qualifiers. We're here today to catch up with you, to get to know a bit more about you in depth. So with no further ado, let's get to the questions. The first thing I do want to ask you is about you, your routine. Like, what is it like daily? Are you more of that routine following person, or are you more of that spontaneous person?
Well, to be honest, I'm more of a lethargic and procrastinator. So I like to do things candid. So my routine looks pretty normal. In the morning, I wake up, do my classes. I'm currently doing bachelor's, and then I move on to gaming, do some team practice, and in the evening I move on to streaming to the community.
That's really nice to hear. It sounds like you've got dedicated time slots, at least if not necessarily slots, but time itself allotted for the specific task of the day, study, streaming, and practice. So all bases covered. We'll get back to the streaming part in a bit, but for now, what I do want to ask you is the story behind your IGN. Where did Gaddafi come from?
Oh, well, I get this question a lot, and people don't believe it, but back in 2011, when I first started playing multiplayer, I went into a cyber cafe, and I noticed that everyone had a nickname. They didn't use their real names or anything. They had all a bunch of nicknames, and I didn't know what to put. And a friend just came behind me, and he changed my nick and put it to Gaddafi. And for what's the reason, I just stuck with it, and I still have it 10 years later.
So about you, when you go into an esports match, like, is there any sort of ritual? Is there any sort of superstition you have to follow? Any music you listen to just get yourself calmed down?
Right now, I don't have anything specific in this online era, but back in CSGO days when we used to LAN, before any matches, I used to listen to some hardcore music, be it rock or be any kind of electronic music. And it just used to pump me up, and I used to watch a frag movie as well if it didn't work out. So those were my rituals back in the days.
What's the life balancing between a popular streamer and dedicating the right amount of practice necessary for your team?
So yeah, it's been kind of very rough in the back for like a couple of months now since we got together as Damaru Gaming. But yeah, we have managed to allot specific times for team, and I have managed to give time to stream as well. But sometimes I have to ditch stream to give more time to team practices. So yeah, I've convinced my teammates that we want to practice during the afternoon so that I can give more to my stream as well, because it helps in growing the community in the end.
Thank you so much for taking
Thank you
out
so
time
much.
and talking with us.
I'm getting freaky. Yeah, yeah, I'ma bring the crazy. Get that freaky, freaky on. 신경도 보다 같이 freaky. Yeah, yeah, I'ma bring the crazy. Get that freaky, freaky on. 신경도 보다 같이.
The power of steel.
Get your mic on. Get your mic on.
The strength of metal.
Get your mic on. Get your mic on. Go. Get your mic on. Get your mic on.
The new classic Mark III. Get your mark on.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Valorant Conquerors Championship, brought to you by NODWIN Gaming, with Gillette as our grooming partner and Talk Esports as our digital publication partner. Now, you know my name, I'm Sia, and joining me is Necro, and we had a long first map, Necro, 15-13. Yeah. It was very close. The rounds itself were kind of stalled out very close as well, because we had a couple of technical issues, but Salt were able to pull it through. They won the first map, so now, coming into map 2, we go to Bind, which is Damaru's pick. What do you think?
Damaru's pick, yeah, definitely. I would say they definitely do have an advantage. Bind is the map where we have seen Damaru kind of giving a close call to the bigger teams as well. So expectations on the map of Bind, of course, I'm expecting Damaru to kind of do really good, or might just say seal the deal on Bind, because the way Salt's played, yeah, they look definitely good, but again, mistakes are made on both these sides, right? Both the teams are making mistakes equally. We saw some miscommunications happening inside the game as well, while on the other hand, we saw some utility utilization in some wrong times sometimes. Yeah, there were some moments which it was used perfectly, but there were a lot of moments I feel like initially both these teams were heavily relying on those individual plays.
Yeah, absolutely. Like initially, especially the first half, where it really did feel like the teams were relying, like players like Hats popping off, securing them rounds, Beast with some insane clutches, and on the other side for Damaru, it was mainly Moonlight with the spotlight. You know, continuously going for those first engagements, trying to find those kills, and he did. Now, that changed when it came to the second half. He was starting to get shut down, but he was starting to pull it back himself, adapting to the style of play by bringing in one of his teammates. So I really like the fact that both of the teams are very calculated, but at the same time, they have these players that can just change the rounds based on purely just mechanical skill, which gives us the perfect amalgamation of skills as well as tacticality to give us a really good matchup.
Exactly. I mean, really good matchup. Yeah, previous, I would say it was really freaking cool, right? I mean, it was so close without a doubt. But yeah, moving it forward in the map of Bind. Now, considering the fact what Salt really likes to play, I have the stats open in front of me. I also do have the info. So what the lineup is, like, you do see Stranger on Soa, then you see Casper on Sage, then you also do see Beast on coming in. Again, that Breach, you are going to be seeing that in the game over again. And then you see Hatson pretty much on that Astra, and then you see, again, Jet left pretty much with Trick. Now, I feel like Jet and Trick matchup is the perfect matchup. It's like the match made in heaven.
Yeah, absolutely. I think I'm excited to see how this map does pan out, because the one concern we did have for Damaru when we saw them on Bind yesterday was they had drastically changed up their composition, and it did look like they were a little confused inherently with their default. So I want to see if they've stuck to that same composition and they've just refined their defaults a little bit, or if they're going to back to their older compositions, maybe even bring that KO in, because it can be quite effective against a double duelist composition. Like, being able to shut down, say, a Jet Blade Storm in those eco rounds is it's huge value. At the same time, the Race Showstopper, we've seen it happen on Gaddafi's hands himself before. So I like to see that happen, but I think that the more likely thing is they will stick to the composition. We won't have to ponder any longer, though. I do believe we are ready with the agent selection.
And the good thing here is that we're also going to be seeing like Cypher being used from the side of DG over here. Hopefully we do see that coming in, but yeah, Stranger now, we're going to be seeing him more kind of getting himself that comfort pick and pretty much getting back to the basics, right? That's what he likes to play, getting back to Soa. But instead this time it seems like Venanti is going to be going in for Breach, and a little bit of curveball being thrown. Unexpected things coming in from the side of DG here. Slumber going for that Brimstone. Venanti, I mean, he's hovering over that Breach, so let's just see, is he going to be doing the same thing or not? And yes, he does. Yesterday, Venanti was the man who played Brimstone, and today Slumber is the one playing that because Slumber yesterday played Cypher. So they clearly have decided that Cypher isn't really the thing that's working out for them on Bind. So switcheroos coming in from their side, and pretty much Breach on both the sides now.
Yeah, especially because, like, I think a lot of this has to do with Thin being on Jet, right? Like, he wasn't really on that role yesterday, and it didn't look like, I mean, not on this particular map, but, like, in general, when he wasn't on that role, it didn't look like he was comfortable the one time he was playing Sky. So I think, once again, they've completely morphed their bind composition to play around their strengths, and I love this, because I say this very often, for underdog teams, it's very important to recognize your strengths and weaknesses, and for Damaru Gaming, one of their key strengths has always been the pure crack nature of Thin and Moonlight, combined with the fact that the players behind them are consistent support players like Gaddafi, Winandi even, and in general, the style that Damaru pick up is always to try and enable their star players in Thin and Moonlight. So now, Moonlight continuing on in his Reyna role as the Jet comes through. It's a double initiator matchup on both sides, but I still do think Salt have a bit of an advantage, and that's going to be because of the fact that the second duelist, and not exactly a duelist, but given the way Casper plays it, you can call that Sage a battle Sage, brings in the power of a duelist while having the utility of a Sentinel. So I've got my eyes on Casper. We have seen some insane performances from him, but we've also seen days where he just turns off. So I want to see which Casper turns up today on this map.
Yeah, exactly. But one thing I noticed here is that Trick actually wears an athletic sleeve while gaming. And let me tell you the advantages of actually having a sleeve, right? Or at least wearing a t-shirt or wearing a shirt which has like a full sleeve on it. So the thing is, like, on sometimes, you know, you have your hands kind of a little sticky, a little sweaty, right? Yeah. So what that athletic sleeve does, or what a sleeve does, is help your hand glide comfortably on a cloth mouse pad. And that is just so useful. It is a little thing to notice, but that can help you aim so comfortably inside the game. And this is a little tip, guys. You guys can actually implement this as well. This is a little tip given by Necro. Oh, okay. Well,
it wasn't this Jet who was using that tip, but it's still Thin who finds the first blood.
Thin, well, opening the fray up already, but we also do see Venanti ready with that stun coming in through. As soon as he finds, or as soon as he sees any info, he's going to be using it. That's what he does for now. Uses the stun, and it seems like Trick will be flashed out, though. The fight that he actually had a massive advantage, it just turns against him out of nowhere. Thin there to back him off, and unfortunate kind of things going on for them. And Thin able to step himself up. I mean, you can already see the dominance coming through. They are just looking so... Oh my god, that shot from Stranger just turns right onto Casper. One tap coming in through from Stranger there. And, well, Gaddafi is going to be the man to pretty much shut down Stranger. He's like, all right, Stranger, calm down. I do understand you're a little heated up, but it's time for me to calm you down.
I think Trick actually got flashed by his own teammate, but it wasn't like an option, you know, like, because if he stayed outside U-Haul, then Venanti would flash him. If he went inside, he got flashed by his own teammate, while Venanti was flashed as well. So, poor Trick, man, can't stay outside, can't go inside. He's like, bro, what the heck do I do? Ends up dying. Props to be given to Venanti. Blind still managed to find the kill on Trick.
Yeah, so let me tell you why that flash was actually there, right? That stun actually came in right time, and he was stunned. So that's why the flash was a little delayed, but this is my theory.
Yeah. This is the judge, though, on Moonlight. Finds one, goes for the heal. He's got the Exceeli syndrome, refuses to dismiss.
Oh my god, but those Stranger able to deliver just with Classics, the best gun in the game. And that's why we call it Classics, just able to do so much damage on the enemy line. Strict down to only 22 HP, though, but still... If you take a look at the advantage, clearly the advantage is leaning heavily towards GG. Yeah, I mean, I would say the man advantage is there, but just the HP isn't really looking like. But I also do like the way Salt is playing. They do know they're down low, and that's why they're sticking together. And I do like the team synergy showing it inside the map of Bind. They are doing a fantastic job. Finn pushing inside the side against the judge, and the confidence is just absolutely immaculate. He's able to find one. He's able to convert it into two. He's able to get himself a 3K.
He defused him. What?
Oh my god.
Oh, what?
A 4K from Finn. But yeah, they all were really down low, though. You know, those 3 guys, he actually got the kills on himself. Yeah, the guy with the judge was full, but the rest of the kill, they were pretty much down low.
Yeah, but still, it was like a 4v2, I think, at some point.
Yeah.
And the fact that the spike was planted, even though the weapon advantage was with the health advantage, I still have to wonder how easily does he pull it off, because he's stranded in the site in the middle of the round. Once they get those kills in elbow, he's using his cloud burst just to try and survive for as long as possible. Finds that first kill with his ghost and just picks up the judge and becomes the executioner. Picking up that 4K, denying the Thrifty from Salt. I honestly thought that we could have seen a Thrifty come out. Instead, they take them down and they force out now. This buy will come through. A forced buy of sorts, because I do notice Moonlight is back on the judge.
You mentioned Moonlight's back on the judge, and Vol, he does get himself an opening. Trick being shut down, and again, they just don't have any clue where Moonlight is, but this time, Slumber is going to be the man who gets instantly shut down. But on the other hand, Moonlight utilizes the TP, and Hats finds himself an opening on the Finn. Big man being shut down. This is also kind of the man advantage. It now has been equalized, but the problem here is that Salt has advantage when it comes to that gun. They do have all the Phantoms. The Phantom's going through. He missed his jump, and that's why Hats will have to pay the price for it. He gets shut down. Gaddafi pretty much gets himself the side control, and for now, that recon as well is pretty much well-placed recon. Oh my god, he's able to open the fray up. Managing to get himself one. Gaddafi, though, able to kind of trade things out. Casper does know this plan has been stuck. And Casper, I'm pretty sure he's just going to be one of those players who's just being really annoying at this point in time. And he's really sure if the plan's being stuck. Gaddafi beautifully played that situation out. Only had 7 HP, though, to actually come out on top.
It's crucial, actually, that he holds his position right there, Gaddafi, because for the Sage to actually spot out the spike, she's going to have to white peek. But while she's even trying to pixel white peek, because of Gaddafi's position, he spots him out instantly and sprays him down. Casper is not expecting Gaddafi to be there ever, but because it's already half diffused, Gaddafi knows that he has more than enough time to just hold on there, hold on strong, and pick up the round for Damaru Gaming. The buy round 1, Salt now forced onto an eco. Their economy is in tatters. They will be still able to afford Sheriffs and a Spectre, but in general, Damaru Gaming now all guns blazing. They even got an operator online on Thin. Let's have a look at their defaults, because you see the Breach in Manandi backing up Thin, while the Reyna Moonlight makes the moves with Slumber. Now, this combo is something we've seen a lot before. We'll see how it pans out, because the defense is on. A heavy stack from Salt as they try to get into B-side.
As you did mention, it's a heavy stack coming in through. Moonlight down only 59 HP. That means he needs to back off and at least try and play a little bit more safer angle. You do see that TP coming in through from their side. And, well, pretty much a curveball being thrown, I would say. Where we do have them. And now, A-side control is being shown, but the main problem here is that the SOA is actually getting revealed while the same thing happens. Gaddafi is in the lamps area. Is he going to be able to find one? No, he's going to be the answer. Stranger replies back, gets himself a frag onto Gaddafi, but he also does have the Hunter's Fury available. If he wants, he can pretty much go back and play on the post plans, and I'm pretty sure that's what the main game plan is here. And Moonlight just able to drive by with the Vandal.
Set up, Trick has to peek and he gets taken down. Stranger is a little too early with his Hunter's Fury. He's gonna get pushed and not taken out, but denied the opportunity to actually win the round. As the defuse goes through for Damaru, they'll take Stranger down at the end of it and they will make it 4-0. I love the retakes coming through from Damaru Gaming. They're so clean with the way they understand how they need to clear out which corner at which time, you know? Like in this retake, for example, the moment they actually hear the plant, Gaddafi goes for the peak, picks out one, but at the same time on the other side of the map, Slumber is clearing out B long. He finds Hats, and because Hats is taken down, suddenly you no longer have utility from that Astra, and you no longer have the late flank that the Astra could bring. Because of that, now Thin can reposition himself comfortably down in heaven, and they all pincer through and come through on the retake, relying on Gaddafi. Even though Gaddafi goes down later in the round, since all of them are like focus onto A shot. It's just a matter of setting up one smoke for Slumber and the defuse going through. A 4-0 lead now for Damaru Gaming. And I think what's especially cool for me is the fact that this team, it's like this composition is not necessarily overly strong on defense. It's a double initiator, double duelist composition for hell's sake. So imagine their strength on the attack if they can keep up this momentum on the first half.
Exactly. Tactical timeout finally ending. It seems like Salt, they definitely have had a pep talk for themselves. Why are things really not working out? And hopefully with that tactical timeout, they're able to change a little bit of things. And I'm expecting a massive change coming in through. They do realize that previous round was an eco. And over here now, they have finally gotten themselves those guns back. We do see Finn on an aggressive end, but he's just not really going to be finding anyone because there's no one really peeking out for the hookah. From the side of Salt, DG Moonlight's position being compromised, and this is not good. But he got stunned in the nick of time. Pretty much a well-coordinated play, and oh my God, Gaddafi's Hunter's Fury able to find himself those two massive frags. And Stranger though still manages to shut down Moonlight, but that Hunter's Fury wasn't worth it.
He is the Hunter. Look at this, though, Salt now. They were able to still find the trade. So it's a 3v3 on the map as they try to get the execute in onto A. They have Shavas control with Hatch, so they're leveraging that. Now able to use the breach utility to get U-Haul control and getting the plant down with Stranger. Now, with this plant down, it's important. It's very important that they hold on for U-Haul as long as possible. Because as you can see on the map, Hatch is going for the late look around. The orbital strike being set up to deny U-Haul, but Beast actually moves in, finds the kill. The one is more than enough for him because now look at Hatch. He's coming on the full wrap.
As I did mention now, he's definitely coming out in full wrap there.
No charges left.
Finn, Stranger is down low. This is a little problematic, I would say, but yep, Stranger being shut down by Finn. And that's a massive frag coming in through. Astra, of course, had to be the last man alive. He is the one who picked it, Astra. What? That's a flick and a half onto Slumber, and then pretty much spray transfer onto Finn. And, well, Salt, they have managed to get themselves the first round on the board, and it seems like the tactical timeout did really work out.
Yeah, exactly. And if you notice, like right there on the scoreboard, right, the fact that Damaru have to go for an eco despite having a 4-round win streak before this tells you the nature of the rounds that were happening so far. Even though Damaru had a 4-0 lead, every single round like this one goes down to the wire because of how close these two teams are. Salt with that win, Hats with that clutch, they get an eco advantage, and now they're going to look to push, but don't count out Damaru. We've seen them pull out Thrifties with Sheriffs before. They're trying to do that, exactly that. Now able to find the kill and leaves Gaddafi isolated and exposed. Strix takes him out, and the execute is on Salt ready to push.
Exactly. But that recon dart, though, it did reveal a lot of info, and with that being said, they have now been forced on an eco. They only just have Sheriffs in the hands, Venandi as well in the U-Haul pretty much being shut down, but take a look at this Judge! Yes, coming in huge as expected! And do not push the Judge, do not push the Judge, and yep, this is what the Breach realizes, instantly falls back. Pretty premature decision, I would like to say. But yeah, this also means they have managed to kind of retrieve the Vandal back in the hands, and this is what they really do use for a massive advantage. And that Shock Dart, though, they did know that's kind of a choke point being created. They did know the last two players there, instantly uses that in that nick of time, and pretty much just puts the Brimstone down low.
Absolutely. 4-2 now on the scoreboard. And for me, the funny thing is, again, Salt go back to the A-shot execute. Like, I think you'll remember all the way back from Pakistan qualifier 1 where they were playing Arrow. We were really mad because Arrow refused to contest A-shot, and Salt kept doing that again and again. Yesterday when we saw against Enigma, they get shut down and still Salt kept doing that again and again. This time they do it again and they find success. So I want to see if Damaru can actually answer it. This round, though, Salt are going to change up their defaults, ready for a B-side execute. I think primarily because of the fact that they have that Rolling Thunder ready. So now that that Breach has helped his team get long control, going to rotate onto Hookah using that control that his Jet and so I've got, set up the Rolling Thunder and get that execute started.
Exactly, execute has been started. Now Salt able to pretty much crumble inside in Slumber, manages to find himself two massive frags. Moonlight able to follow it up, but he's not really able to follow it up with the third one, though. He gets shut down. Man advantage pretty much now even. You do see all the lads pretty much teleporting inside the hookah. And that's oh my god, that's a TP being made, and Soa left all by his lonesome on the B sides. That's why they only just heard that one TP coming in through, so they're not really sure if that TP was being fully made. You also do see now finally the rotations are happening, but well, that is pretty close. He has managed to sneak inside Hookah. Let's just see if Stranger is able to predict this push coming in.
So it's all about the timing of the recon right here. The fact that he's using it right now will give a ton of information. But look at the CT push, the defensive side push happening in. The Rolling Thunder comes out and Salt are getting pressured, but Hats manages to find the kill on Gaddafi. And just like that, this round is all but over because irrespective of how much utility Venandi has in a 1v2 with the open plant allowing for both a Heaven post plant and a defender side spawn, means Salt pick up the round. That Rolling Thunder invested as well means a really costly round for Damaru Gaming overall. They started off really strong, Necro 4-0, but since then Salt have gotten much more comfortable. They're relying on executes and they're able to do it well. It's not like Damaru Gaming aren't answering back. The Molly, for example, from Slumber was beautiful. They pick up the double, but Salt don't care. They don't care about losing bodies as long as they get trades because they know that at a certain time, it's not going to be a 5-stack from Damaru on a site. So as long as they move as the 5-stack, they will always come out even and get the plant.
That one single tactical timeout just coming into play, and Cosmic Divide as well to get the Salt the entry on the side, and they have gotten themselves the entry. And oh my god, all the time it's like Salt, they initially have those two kind of things which would help them single-handedly get inside the site. And this time it seems like a questionable peek out coming in from their side. Gaddafi able to find himself an opening, but on the other hand though, while Finn manages to find guy who's planning, so pretty much the plan has been denied for a moment now. Moonlight as well to follow it up. Casper being shut down, and take a look at this run and gun by Trick with the Phantom. He managed to find himself too. And now I'm pretty sure someone definitely wants to reply back from the side of DG, and this is where the spot out has came in through, but Trick is just a little fast. He finds himself too with that Blade Storm.
Trick playing it beautifully. As you said, the run and gun to initially shut down Moonlight especially was crucial because with that Lear coming through, especially since Moonlight had taken out Casper, that was the start of the retake for Damaru Gaming. They were about to breach the wall, push in through the wall and breach the A-shot area, try to retake back A-shot and inherently Lamps as well at the same time. But because Trick pushed through instead, shut down Moonlight, he was able to get into sight, find a quadra kill for himself on the end of it all and pick up the win. Now, having said that, the buys are still affordable for Damaru Gaming. The operator is online on Thin and it is in this B-long position, but there's no backup to take down the drone. Instead, he takes a free shot, gets backed up, and now he's gonna get caught out for not for long. Finds the kill and will secure the first blood. Okay.
Hunter's Fury being invested from the side of Salt. Wasn't really able to find any kind of damage through. Yeah, Finn is down low on 56 HP though, but he has an operator. All he needs to do is just connect that one shot and make sure he's just in general on target. On the other hand, the hookah control still hasn't really been given away because there is a judge playing in those close quarters, and especially taking it away, especially from a player who's yielding the judge in hookah, is going to be really tough unless you have the race.
Absolutely. Throughout that push though, Salt, they left Hats in near that A site to give them the audio cues. Always relying on those audio cues is crucial. This Gaddafi, very aggressive down the push, doesn't even find a single kill, instead gets shut down. That's going to be the trigger for Salt Esports. Now they're ready for the execute. The Altop picked up as well. It's going to be the Beast leading the charge. Thin taken down as well. Salt open up the side like a can of worms.
Exactly, Flood just coming in through, getting themselves the spike planted as well on his side. And it's pretty much a 2-on-5 situation now, and DG are getting destroyed. They're getting demolished inside this initial round, and take a look at the push coming in from Trick as well. He just seems so confident, but the confidence being slapped by Slumber. Another peek coming in through from Beast, and what's going on? But Hats is there with the reaction in time and takes and strikes down Slumber.
From 4-0 down to now getting a lead at 5-4, 5 back-to-back round wins for Salt Esports, and it all started off with that clutch from Hatch. So props to be given to him, still continuing his form despite changing the agents, and his team, like the way a rising tide lifts all boats, Salt certainly getting lifted up. And for me, what I especially love seeing is that Stranger is back to his comfort zone. 13-5, we were absolutely wowed by this player's performance in the Pakistan qualifiers. It was in bind, where I think he truly captured our hearts, finding clutch after clutch. Now back in bind, he's certainly doing it again. But look at this. Damaru getting real aggressive, pushing down. Hookah, they get 1 kill on Has. He'll be able to recover a weapon.
Definitely be able to recover a weapon, but you also do see the Rolling Thunder being invested, and that's going to be helping Salt to get the side control back in their hands. And how, what? Gaddafi, he was down low. Casper able to get himself a kill, even though, well, he was down low. Casper now able to heal himself back up. It's 2-on-4 situation, and it seems like the last two players from DG are pretty much funneling in through from the defender side. Stranger, though, he pretty much expects them to be there, but yeah, it's fine. Casper gets another kill for himself, and Slumber again being strike down.
6-4 now for Salt Esports. Damaru Gaming just continuously losing the power, and I will say this was an eco, so fair enough, you know, but this next round, I want to see more of those aggressive pushes. I really like the fact that Thin was grouping up with another teammate to try and get himself in, but this time, again, they change it up. They leave those initiators down at A because Thin has picked himself an operator, and this is going to slow down the pace, allow Salt instead to play on the executes they like, because as you can see for Salt, they are grouped up. This time prioritizing Showers control, the recon to set up Trick as he dashes in. Now with that Showers control, the Ulta picked up for Hats. They're ready for the execute. It's just going to be that drone to clear off A shot, and they're ready to go.
Exactly. Now, as you did mention, they are ready to go. The goal call has been made, but Gaddafi pretty much striking straight down at this time. And DG, take a look at that. Shock Dart being invested. Orbiter Strike being invested as well, making sure they're at least buying as much as time as possible. But it seems like DG are striking back hard this time. They're like, all right, guys, I've already managed to sneak in a lot of rounds from our hands. We're not going to let this happen anytime anymore. But on the other hand, though, take a look at that. That was a fake TP being made because Asoa is already left back on the A side. He has managed to create a lot of spacing for his teammate. So pretty much the Sage is going to come back and won't get the spike planted.
Thing is, DG never left the side though. Because of Thin's position, they always knew that there was no one here. But the gun spotted out for Vinan. The Stranger takes him down, and suddenly it's a 2v2. That too with Thin on an operator. Now Slumber, he's gonna peek this lamp area, and the timing is huge. He not only finds Stranger, but takes out Casper as well. Stranger left with the bow in his hand. No match to Slumber's gun. The timing just really unfortunate as Damaru Gaming finally put a stop to Salt's win streak. They finally pull back around for themselves, and given the way this is going, Necro, I think we are on course for yet another overtime.
Exactly.
Before the switch.
Game is definitely going neck to neck, without a doubt. I mean, in the map of Bind where we expected DG to at least like have a dominating win, or at least that's what I expected personally, because they made it split really close. It just makes me wonder now, was that really close because just the lad was AFK in the start? Yeah, there was kind of a moment where even they were able to kind of 4v5 execute perfectly, and they were able to kind of put DG back down to sleep. But are DG going to be able to come back from this?
That's a great question. They do have the momentum after winning that last round, so we'll see if it carries on. They're maintaining the same defaults, except this time Moonlight with an early rotate because Thin has got an aggressive push in, and he's going to translate the aggressive push, finds the first blood, down goes the controller for Salt Esports.
Down goes the controller.
Aftershock
being used. Yup, and exactly. Resurrection being used as well. And Salt now pretty much back to a 5-man strong squad, even though the man advantage was there. But yeah, at least they baited out the utility, or at least the ultimate. But man advantage is here what you really want. And Moonlight, I'm pretty sure he's going to get hard cleared. And no, he doesn't. And this is where he pretty much strikes him as well. His teammate is there in the backlines to provide him that cover. Venandi still delivers though, but he gets instantly traded out. And Gaddafi again, all the time, whenever he does realize someone's pressuring them from the A short, all he does is just pop the Header's Fury in, and he's able to find himself a lot of value through it. And also do see someone wrapping all the way from the backlines. That's going to be the Brimstone coming in through. But Gaddafi as well, holding his horses, is not really making those unnecessary peaks happen.
Casper.
Oh my god.
Fair enough. I think he got confused because of the way that Cloudburst came. I guess he's assuming someone would come through and truck. I don't think he saw the trajectory, and the fact that it came from a shot, just saw it on the truck. He's like, oh, he threw a Cloudburst on truck, likely to updraft in, but doesn't happen. Instead, they come through short. Gaddafi, as you said, so precise with his Hunter's Fury. But that play right there, that was the change in the round entirely because they don't check Moonlight. And I feel like at this point, you have to, because he's played the judge in so many rounds, he's played the off angles in so many rounds. You need to check every single corner because that's what Moonlight excels in. He likes getting into these unpredictable positions. Like, for example, in the attack, I think we're going to see him pure W as he tries to just find engagement and then use his utility to get out, for his survival. So let's see, 6-6 on the board now. Definitely on course for overtime, but Damaru Gaming now onto the attack. That double duelist, double initiator composition truly coming online.
Second half inbound, as you did mention, DG now on attack. Outdrone out to pretty much spot someone out if they are able to kind of do so easily. That's a great concussion coming in through from the side of Beast, but there is a reverse one as well. Instantly to counter each and every single that is doing, but that was a great flash from Beast, and he peeks out with a flash as well. He finds himself those two duelists being taken down from DG, and that's a massive value.
Yeah, that's huge value, and this a clear indication of those buffs to Breach about a month or so back at the start of this last act. The timing on his animation change gives him so much value. Now Stranger will find another. Beast just jiggling. He finds one more.
Oh my god.
Gets taken out. Casper finishing it off with Necro's best weapon in the game. The right click coming through. I think it's only the best weapon if it only has right click. Like if you join both left click and right click. Left click's kind of useless, but right click is so cool.
Right click, yeah, I would say left click is really good if your right click's pattern isn't really matching,
True.
If it's really bad, then yeah, you decide to kind of you first test the right click patterns with like 2 right clicks. You press once, oh, is it really hitting? You press it again, oh, is it really hitting? That's when you start spamming the left click. That's how I personally use the classic.
Absolutely. But like, so as I was talking about, that breach changes, right? Like he lost about 0.3 seconds on his unequipped time. The duration increased and the wind-up time it needs for the fall line, even that has decreased. Like similarly on the flashpoint, right? Like the time it takes for him to go back to his weapon, it makes such a big difference. Now, a long push coming in, a 1-for-1 trade. This is favorable for Damaru because they get to pick up a weapon.
Yeah, but Venandi is down such low. It's like pretty much he is a dead man, I feel like, at this point, because only has 7 HP left, 1 bullet, and well, he can pretty much be taken out. I feel like at this point, even a tailwind from Jet can take him out the game. But now, Trick is down. Trick is over here inside the little cubby. Venandi's ready with the stun, and Salt are just pushing in slowly and steadily, and they are finding the bugs that are really hiding under the beds.
Look at Gaddafi though, not only has he found that first kill, he's now coming from showers into sight. He's likely to find Thin right here, spots out the barrel of that Marshall. Gaddafi playing it slow and hiding out, picks up that first kill, that recon. Will not reveal Moon. Oh, it does reveal Moonlight's position. So Gaddafi just getting everything he wants, playing this hold perfectly.
Exactly, look at Stranger as well, like, only has 5 bullets left. And well, a lot of missed shots from Casper. Yeah, I do understand you can pretty much run and gun with the Spectre, but you can't jump and shoot. You can't do that anymore. With that being said, Moonlight misses the first initial shots. I feel like he should whip out the Spectre. He should have reloaded beforehand.
Yeah, and that's my bad. I called Stranger Gaddafi, but everything else applies. Stranger playing that beautifully, went for the showers push initially, getting, like, I don't have utility to, I don't want to use utility to get info, so he's able to just walk out and take out Gaddafi, but makes it back in time, right? So they're thinking he's going to come, push through and wrap on them on A-shot. They're not expecting him in showers, and because of that, he picks up 2 crucial kills, denying any hope of a spike being planted, because that's what you want in an eco, right? You want to get those extra 300 credits with the spike plant, but that's denied. Instead, the round picked up for Salt, and now the operator online on Trick. Now, this is the buy for Damaru Gaming, but they need to make sure they don't lose too much money, don't lose too many weapons, because this is a sort of a bonus for Salt, only Trick with the heavy investment.
But DG are heavily stacked in towards the B side. You can already do see Moonlight has made his way with one more lad. Moonlight probably does have a little kind of a hinge that there is someone right on the wall. They can probably try and spam those corners out if they really do have that strong of a hinge, because Casper, I'm pretty sure Casper is just waiting for the right moment to strike, and which is pretty understandable in his shoes.
That drone gives a ton of information. Spots out Vinandi. It's not spot out Moonlight though, so now with that wall going down, Moonlight has a really good position. Casper gonna drop down below, Long being pressured. Casper under a lot of pressure here.
We're under a lot of pressure. Hunter's Fury being used as well. It's Stranger this time. It's going to be the one to connect that. And Casper again with a lot of value coming in through with that position he had with the wall. Finn is available there, but that one charge coming in through, that one scan changed the entire course of the game, because I feel like Finn was the only man who could have been the game changer with that initial position he had.
Yeah, definitely. But again, like we were wondering, I asked the exact question in the pre-show, right? Which Casper are we going to see? Are we going to see the consistent Casper that pulls out these insane impact frags, or are we going to see off Casper? And well, I guess he's answered that question. Impact frags it is. The fact that he's able to hold on to his position under hookah window for so long, it buys so much value and so much time for his team. Not only that, but he picks up a double kill on just a Spectre. Casper performing out of his mind as Salt pick up the buy round win. For Damaru Gaming, their eco is destroyed, and now Hin might just be 2 as he peeks into Trix Corsair, and that's not something you want to do. Both of the duel is down for Damaru, and Casper be like, well, don't leave me out of the action.
Well, Casper joins the fray as well, as he did mention the impact fragger. He's just flicking on heads. How do you do that, my boy? Casper able to get himself those 2 massive headshots, and now he's pretty much out for blood. He's looking for the 3rd one, and Trick is like, all right, it's my time to shine in, but Casper's like, all right, no, I'm going to be the one stealing it away this time. Slumber not really able to connect, or I would say crossfield placement was a little off there, was a little too close to the wall, and he should have expected a man like Casper to swing out.
You know, when you said no, I really remembered the way Sage says no in the game. You know, it's like one of the most like firm no's from all how's the Valorant.
It's like, something like that.
It's just simple and like straight. It's like firm, like no. No, not nope. Like no, I can't imitate it. I'm not. Yeah, no. I'm not saying. Oh yeah, that's close. That's pretty close, Necro.
That's pretty close. No.
Yeah. Okay, that was not.
That was not. Okay, well I messed it up.
10-6 now on the scoreboard for Salt Esports. Damaru have unfortunately not been able to secure a single round in this second half, so they have picked up a timeout. Now, this is starting to feel like a little bit of a deja vu, because the first half of Bayern started out similarly, where Damaru went in a 4-0 lead, and then Salt pulled back with a 5-round win streak. Now, similarly, Salt have started off the second half with a 4-round lead, making it 10-6 from 6-6. I wonder if Damaru, with this timeout, will be able to find the strength in them to pull it back. And if I were to talk in terms of setups, I think what I really want to see is a lot more ult-off focus. Like, we're rarely actually seeing Damaru get those ult-offs as compared to Salt, who are in most rounds at least getting one extreme ult-off. Like when they took Showers control, usually Hats or for example Stranger used to pick up those ult-offs, or even Beast, and when they were not getting those Showers control, they were usually pushing long and picking up those ult-offs. So I want to see Damaru try and prioritize that a lot more.
You did mention. But Trick, though, already opening up the fray. Big man falling down thin, and that's not really going to be favoring DG anymore. Moonlight as well getting tagged out. He doesn't really have any other kind of a thing to do rather than just let the hookah control go away just like that. And you can already see the hookah control pretty much taken back by the Astra, and this is pretty much a great move. Did realize Moonlight is now pretty much falling back, so regain the hookah control, but Moonlight strikes back again. He's like, I'm not really gonna let you guys get the hookah control back in, and Moonlight is down to only 56 HP. I feel like over here approaching the side all by himself is not really going to be the place or the thing to do. Beast able to find himself 2 massive frags. Trick able to step up, and well, pretty much a flawless round coming in through.
Well, I guess Salt are just getting the nail ready for that coffin, as Damaru Gaming's hopes of staying alive in the VCC are slowly but surely stripping away. Trick with the aggressive pushes with the operator finding those initial kills. It makes it so difficult for Damaru Gaming to actually get the setup where they want to execute. What Salt is doing is understanding, like, hey, you know what, we like executes. What's the biggest issue for us when we try to do executes? It's when they contest us early. It's when they don't let that breach set up the utility, and Salt are able to do that again and again. This time bringing over Casper on the wall. He's even ready for the peak, and threading the needle takes out Nandi.
Exactly, Venanti being shut down from the game, and this is for Salt now. Well, 6-11 is the scoreline. Well, it seems like Salt this time they're getting shut down. I do like the presence of mind being shown by the lads of DG. They clearly read out how Salt were playing, and instead DG decided to play off of trades and Moonlight and Thin. Well, these two men were alive in the game, and Thin as well to kind of show his Blade Storm power coming in through. But that recon dart in to find any positions. Recon Tower will be instantly shut down, but still no positions being revealed, and all three of them are stacked near U-Haul and Lamps, and this is absolutely huge. Moonlight looks away for a nick of time, but he doesn't really check his back, and Trick is there. Oh, what? This is a lot of shots!
Slumber.
No Slumber! Oh my god, they literally lost because Slumber whiffed.
Slumber caught sleeping. Cannot afford that miss on Trick. It's exactly as you said. Like, I'm not trying to blame Slumber. I hope he doesn't take this too hard, but there's no other reason for that loss. That round loss, I mean, not the entire map, but like that round loss, there's no other reason. But damn, that was close. As you said, Damaru Gaming, very nice instant awareness, like spontaneous decision making. They just go for the push, understanding that Casper is likely off position since he just jumped off the wall and only will likely have a couple players in the backup. So they push in aggressively looking for the trade, and in the middle of that, they find another trade itself, makes it 3v3 on the map. They get the plant down, and they have great post-plant positions, especially given the fact that Trick had to retake with an operator. Now, him finding the kill onto Moonlight, completely understandable, because Moonlight had his back turned to him, and he was hunting for more kills. But Slumber, the trade needed to come through as soon as Moonlight died, because if Slumber had picked out Thin, then that Lamps would be held, and the diffuse would have been close to impossible. With that 12-6, I think this is just one of those, I believe this is like one of those Vodafone Giants timeout, where they only do timeout to let the other team get more panicky and get more flustered, you know. Salt now in a 6-round win streak on their defense. I don't think they're going to change any setups.
Yeah, 12-6 is the scoreline, and as you did mention, not really expecting to change anything, because up till now it's working, so why do you need to change it, right? Yeah, maybe on the A side, a little bit we might expect, because they have realized, they have found the kind of read onto it, so yeah, it does make sense if they do change some things, but it clearly didn't really seem like it, right? Stranger was having a great time, he was having a laugh with his teammates, so none of the serious conversation was being seen in the webcams as well, so I'm personally not really expecting any changes, and this is what exactly is happening. Instead, though, one thing we are definitely witnessing here is that the bathroom's control is pretty much heavily being denied by Salt, and they're like, all right, we're really not going to let you guys have the bathroom control. On the other hand, the A-Short control has been given away. That means they all are going to be funneling in through U-Haul and A-Short, and so Casper peeks out right into Thin's crosser, and he will be shut down.
The thing is, though, like, because of that Shamas control, this is still a winnable round for Salt, because they have that Rolling Thunder ready. The retake is really strong, but because a player has gone down now, the Rolling Thunder ready for Damaru as well. So the counter could come through. Beast is getting it ready up to deny the plant, and it will happen, but his team isn't ready for the retake. Trick moves in with the Blaze Storm, though, finds one, Beast with another. Suddenly, the man advantage has been turned. The spike carrier drop over. Now they now dropping Trick will make it a 2v2. Scratch that, a 1v2. Salt match and series point right here as Thin goes in for Hats. Not able to
run
land
and gun. No, you can't. You can't do that with a Vandal, Thin. You can't run and gun with a Vandal. And instead, the Salt strikes back hard, and they get themselves the win over here. That means now they're going to be moving in forward in the lower brackets. And, well, it's going to be interesting to see how things are going to be looking like here, because Salt, with the dominating win outside, 2-0ing them out the game. DG, consider the fact that Bind was their map. Expectations were that DG will probably seal the deal on Bind, but still, they completely lost, and pretty much, yeah, I'm going to say I am a little disappointed, but hey, it's fine, you know, it's fine. It is definitely fine, because there's always something that you're learning. These are one of the best teams from their regions, and you have played cross-region. There's so much things to learn. You can always go back and check what kind of mistakes you made, and just in general, have a talk with your teammates and try and figure out some new ways, because I'm pretty sure in the future as well, you guys are going to be getting a lot of opportunities.
Exactly, and it's also because, like, I think the Nepali community, out of all of the countries we have here in the South Asian region, I believe the Nepali community is the youngest when it comes to the Valorant scene.
Yeah.
So they are very new itself, so this is a huge achievement. I think Bind, of course, I agree, one of their strongest maps, but the fact that they kept changing their compositions really weakened it for them, you know, because you saw strong fundamentals, but you didn't see any setups. Like, the way Salt had executes planned out before the match even started, that was not there for Damaru Damaru Gaming. So yes, while I appreciate the fact that they're willing to try new things, to try and surprise Salt Esports, because that's one of the main points we always ask from underdogs, to try and surprise the favorites. It doesn't end up working out. So a nice effort from Damaru, but Salt clearly a level ahead, 31.58%. That's definitely the highest headshot percentage we've seen so far.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, yeah, as you did mention, that's definitely the highest headshot percentage. And this is what we've had kind of a talk about, right, as well, is that Pakistan region definitely brings in that aggression, and also they have some cracked aimers. We have had a talk about this. Pakistan region definitely has one of those aimers who are really insane. So each and every single region has their own uniqueness, right? So, but over here, we do have the Pakistan region coming in tall against Nepal region and pretty much sealing the deal. I mean, dominating win, I would say 13-6. It's quite insane. Assault able to pretty much make sure that Damaru is staying down or staying back from this competition here, and Salt are going to be the one to move forward. This also means that the journey for Damaru Gaming is ending.
Yes, unfortunately, Damaru Gaming will be the second team joining, crash landing on you on the way out of the tournament. But looking at the stats, right, Stranger really stepping up in this map. You could see the stress he was feeling in Split all translated into performance here in Bind. 24 kills, he is the MVP, but nothing to take away from a player like Thin, especially 7 first bloods on that, most of them on the operator. He really did put in his best performance. Unfortunately, I just feel like they weren't able to get Moonlight in as aggressively as they could with the breach Sova. But hey, let's quickly have a look at who the MVP is. I think it is going to be either Stranger or Casper, because Casper had a beautiful performance on Split as well. What do you think who the MVP is going to be?
Yeah, it's going to be Stranger. Yeah, I mean, it's like Stranger when you talk about consistency, right? Stranger, of course, delivers that all the time. Yeah, considering the fact that Casper did quite good on that previous map. But hey, over here, Stranger was the one who pretty much stole it away from him, I would say. He got himself 40 kills, 29 deaths, and 15 assists with the econ rating of 68, an average combat score of 233. And first bloods, it's going to be 1. And Stranger, just a fantastic performance in the final game, or in the final or I would say, yeah, in the final game and the final day for DG. And unfortunately, now, as I did mention, and as CA did mention as well, they're going to be joining crash landing on you in their plane way back on their home. And unfortunately, this was their place where their journey really ends. And I personally am really sad for that, because, yeah, in general, they have let the hopes down for the Nepali community. But hey, it's fine. I'm pretty sure the support is still going to be continuing for Damaru Gaming.
Absolutely. I think at the end of the day, yes, it will be disappointing that the Nepali team in Damaru Gaming is no longer available in the tournament to try and keep making a push. They will be proud of the fact that they are able to put up such a good performance. Like, not the greatest. We definitely expected a little bit more from them, but not the worst either. It's not like they just collapsed under the pressure. It's not like they, they completely disappeared. I felt like they gave it their best, especially since they tried to change the compositions. What that tells me is that a team is willing to experiment, and for me, a team that is willing to experiment will always learn more in the long term.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, experimentations are the best way to learn, right? And especially, it's like if you keep on experimenting, that means you also do figure out what things are really not working for you. You can try and either leave that and try a new thing, or you can try and work around on how are you pretty much making it stronger in the future, right? But it also just gives you an edge over the team that isn't really doing anything and just sticking to the fundamentals. That means the main problem here is that sticking to the basics is the main problem here is that you pretty much know how they're going to play. You pretty much know what move they're going to be making in the game, and you can easily counter back. On the other hand, a team which is unpredictable, they always just have an edge, just like how CA said.
Yeah, absolutely. As you saw in the brackets as well, Salt ready in the lower bracket finale for the loser of Global Esports versus Enigma to come down and contest with them for that second spot. So 3 teams left in Group B, 3 teams left in Group A. We'll find out the first team to qualify real soon though, because the next matchup will reveal that to us. So for now, that's the end of me saying goodbye to teams for today. We will now be seeing which team goes forward. But like, once again, just a final wrap up on Damaru Gaming. I think I have to say, like, I'm excited to keep seeing them in the future. I do hope they stick together. For now though, as I was saying, we are going to go set ourselves up for the third best of 3 for today. It's going to be an upper bracket finale, which means the stakes are going to be higher. Do stick around. I'll see you with the next set.
I'm getting freaky. Yeah, I'm a pretty crazy. Get that freaky on. 생각보다 같이 freaky. Yeah, I'm a pretty crazy. Get that freaky on. 생각보다 같이.
the strength of metal.
Need your mark on. Need your mark on. Yo, need your mark on. Need your mark on.
The new Classic Mark III. Get your mark on.
freak. Yeah, yeah, I'ma bring the crazy. Get that freaky, freaky on. 생각보다 같이 freak. Yeah, yeah, I'ma bring the crazy. Get that freaky, freaky on. 생각보다 같이.
The power of steel.
Get your mark on. Get your mark on.
The strength of metal.
Get your mark on. Get your mark on. Go. Get your mark on. Get your mark on.
The new classic Mark III. Get your mark on.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Valorant Conquerors Championship, brought to you by NODWIN Gaming, with Gillette as our grooming partner and Talk Esports as our digital publication partner. Now, my name is Nikhil Sali, and I'm here with Neeraj Necro Sangle as we bring to you the final matchup of today. It's going to be the upper bracket finals of Group A Necro, Team Velocity versus Team Exploit. The winner of this going directly to the Grand Finals.
Yeah, winner of this, exactly, directly going to the... pretty much going to be qualifying in forward. And this is the match of upper brackets, if you guys had no clue about it. Because, of course, yesterday Exploit won, and then you also have VLT winning against Exceeli. So they pretty much moved in forward in the upper brackets. But unfortunately, though, the other brackets of Group B, we're not really going to be seeing them being played today. It's going to be played tomorrow. But for now, we have Velocity versus Team Exploit in front of us, and... well, I can already tell this matchup is going to be a heat, because yesterday we saw Team Exploit with a banger of win against CLOY, but then on the other hand, VLT, I mean, I don't really need to speak a lot about this team, right?
Yeah, absolutely. As we've talked about, I think there are three particular teams in my mind that are the favorites to win it all, and VLT is one of them, you know. So definitely a tough task for Exploit, but I do think this team has gradually just improved. But I also believe that the veto is ready, and I would be very surprised if we don't see a Split and Haven ban, because Exploit are so damn good on Split that, yeah, as you can see, VLT should ban on Split, and the same can be said about VLT's Haven, where VLT is just so damn good and Exploit don't play it that much to make it a much more simpler ban. But Icebox getting picked by VLT, this shows the growth of the squad, Necro. Like, I remember this squad being one that ran away from Icebox and Breeze, and now I see a veto where VLT willingly pick up Icebox and Breeze.
Yeah, exactly. Icebox and Breeze being picked up over here, and also you also do see Exploit again striking in with that Ascent pick coming in. Now, as you did mention, Split is the map where Team Exploit is really good. That's why Velocity instantly target banned that. On the other hand, Exploit as well realizing the same thing and instantly banning in Heaven. Now, pretty much I would say target bans coming in through from both these sides, but on the other hand, though, Velocity, expectations on the map of Icebox to, of course, dominate coming in through, but Team Exploit, considering or taking a look at their past, yeah, it has been shaky. They have went through a lot of ups and downs, because in the qualifier ones of the Pakistan-Afghanistan region, they pretty much lost against Salt.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, that's what I meant, right? Like, it was a very rocky start for Velocity Gaming in general. Sorry, Exploit Storm in general. But they were able to get it back, especially after HSB's introduction. But as we see, the audience predictions, it's not a surprise at all that the audience heavily favors VLT. We see this always being the case whenever they're playing. Almost always. I won't say always. But the casters as well, all pretty much agreeing. Johnny, the only one who thinks we're going to go all three maps.
Well, I mean, Johnny is kind of a person who's a believer, right? Just
Yeah,
like how I
optimist.
did. Just like how I did as well, you know? I mean, I'm also a person who's a really believer, because last game as well, I went with Damaru just like how Johnny did. So, of course, Johnny and me, the believers out here, on the other hand, CA and Fixes, they don't
Wait,
really
but
like
you
to
said
believe in
2-0
teams.
here. Necro, hold on.
But I'm talking about the previous game as well, man.
Fair enough. Where's the
I went
cynics,
with
guys?
DG, man. Come on, yeah. But yeah, in this one, I'm really not a believer, because I feel like being a believer can just be me shooting my own leg.
Fair enough, right? Like, you have to go with what you feel is right, and what we feel is that Velocity will take it away. And I don't think the scoreline will speak for the match. A 2-0 is what I expect, but a very close 2-0, where it should at least go to double digits for both teams is what I'm expecting on Ascent. Now, on Icebox, unfortunately, I don't think it's going to be that close, because I remember checking the stats yesterday for Velocity in general. They haven't lost the map on Icebox since June. That's like a couple of months now. They haven't lost a single map on Icebox. They haven't lost on Icebox in VCC itself. So this team is formidable. They are ruthless and they are cold on this map.
Well, maybe it's the first time for everything, you know? maybe Team Exploit might just be the one to strike them down in Icebox. We never know. You know, there's still a maybe going in. As long as we're really not hopping inside the game, we won't really have clue over here. But yeah, talking about the matchup yesterday and talking about Team Exploit in general, yeah, I would say looking really confident after that dominating win against CLOY. On the other hand, Velocity at this point, they're pretty much used to it, right? They're just here dominating throughout the entire series. They're just really used to it. It's like, all right, it's just work. It's just a day in the office. All right, I'm here to work. They just look around everywhere. They just win, pretty much moving forward, and that's how they have been playing throughout the series. But now I feel like Exploit. I don't know why. I feel like Exploit might just be the one to give a run for their money. But what do you think so?
Well, I certainly do think so, that it is possible, but at the same time, I think Velocity is just too rounded of an organization for them to not be able to close it out. Which is why I think it's going to go very close, double digits again for both of the teams is what I'm expecting, but I think Velocity will take the cake and pick up the matchup. Now, talking about Icebox, right? The composition we're expecting from Velocity is the same as what we've seen from most top tier teams. That's the Sage, KJ, Viper, Jet, and Sova combination, where Amaterasu functions as a sort of battle sage on that pickup. Now, for the side of Exploit, I think it might be the same lineup, but what I would like to actually see from them is a double duelist, because even in the international meta, the Jet Reyna with teams like G2, teams like Liquid, for example, they've been regularly picking it up. Even it's something that Sentinels have played all the way back from Reykjavik. So the Jet Reyna meta has started to really come back, and I think a lot of it is to do with the fact that the Killjoy is a lot more expensive. It takes a lot longer for a utility to come back, and in the hands of a player like Shooter, I think that Reyna could be the difference to make Velocity finally drop the map of Icebox.
Well, look, Velocity dropping the map of Icebox, I personally don't really believe it. Like, my ears just don't. My ears just don't accept it. Like, my ears, my body. As soon as I hear that, I just don't really accept it being said, because they have, as you did mention, they haven't lost a single map since June at this point, and that's a long time in itself. And Icebox, I'm pretty sure, and considering the fact that Velocity, if you talk about that team, if you talk about experience, they definitely do have lots. But on the other hand, they also do have a player like HSB coming in. He also does have a decent amount of, I would say, backup. He also has a decent amount of experience in general. Maybe HSB is going to be the man to pretty much tell his team how Velocity, or how to counter Velocity on this map, on that map. So I would say expectations are definitely going to be from me and CA. Of course, it was a 2-0, so I'm expecting a dominating win from Velocity, but hey, we still never know. We can't just sit here and talk about it before the games even start, right? Because, like, the composition, they were able to make it, they were able to strike down a team like GE in the map of Icebox and pretty much turn the wins in their favor.
Exactly, so it's going to be very difficult for Exploit, no doubt, but I personally have my eyes on Storax, actually, because on Icebox, he's going to be picking up the Jet. He was prolific with the Operator the last time we saw him yesterday, very good with his approach to how he plays the game. You know, he's very careful, and I think that speaks of the fact that he's also the primary LGL for the team, knows when to make his move and when to not, so I'm excited to see how that works out. As we were talking about these players, as you mentioned HSB as well, a very strong player for Exploit Storm. Looking at the comparison between him and Amaterasu, it's effectively the same. Like, yes, Amaterasu has slightly more kills than ACS, but he also has a slightly more deaths, and that combined with the fact that HSB is actually the initiator player shows you how good both of these players are.
No, exactly. I mean, that's what I said, right? HSB is a man who definitely does have a lot of strong background, and also at the same time, he's just so experienced. So he can definitely be one of those players who can, like, give a run for their money, like Velocity. But over here now, as you did mention, Storax likes to play that Jet coming in on the map of Icebox as well. The same thing is there on the map of Breeze. He likes to play that Jet as well, even on Breeze. So one theory we can pretty much conclude here is that Storax is kind of a man who really does play Jet when it comes to those open maps, right?
Yes.
When it comes to those open maps like Breeze and Icebox, where their sites are pretty much wider open, where there's not really a lot of corners to hide around. Yeah, on the B side, I would say there's a decent, or on the A side, my bad, there are a decent amount of angles to hide around on a Icebox, but still, they're not really that kind of angles where you do see angles in a map like Split.
Yeah. There's of course, there's a lot of angles on Icebox. So I get what you mean. It's not congested. It's not
Yeah.
corners,
Yeah.
and it's not as exposed in general. Like in Icebox, there's a lot more room. You're exposed vertically, but on that ground level, not as much. So I'm excited to see Storax because, as you said, the idea, as he explained as well in the interview, right? Like the idea for him is that whenever the team needs a jet operator, that's when he picks it up. Now, I do believe that the matchup is ready, so we don't have to ponder on the picks any longer. We will see. I want Shooter on the Reina, but I expect him to pick up the Sage, and I guess that's what it's going to be. He's locked it in instantly. So mirror compositions from both of the teams is the Nah. It's just trolling us. Yeah,
he's just trolling around. Yeah, I was like, what, Yoru? Is that really the thing that you're really going for here, HSB? If you do, then I don't know, because HSB, I feel like he's a fantastic solo player in general, right? Like, why would you give that over? And yep, this is what he exactly does. He picks up the Sova, and hey, he is the hunter, and pretty much going to be going forward inside the game. Oh, you like that?
Yeah,
I am the hunter.
No, never mind. I don't.
Okay.
I don't.
Okay, let's ignore that. Moving it forward, right to Ace. It seems like he is ready. Amaterasu is ready as well with poor LFF and FW1.
Hey, I see
all
Sentinel
of them are
in there too. The owner of Velocity Gaming, Sentinel's just there to support his team, you know?
He's warming up as well, you know? He's warming up as well. You can already see he kind of, just rubbing his hands, just shanking around as well, making sure if he's fit and fine, his team will be doing the same thing as well. So Sentinel doing a great job keeping his team together. But here, we do have Team Exploit pretty much locked in and loaded. Take a look at HSB as well, just directly diving in his screen.
What happened?
And King, if he gets any more closer, he will be inside the game himself.
That's literally what I was gonna say. What happened to King? His face is literally burning up. It's like he's, it's in those animated movies when the character is being pulled from real life into the animated thingy. It's like he's in the middle of that, where his face is completely white. But hey, enough of that talk. We're into the action. Velocity on the attack, and they will waste not a single second. MW1 took that vertical control on his team, backing him up. Now pushing in. The B wall set up. The conditioning plays on. They're just going for the instant plant, Necro.
Exactly, instant plant. I mean, they don't even need to work to get the side control in their hands. Getting the plant down, instantly backing off. Shock darts are there. But yeah, I mean, pretty much to clear out the default spots and making sure they're clear now in the game. So at least they do have a little info saying that, okay, those spots are at least cleared out, so they can pretty much try and go for a retake here. On the other hand, the MW1 as well, pretty much all the time. Instantly pretty much stepping back. The spike has been planted now. 0-0 is the scoreline. I actually thought the spike was planted initially before. My bad. It wasn't. Pretty much lost track of the board there. This is going to be a massive recon, and yes it is! So much intentions being revealed, but Team Exploit as well pretty much striking back. King and Soulmate trying their best to make things even here. Shooter strikes in, but he's down low. This is not really looking good, and yes, we do have the one last man alive. It's going to be Vapor. He strikes in and shuts down Shooter.
I am so damn hyped.
That round was so fast.
Exactly.
That round was so fast.
Yeah, it was so fast, yet that's what I mean, right? This is why I'm so hyped for this matchup, because these teams are so confident. Like, the retake was set up for Exploit. They understand that you don't really need to heavily contest the plant. They're willing to play on the retake. Even though it doesn't work out, it's the confidence that I appreciate. Willing to play along the way you've set yourself up. And Velocity the same. I talk about this so much. Like, conditioning on Icebox is so damn important. And look at this, they're doing exactly that. Running back the same execute that got them the win first. This time, albeit at a much slower pace. They know they have the weapons advantage. They don't want the trades the way they want it in the pistol. Inside this time, they know how valuable their weapons are. So gonna take it step by step. Once they've got that vertical container control, gonna use the drone to clear out yellow, take control of this, and then allow MW1 to move in. A really nice trade from Shooter though.
Yeah, I gotta say, I mean, Team Exploit is doing a great job standing against VLT here. I mean, they are able to kind of connect those shots in through. LFF finds one, right to Ace to follow it up. Up till now, no reply has been found. The only reply was that skull-cracking Sheriff shot. After that, we are seeing Team Exploit being shut down slowly and steadily, being put down back to sleep. Storax being spotted, one last man alive. Shock Dart being used as well. And that Shock Dart wasn't really able to find anyone, but HSB now gets taken out.
Yeah. Only one player going down in MW1, meaning a bonus in the cards for Velocity Gaming, and this is where you can expect that default to switch up. Like the Viper wall likely to again go down B, unless they just want to go hard execute down A. But even then, in the buy round, the Viper will go down B, and that's where the fact that they've rushed 2 rounds in a row in the starting, the conditioning will come into play, because the opposite team is forced to think, oh my god, if the Viper wall comes down, will they rush? This time, like I said, they want to play the bonus, so they're not going to go back to B side. Instead, a mid to B approach on the cards. The Viper wall likely to come down late as the Cloudburst sets up MW1 to move in. Now, the wall coming down, the wall is actually a little skewed by Velocity, but it doesn't matter. They will go in nevertheless. MW1 will updraft, and if they already got the plant down, their post plants are so good down in kitchen halls.
Exactly. The spike has been planted. MW1 finding himself a massive frag here, even though Team Exploit does have the gun advantage. They're not really able to deliver. Vibor peeks out. He gets one. He gets another one. Shooter is there to kind of trade things out, but HellFF there in the back lines. Oh my god, the team synergy and the team communication. If you talk about, this is at its perfection.
Yeah, I mean, Velocity with 3 rapid fire rounds, I guess they have a date for later tonight, because they're looking to get the series done ASAP. I think Exploit are just shell-shocked right now, because I don't think they were expecting this quick tempo of play from Velocity, you know? And again, it's just going to continue. Velocity not going to give up the pace. This time, all 5 stack onto A side. It executes all the way, I think, till they get answered, or rather, till they see some sort of other flank coming in from the side of Exploit that they can punish. Now, this is an eco for Exploit. Storm, having lost that buy round, their eco is demolished. They still have those sheriffs, though, and these players are capable of pulling out a thrifty. So let's see, will they do those damage on those sheriffs?
And look at MW1, pretty much putting the pedal on the metal. And every 2 have him Leon. He did get spotted, but flicks right on the right side. Tank sets his speed down. Shooter there to reply, but the reply isn't really going to be strong enough because King is there as well. But hey, they both get instantly striking down. And this is where Team Explode is actually making it pretty close. Velocity, if they do lose this round, I mean, yeah, it's not really going to be affecting their economy much, but it's definitely going to be giving a little bit of confidence booster for Team Exploit. But it doesn't matter. Right 2 ace is there to pretty much save the day for the team.
Yeah, right to clutch, safe hands, you know, to leave the end part of your round with. You're gonna make sure he carefully carries over the baby that is the round over the finish line and get them into the loving parents' hands. But hey, 4-0 on the scoreboard, and again, Velocity can go for the executes. And so far, the way they've done it, now they already have that Killjoy ultimate ready, whereas HSV is not even, well, he's exactly halfway through his ult point pickup. So this Killjoy ult cannot be contested, but Vibor is not actually poised to get that ult set up. Instead, he's getting his turret ready on belt, now gonna join his team and set up the Killjoy lockdown as they get ready for an execute. This time around, though, King with his mollies is all about a plant delaying. As you can see, 1 molly down sandwich, 1 at default. So they are ready for a hard execute. Let's see how well they're able to respond if Storax is able to find value on the operator.
They already have a lockdown available in the 5th round, and they pretty much use it. MW1 just dashing on the site. Is actually pretty much a dash to bait out their operator shot. He did that successfully. Now, spike being planted, and they are just going to be playing on the post plants. On the other hand, Viper was there to pretty much walk the back flank there, but we also do see the Viper from Team Exploit slowly and steadily sneaking in from the back lines. Hopefully the flank is expected, but it doesn't matter. MW1 able to take 2 players out. HellFF as well expects the flank coming in through. He shuts down Soulmate as well. And just Storax, the last man alive in the game, or last man alive in the match, I would say, is able to find one, but Velocity does realize there's no point in just like going and trying to hunt over here Vibor, trying to bait out a shot, and it seems like he's not really going to be baiting out, just wide swings it, and too quick to react. Vibor pretty much just slaps him out the game.
And doesn't even pick up the operator. That's my favorite part about it all, because that means they're going to maintain the same pace. 5-0 right now, and Velocity just going all in and executes. Exploit Storm have no answer, and rightfully so, because this is not how Velocity have played in the past. Velocity literally telling Exploit Storm, you can take all of your pre-match preparation, you can take all of your demo review, take it to the toilet and flush it down the drain, because we are showing you something completely new. Again, mid to be on the cards of Velocity Gaming. They will give no room. This time the wall is even set up perfectly, so there is no taking out. Arithurus finds the first kill. The Viper's Pit is available. This should be another free round for VLT.
Just a W key game, what we're seeing here.
Yeah.
They're not stopping pressing that W key. Only time they really stop is just for planting the spikes. And, well, LFF as well, just ready for Storax. They're everywhere, but nowhere at the same time. Like, I don't understand what's going on here. VLT, the presence of might inside the game is just so precise. It's just all over the place. MWN as well delivering. HSB trying his best to strike back. But VLT is just way too strong. They're getting strike down with the hammer of velocity.
Yeah, I mean, this is just the pure reward for being, so hardworking and getting to practice in. Every single of these executes that they're going for, I can clearly see that they've sat in customs for at least a couple of hours, cleared out every possible scenario that could happen, It's like, hey, if I get first blood here, then you play the post plant here. If we lose that Viper early and we don't have the Snakebite lineups, then we play post plants like this. Like, they imagined every possible scenario, which is why, like, as you correctly mentioned, right? It's like they're everywhere, yet they're nowhere. And for me, what that means is that as soon as MW1 is starting to get the spike planted, the team is not thinking about where he needs cover from. They're thinking about how they get into post-plant positions because they've already given him the cover by getting him into that position in first place. Velocity is always a step ahead. They're not thinking about the moment. They're thinking about what they need to do next, which means as soon as the spike is planted, they have amazing post-plant positions. You saw Hellfighter adopting that vertical angle on the container near the attacker side spawn, shutting down the flank rotations. And with the Sage playing kitchen as well, they have kitchen control, they have walls control, they have mid control, they don't allow rotations. It's like Exploit Storm cannot play the game. They're being suffocated.
Yeah. It just doesn't really seem like this wasn't the exploit that we saw yesterday, man.
Yeah.
They're just not getting time to read or know what's going on in the game, and before they do try to kind of get a little bit of catch onto that, they just get instantly shut down. The pushes and the aggression that they're showing, the pushes and the aggression that Velocity is showing, they have never expected, as you did mention before. And that was a great recon dart as well. I mean, just revealing Storex's position now, they pretty much do know that the operator's available there. LFF as well, he has managed to sneak in quite deep here, and he might just have a good angle being created over here, and he might just strike down Storex, because Storex doesn't really expect him to be here.
But do you see the fear of the conditioning? Just that Viper wall in one drone causes 3 members to come towards on the B side. Now Storax does find some value, takes down right to ace, but this Q push from the Jet and Killjoy and Vibor and MW1 can be crucial. MW1 moving in now, Storax himself, it's a Jet on both sides trying to make a play. It's going to be MW1 trying to find someone. Amitarasu does find the revive, and at the same time Vibor finds a kill. MW1 will get traded out, but now Vibor coming through on the flank, takes out Storax. It's a trade all the way around, but Exploit Storm holding on. They have a man advantage.
They definitely do have the man advantage. VLT now, pretty much the last 2 players are right present on the side. And take a look at the confidence being shown as well. And finally, Team Exploit get themselves around on the board, and HSB pretty much was that man making those individual plays happen. He got himself a massive 3K to save the day for Exploit and finally open up the account.
Yeah, so we really need to talk about the changes that happened right after that timeout. So immediately, like, you're going to see this Viper wall being placed down A, the same as they did before. This is just to cut off the immediate entrance. It not only blocks off that pipes angle, but it also blocks off the belt angle while denying the A main entrance itself. So they're playing the Viper full anchor on A while using the Sova to get immediate information. Stacking up B side, leaving the Killjoy turret alone to mark mid, with that Killjoy just jiggling once in a while. So what this means is that they're stacking up the site and leaving mid control to Velocity. Now Velocity expected them, I think, to play much more on defaults, which is why they went back to their defaults after their timeout. But now that they realize that the sites are being stacked, they're back to their execute, since they want those numbers advantage where they push. Now going on to the A side, Velocity set up to take a 5v3 fight with a similar execute. It's just a question of, can Exploit Storm stop these executes?
It's definitely going to be really tough to actually stop these executes coming in. And yeah, I do understand how you rightfully pointed out the changes that came in through after that initial timeout being made. Hunter's Fury being utilized from right to ace to kind of force anyone out of their comfort positions that they had before. But HSB just too quick to react. MW1 getting shut down. HSB moving in, and this man needs to be shut down, because at this point they aren't really able to shut him down with those initial one-on-one fights. On the other hand, though, Team Exploit finally seems like they're getting themselves on the board. They're able to kind of give them a run for the money here. The defuse is being stuck, and right to ace this time, he isn't really able to cluster around out. But hey, it's fine. You know, they do still have a massive lead over them. And yeah, I do understand what you really pointed out there, you know? The changes that came in through. Viper before was actually playing all the way on the B side, and pretty much she had the retake wall going in through. But instead, after that instant timeout coming in through, the Viper switched her position back to A, and on the other hand, we did still a lot much more aggression coming in through on the B side.
Yeah, it's just a stack on either side, and given the fact that the Viper and Sova are playing together, the Viper is never in a position where she can get caught off guard because of a lack of info. So that's the main reason you want the Sova there, because the Viper doesn't want to be caught off guard. Now, again, the Viper wall has changed this time, going through pipes to get mid control rather than belt control. See, I think velocity on an eco. MW1 though on that Blaze Storm. We've seen this one ultimate turnarounds around, and already he's got that first blood, hunting for more while Amaterasu takes control of Cube. Velocity have got B long for themselves too. Now, the Blaze Storm is out. He missed on HSB, but it doesn't matter because he's just going to back up, go get their sights on A because they have B long. They know that mid is where most of the defenders are. So A likely to be empty or only one person to be there. Velocity now making the move there.
Out of charges.
Yeah, look at that shooter. Well, the guy who was down, the resurrection's back on him, but that's a massive investment as well. Team Exploit, even though Velocity's on an eco, you can clearly see Team Exploit still, they are really scared to take those peaks, which is understandable. You don't really want to give a team that value they want, especially on an eco round, because that cannot really be good. Does manage to find one tag, and that can be huge in the future. A shooter, though, he does have himself quite a great position. That's a fantastic flick right on the head, but before there to deliver, he replies back. Pastorax again there. Present, MW strikes in, but instantly gets shut down by Soulmate, and that should be an easy defuse coming in through. And, well, Team Exploit doing a great job for now. They have won 3 back-to-back rounds.
I really like that we get this top view from production too, because it lets me continue talking about the difference in walls, right? So as you can see, this cuts off ramps, pipes, and then all the way down to mid, and it allows the Viper to play much more solo, where you can see the difference in the Sova's position here. He's looking towards mid. They have the read that they are expecting a mid push. So instead of the normal belt wall, they set up a mid wall, and the Sova, while he's still on A, he's ready to help out in mid whenever necessary as compared to his previous deep position. Now again, they realize that they can't keep continuing on with the Viper anchor at A, so they change up their defaults. Now playing the Killjoy anchor on A while the Sage watches mid and the Jet is there to support her. They have a retake wall down at B, and Velocity themselves realizing that they need to calm things down a little bit, slow things down a little bit, go back to default. So now you'll see a late drone with that Sova going in, but with Amaterasu being taken down, suddenly Velocity will lose track of their defaults. They're going to have to instead rely on the force position to make a move.
But this is what we really talked about, right? HSB's pretty much experience is showing in. It's clearly shining in here. And HSB is actually able to kind of open those initial duels, and actually he's able to win those as well. So experience clearly showing from the side of HSB, and this is what is really favoring or helping Exploit to pretty much get these back-to-back 3 rounds in their hands. And it just really comes down to this round now, because VLT, if they lose this, if I'm not really wrong, they will be kind of, their economy again will be really damaged, and they don't really want this. On the other hand, though, Team Exploit, they're really not letting loose any of the corners. They're making sure they're holding it down all the time. A fake lockdown being invested because all the rest of the lads are all the way on the B side. But you also do see that aggressive peak coming in through. And Team Exploit, it seems like they do have a lot of info as well. They are not going to be making those rotations happen. And I also do like how Team Exploit is baiting, but unfortunately Soulmate falls bait for it, and he peeks out in the wrong time.
Yeah, now the Viper Split being set up. MW1 takes out Shooter as well. The plant should go down, but Thorax is moving in with the Operator. The barrel gets spotted out, and MW1 with the triple. Now hunting for the ace. Has a player right above him in halls, but the timing is too strong.
So on your left.
Out of there, which means now MW1 in a very interesting position. The Killjoy drops down. MW1 misses the shots on HSB. Now King takes out Ace. He's hunting for MW1, but the timing is there. MW1 turns back, finds his 4K, and now looking for HSB. He will find his ace. MW1 single-handedly pulling black, going back this round for Velocity Gaming. As you rightfully mentioned, Necro, that fake was read like a book by Exploit Storm. They expected it. They held on to their positions. They were disciplined till that very moment. Game face moment indeed, because Soulmate steps out at the wrong moment. He gives MW1 that opening kill, and well, the rest is history.
This is now a rightfully or truly a game face moment.
Yeah.
A massive man like Velocity getting himself an ace already, and he has 18 frags on the board. Oh my god, I can already imagine what he can pretty much do in the future rounds as well. He does have the Blaze Storm available, but on the other hand, no, this time it's going to be Storax who activates it and pretty much finds himself an opening. That's just going to be helping Exploit so much. And considering the fact that now Exploit aren't really looking good on the eco as well, they are on an eco round. So Exploit, if they're able to turn this round back in their favor, that means Velocity will definitely not feel good about themselves.
Velocity is all stacked up here. They're recommitting onto this ace side. The MW1 with the rope has moved in, but Shooter takes on Amaterasu. The spike carrier is dropped, and Velocity in a very precarious position.
Exactly, MW able to find or open the side up, but on the other hand, the Storax strikes in again. Someone needs to take this man down if he's not really being taken down, because he's just gaining the confidence back to back, and that's a questionable move. But with that recon tower being initiated, position has been compromised. King peeks out with so much info. Right to ace or right to clutch, as what people like to call this man, is still alive in the game, and especially his name is right to clutch. He can pretty much try and clutch this round out. That's a fake coming in through, and now finally he is going to be sticking the plant. 30 seconds left in the clock. He only has 27 HP left to clutch this round out. It's going to be really tough. He's down to only 1 HP. Imagine if he actually clutches this out. I'm going to lose my mind. Ace has a great positioning. He finds one. No! He could have actually found the second one as well, but King strikes back when his team needs him the most.
I think if he had like if he actually had 27 HP, I think he would have clutched it, you know, because I don't think one bullet would have killed him, and he might have been able to kill King. Maybe, I don't know. Either ways, nice effort from right to ace, but Storax really the highlight of this round, getting that opening kill with the Blaze Storm. He's like, MW1, I'm not gonna let you have all of that spotlight. Really important as well, because their eco was in a very bad position. So the fact that Storax gets multi-kills with just the Blade Storm, it gives him a chance of getting the operator online for the final round in this first half, in this next round, and that operator could be the difference between them finding a 7-5 or an 8-4. Now, scratch that. It won't be an operator. I guess they did have the money. Yeah, I noticed Shooter has the money, but just not going for it. Instead, opting for the rifles with proper shields. So, once again, the Viper Spit set up, but MW1 is just Jet with the Jet battle, man.
Oh my god, that Jet diff clearly looking clean. MW1, sheesh! He's just doing a great job. All the time, MWN just looks so unstoppable. And he also does, I mean, yeah, with the Blade Storm available, MWN is just able to do so much damage. Lockdown available from their side. And well, pretty much it seems like Team Exploit are just single-handedly getting completely dominated on in a flawless round from their side as well. And MWN again making those game face moments happen.
Why is he so good? Why is he so damn good?
I don't know.
Like, he's so clean.
I
22 kills.
Yeah, I want to slide in his DMs, and I just want to have some tips, man. Like, just give me some tips.
All right, Necro, I see you. Necro trying to be the next, next raw fuel, I guess, like the upstart Jet player that comes out of nowhere.
Hell yeah, man!
Surprise everyone. Let's go. I'll be casting Necro next, so because I'm not gonna get to the pro stage. I'll tell you guys that. But anyways, back to the action. 8-4 on the scoreline. A decent half for Exploit Storm considering the way it started. Right? It was 5-0 down, so they were able to pull it back, but still a strong end for Velocity. 8-4, I feel like, is still a very good scoreline for them to now go on to the defense. Now, MW1, aggressive as ever, taking Pipes control for himself. For me, that's what a Jet has to do on the defense. Always take some vertical angle proactively.
But the problem here is that he gets heavily attacked, and that is not really looking good, at least on the second half. First this round. Got tagged down to such low HP, and considering the fact that Shooter also does have he's looking really good. I mean, Classics, of course, the best weapon in the game. What else do you need, especially when you do have those Classics, and when you do have managed to kind of get at least closer to the site? Classics are in its prime, but MW1 doesn't let Storax to get that opportunity. Instead, King, though, showing the power of the Classic and strikes in hard. On the other hand, Shooter as well doing the same thing before being shut down. And as I rightfully mentioned, Classic is the best gun in the game. Quote me if I'm wrong.
Well, wait, why would I quote you if you're wrong? I would quote you if you're right.
I mean, just tell me if I'm wrong.
No, I agree. The right click is just too damn good. It's free too. Talking about the Classic, no doubt it's gonna be an actual Shooter finds one kill with it. Now Amiterasu with an instant trade. Going for the jump peak, did find a dink. Amitarasu finding the triple. Now in a 1v1, the heal is still coming through. Sets up the wall to go for the defuse. Only one nanoswarm there, but King able to barely thread the needle and take him out. King manages to secure the pistol, and that's huge because now Velocity Gaming will not be able to get double digits online in the first few rounds.
I mean, it's like even if he did manage to kind of take King out there in that position, Amaterasu, because the problem here was like he was really running low on time. Even if he did take him out, I don't feel like he would have had left with like enough time to actually try and clutch that round out.
If I'm not mistaken, I think he had about 3 more seconds till he could defuse. So if he'd taken out King in that right there, then yes. But if King had just jiggled and survived, then yeah, not gonna happen. It was just King was so low, you know, so definitely possible. But I think Force Buy could come through from Velocity. I don't think it is going to because they still have a sizable lead. And given the way they're pushing, I don't think it is. Yeah, so just an eco for Velocity Gaming. They went for the B stack and it's not going to work out because all of Exploit Storm, they're just waltzing into A for free.
Yeah, even though they did went to the B stack there, you can clearly see all of them just stacking outside mid. And as soon as they do realize it's a complete A push coming in from their side, then Velocity, yep, just going to be flooding outside mid here. Of course, Amaterasu is going to be the one to pretty much lead the torch, and you're left with Killjoy all the way in the back lines. And then MW on the last man to make the rotation all the way back from the B side to the A side. Well, the retake is on now. Ladies and gentlemen, Team Exploit, of course, winning that previous round. They definitely do have the gun advantage coming in through, so I'm expecting them to actually steal this round away, but Soulmate getting tagged by the recon dart. No, the charge wasn't really able to go through. That means Team Exploit's position is still uncompromised, and this is what Soulmate realizes. And staying calm, cool, and collected in those moments, and he's able to get himself a 4K.
Very well played by Soulmate. Timing that snakebite as well perfectly with respect to how much the wall has been beaten. Knows that how many more hits it needs to be taken down. So delays the wall in that regard a little bit and then forces them to come through a tiny choke point where he's already ready in the vertical angle to mow them down. The classic, of course, the best weapon in the game coming through to finish it off. You know, works really well for this side of Exploit Storm. Now they will continue on with the bonus this round. Storax on just the ghost as he looks to get the money for an operator, and another player picking up a Vandal but still has the money. So advantage weaponry wise to Velocity, and that's exactly what gets them this first kill. Vibor not only picking up 1, but I thought he was gonna pick up 2. Instead he whiffed a little bit, and Soulmate survives with barely any HP.
Yeah, exactly. Whiffing those shots and instantly Soulmate capitalizes on it. HSB as well to reply back, and Amaterasu getting striken down. Viper's pick being inbound to at least get themselves the spike planet. They have been able to do so. It's a 3-on-4 situation for now. The wall is there to pretty much disrupt the vision of VLT. But hey, MWN now pretty much needs to expect there's someone right behind this little box, and there is. He's waiting for anyone to welcome right there, and did pretty much heard outside. No, pretty much spotted a little bit glimpse of him, and instantly flicks back onto him, and now it's a 3-on-1 situation. And it seems like VLT this time, right to ace is not really in the mood to right to clutch.
I think this is the right call. Going for the save, knows that his team is going to have to eco, and I think more importantly knows that this was just a bonus for Exploit Storm. So now they've won 3 rounds back to back, looking extremely solid on the attacking side, where they're able to do to Velocity what Velocity did to them, just overwhelm them again and again. Exploit Storm running it back. They're like, how does this taste now? Let me give you a taste of your own medicine.
Just in the end here, you know, before, yeah, as I have said all the time, and I've been saying this over and over again, in a push, in a flood, inside the site, if you're able to find even the opening first kill, that can pretty much just like stop the momentum of the enemy team here. Yeah. But in the end, just because the Viper's Pit was used, that just helped Team Exploit so much, regaining that pretty much the momentum that the VLT had in that initial previous round. But up till now, Team Exploit is making it pretty close. Like, take a look at the scoreline. It's 78.
Exactly, and they won the last 3 rounds. Now, VLT on an eco. Right to ace was the only person who got to save the weapons. You can see before, inching towards it, able to press F and get it on time. Now, jump peaks, gets tagged out. Now, gives the information to Helef, though, who has a sheriff in his hands now. Amitarasu pushing in. V-Long, he gets 1. MW1 does get traded out. Amitarasu looking for more, but it's Storax who takes him out. And at this point, it's effectively over. Just maybe some more damage for VLT.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, that's going to be their main mentality in the game, just to try and deal as much as damage as possible. You can already see the Killjoy lurking around, which is Vapor on the B side. As you did mention, he has managed to retrieve the gun back in his hands, and I feel like over here, the main call for Vapor is going to be, without a doubt, to just make that save happen. On the other hand, HellFF is just trying to deal as much as damage as possible. He connects that crispy shot. He's able to strike it, just beat down. This is still winnable. This is winnable. It's a 2-on-3 situation. But just they also need to realize that slowly and steadily, the time is also moving away from their hands and pretty much passes on the Phantom to HellFF here. He's like, all right, you're going to be the one to lead the charge, and I'm going to just be your meat shield. But unfortunately, Shooter is just way too good in connecting those spray transfers.
Yeah, Shooter just too good. Able to not just pick out the bait that was Vibhor, also takes out the full HP health fighter to secure now 4 back-to-back rounds for Exploit Storm, and it's very weird the way it's similar for both of the teams. Velocity in the first 5 rounds were dominant. I think it was 6-0 before Exploit Storm took a timeout and actually started coming back. So right now it's 4-0 in the second half for Exploit Storm. We'll see when Velocity is able to answer back. Now I do see a drastic change in setups as the retake wall and the Viper's pit set up down B to allow the Viper to play solo anchor here, while the mid push comes through with the help of the Sova utility. Now the mid push is spotted out by that turret, but I don't think they realize that the wall, the way it's been set up, allows MW1 to get on top of it and find the peak. They're not going to go towards mid though, so value won't be found, but still, yeah, like a very nice interaction between not just getting the kitchen wall down, but also giving your Jet a better angle.
That's like buy one get one free.
Yeah,
that's what it is right now. It's like a 5-head play coming in through from MW1, and even if the wall fades away, he can just jump on the tube, but he doesn't need to do it right now. And while he finds the opening on the Shooter, Team Exploit pretty much expect MW1 to be on top of that tube. But, well, if they peek back again, they're going to be getting themselves another surprise because MW1 now has dropped down.
They're trying to inch their way back on A side, but Vibhor has been patient throughout this. He's backed up by right to Ace as well, so both of these players are ready to hold it down. They hear the lockdown coming down, but I think they'll be happy to give up the side since it's a 5v4. Not only do they have the man advantage, but look, the position of Amitarasu is so key. Now Soulmate does expect something of this regard. He's marking it, but he turns at the wrong time. Amitarasu finds him. A 4v3 though, because Sorax did find a kill on their A entry.
Exactly. 4v3 as he did mention, and well, Vapor strikes in hard. The resurrection's inbound from Amaterasu, and now it's a 5-on-0. Scratch that, I was about to say 1. But now it's a 5-on-0 because they have managed to clear out everyone. And Vapor pretty much passing on the point here.
Yeah, I mean, we were just asked before this round. It took 6 for Exploit to, cut the momentum, stop the win streak, put a halt and come back. Velocity be like, we'll do it in 4. Not still 4 a lot for Exploit to win, but the fact that Velocity stopped them, props to be given to their settings, right? As you were mentioning, just 5-head plays from Velocity, using that wall, and the really key part about that is that with that wall, not only did they get MW1 a better position, but Amitarazu's position is completely unknown, because when you hear the audio cue of that wall going down, you're not expecting Amitarazu to be on the flip side of it. You're expecting him to wall off and run away. Instead, Amitarazu be like, I'll wall my team off and I'll go ahead, and they're not expecting him there at all. Now, once again, back to pipes, back to textbook for MW1, and I think they heard him. They're scared to peek, and they should be, because he takes them down like flies.
But it's down such low. With that being said, MWN, yeah, only 11 HP, but yeah, he does have the operator in the hand, so all he needs to do is just, in that glimpse, he needs to connect those shots, but if he misses, well, pretty much he will be out the game. The only way to counter MW1 here is to either double peek, but already the man advantage is looking heavy on the side of VLT. Even if double peeking, that means MW1 will probably be able to connect one shot, and you cannot really afford to lose any more men at this point, so you can't use anyone for that meat shield going it forward. So, right, 2Ace has managed to find himself a comfortable spot on the ramps here, or on the raft here, but here we do have slowly and steadily, Team Exploit aren't really approaching directly side to side. Instead, they're just going to be focusing, or their main focus is here going to be to get the spike plant down, and that's what they do. Soulmate able to get himself 2 massive frags, but there is Matarasu. He misses a couple shots. on him, and well, he will be instantly striking down. On the other hand, though, Hellfaf as well joining the fray. MW1 ready with his operator to strike back in style. And well, guess what? He's able to clutch the round as well. Well, I mean, pretty much safe today for his team.
This is like in compy where you're like, bro, I'm coming, we'll retake together, don't worry. And then your jet just randomly wins the round. You're like, oh, okay, I'll try to defuse. Thank you. Can I do something, please?
MW1, man, he's just smurfing inside the game at this point.
Exactly.
Take a look at the shots as well, right? I mean, I feel like the first peak from the side of Sage was without a doubt an info peak, but with that info peak, he got taken out as well. Yeah, he did get the info, but it was not worth it.
Yeah, and that's why, like, I was talking about the Reyna in the pre-show, because this is one of the primary reasons internationally you're starting to see the Reyna come back into Icebox meta because of how strong the operator is. Like, players like Shazam able to exploit, you know, the nook and crannies of the map. There's so many angles for the operator to hold that you can't possibly not try peek any angle. It's like, as the attacker, you can't just sit in your base and do nothing. You have to go somewhere. So at that point, it becomes very difficult. Now, there is a way out of this, and for me, it's instead of playing the Killjoy on the flank protection, play the Sage on the flank protection. So that way, you can use that Killjoy turret to get that initial peek before you go out. But even that is risky, you know, because there are certain techniques of stepping back. Like if you're playing on pipes and they put up a turret, you just come back. Don't let the turret spot you. Time the re-peek back, right? So that, you know, they put down the turret, they're going to wait about a second or so for the turret to come up, then about 2 seconds later they're going to peek. So if you count 3 seconds and peek again, you're going to find someone. So it's not a foolproof way, but it is somewhat of a way to try and pull it back, because other than that turret, the only way you can deny angles if you put slow ops where the operator is, but you're never going to know where he is. He's always changing his positions.
All being used. Now we can heavily do see Team Exploit. I mean, all 5 of them actually on the A side, and no one's watching the flank here. Rightfully, well, pretty much their main focus here is to get the spike planted. And Amaterasu is stuck behind, but he still managed to find the maximum value out of it. Resurrection is inbound, Viper's Pit inbound as well. And this should help them be at least sneak inside the side, get the plant in. That's what they really do. Right to Ace, dropping down, sound kills given away, and no, he just gets spammed through the Viper's Pit, just with that little sound cue. And this just tells us that the level of like gameplay or the level of kind of awareness that Team Exploit is showing is one of the best out there as well. And Team Exploit, it's just so freaking good in general. Just like they are able to read VLT, and in the end moment, or at least I would say instantly, they're able to kind of counter their plays. Yeah, definitely. Exploit in that top. I would say like one of the favorites to qualify from Group A, you know, besides Velocity Gaming. I think it's going to be a tough task for the other two teams. And it's, as you said, like they are so damn good at reads. We've talked about this a lot through their qualifiers as well. There's this sort of a mirror team, you know, if the other team is very tactical, they play very tactically. If the other team is just pure compy style brawl, they're like, okay, let's go pure compy style brawl and frag the hell out of our minds. They're very happy to match the playstyle of the opponent team. And the biggest advantage of playing like that is that when you actually bring in your own pocket strats, then the opponent team is just going to get extremely surprised. They're going to be like, wait, they were playing like us, how did they randomly change? And that's what Exploit is really good at, the changing, the adaptation. So we'll see if they're able to continue their momentum though, because it's still VLT maintaining the lead like they have throughout this map. And we have to remind our viewers, VLT have not lost an Icebox since June. So we'll see if Exploit are able to, you know, set a new trend and take down Velocity Gaming. Instead, like start off this series on a strong note. Now, the setups have once again changed for Velocity Gaming, leaving the Killjoy on the sole anchor to its A. Primarily, I think because they have the lockdown ready to play retake on A if they want. They've even set up the B retake wall, while the Sova just gets mid-round info using the drone towards that mid angle. Now, nobody, I think only Storax was spotted out, so they don't know the rotations are happening. Yeah, they definitely don't really know the rotations are happening. They probably think but Storax is holding the flank. But the thing is, like, if a duelist is holding the flank, then that's still a questionable approach, right? Because VLT are clearly expecting the push happening. And with that being said, with that outburst and that updraft coming in through, they have probably hurt Storax. And this is where pretty much a flood is coming in through as well. And that was a great dash to kind of get himself secured. And oh my god, that one little charge. And HSB is just able to find himself those kills. And up till now, no reply has been shown to Team Exploit. They are going to be able to get the spike planted. And in the nick of time, he's also able to make it back to safety. And Team Exploit are looking really good. No casualties on their name. All 5 players alive. On the other hand, though, VLT on that receiving end, I'm pretty sure they are pretty much in that panicky state for now.
4v5 though, they're coming from the retake. They were going to go on the flank, but instead decided they don't have enough time, pulling through that lockdown to push on the retake.
God.
Now, it's not about the lockdown itself guaranteeing the territory, it's about the position. So HSB does beautifully to cancel that ulti. Inside backing up his team. Amitarasu though, he's sticking it, taken down by the Nano Swarms, and now 1v4. Wibor will go down as well. With Exploit Storm pick up the round, they make it even on that scorecard and demolish the economy of Velocity Gaming at the same time. Velocity are going to have to go on an eco, I believe, with this round, because if they force here and lose, then the match will just be over. So gonna go for that eco. Will be able to afford semi-buys of sorts, like a couple of Spectres, a couple of Sheriffs, but is still a severe disadvantage faced for the Exploit Storm, who now with this round will look to take the lead for the first time in this matchup. Once again, I have to talk about that B-wall. Conditioning is so key. They went for the hard execute last time. This time, setting up the same wall. They've left the Viper on the lurk where they look towards. This is side for the aggressive push using the wall from Amitarasu. They find the first blood on Storax.
The first blood is absolutely huge. Storax out. That means their duelist out as well. Jet not anymore in the game. Oh, no. Definitely it's going to be really tough to find the entry, but Shooter still able to follow it up and reply back in south, but Amaterasu's there. And he replies back as well. And guess what? VLT now, within a blink of an eye, the tables have been flipped in their favor. And Team Exploit, they do get the side control. But hey, they still haven't really gone the spike plant though. HSB is still standing tall and standing pretty much like a mountain on the style. I'm pretty on the side. I'm pretty sure is really not going to let anyone slide in inside the side. They still haven't really heard the tick coming in off the spike plant. That's why we don't really see VLT coming inside, which is pretty understandable. No angles being overcommitted. Take a look at that. VLT as well playing things out so safe.
Yeah, absolutely. The plant will go down now, but that's what I was saying. The Hunter's Fury is available for Velocity Gaming, so just waiting for that plant fog to push it through. But instead, HSB uses it to push in beautifully, finds a double. The trade comes through from Hellfighter, but it is still a 1v2. Now, the Recon will reveal Soulmate's positions, but he's just trying to set up a Snake Bite so he can leave. They will brave the peaks over the Snake Bites though, and Soulmate will find one. Now, another Snake Bite being set up, but Soulmate with 8 HP manages to find the clutch. There was so much discipline from Velocity in the middle part of the round, but towards the end, when they could see the horizon, when they could see the finish line, they panicked. They got overconfident. They peaked one by one. There was no reason to do that. Could have just double peaked. Even if they wanted to peak on the snake bite, they should have done it so together so they could trade, but they don't. And all of that mid-round discipline down the drain as Exploit pick up the lead.
Exploit pick up the lead, and pretty much, yeah, because that being said, VLT, I mean, clearly the signs of worry were being shown on their faces. And yeah, as you rightfully mentioned, right to Ace, right, that peak wasn't really needed. He peeked in through the snake bite, and with that being said, of course, the damage was doubled on his body, and that's how he just went down with pretty much a crucial headshot connecting right on his head. And well, they were able to kind of sneak in through a round. Now, Team Exploit, again, I mean, if VLT loses this round, then economy will be looking shaky again, and I don't really know what VLT can do later on to squeeze the final round away from them. And as you have mentioned, they haven't lost a single map through since June. It just really comes down to this initial kind of a map, right? Each and every single player has rotated, but on the other hand, though, there is only that one more lad sneaking inside the B side, but with that out drone, his position being compromised, and HSB, the big man, falls apart.
It's just that alarm bot down mid, which is giving VLT so much information, allowing them to maintain stacks on sites. Like, they have a double stack on A, a triple stack on B. It was there till right away is just rotated over to mid. But for them, these stacks all on the basis of one tiny alarm bot. So, really nice setup from Velocity Gaming. Still have the nano swarms to delay the plant, but finally, Shooter will be able to get the spike plotted. Now, the spray is going down as they look to take down the wall. But in a 5v4, Velocity should be able to comfortably retake. It's all about yellow control. The longer Exploit Storm hold on to yellow control, the likelier it is that win this now.
10-11 is the scoreline. As I did mention, this is the deciding round for Team Exploit, and same thing goes with Team VLT as well. Song grenades being used, making sure no one's really stepping their boundaries. Cloudburst is there, and VLT just flood in through on the yellow containers, and now they're pretty much trying to take down the guys who are playing on the post plants and lineups. One of them being soulmates, of course, and then you also do have the Killjoy coming in. MW1 is a little too low, and this is where the snake bites are coming in through.
Oh my God.
Take a look at what King strikes in huge, and it's the match point secured by Team Exploit. And oh my God, Team Exploit, it seems like, yep, as I did mention, there's a first time for everything, and VLT as well, clearly on their faces. Take a look at Amaterasu's face. He is so, like, he seems angry, and at the same time, he doesn't really seem happy.
I mean, people agree are rarely happy, Necro. But talking about that last round, I think, like I was saying, right, yellow control is so important. It's because the longer you hold yellow control, the later that Viper can put her snake bite. So the more time you buy Viper at the start of the round, the more she rewards you at the later half of that post plant, because then the Viper's snake bite is more than enough to close off the round, combined with the smoke already there, the toxic cloud. So with that, props to be given to King. The fact that despite his teammates going down, he just holds on, knows that his job is to just protect Soulmate as long as he can, and he does exactly that. Despite them losing the couple kills towards that yellow angle and going down to Hellfighter's snakebite, they pull off the round on those post plants. Now, Velocity facing off against Match Point. They're going to set up the Viper's Pit and make some aggressive moves down B long. Amitarasu and MW1 have got themselves in, and now I guess MW1 is going to be left to try and get a flank through while the rest of their team rotates on. For Exploit Storm themselves, it's all about this A execute, leaving Storax back to check rotations.
There is someone watching the flank, though. There is the Killjoy watching the flank. And if MW1 gets spotted, that could be the main key. And MW1 does not need to be taken out, because, as I did mention, he's the main key inside the game here. If he gets taken out, that can be definitely a lot much more problematic. There's a heavy stack coming in through from the side of Team Exploit, and it seems like no matter what, even if there is the Viper's Pit there, they still do want to come at its side. And considering the fact that the opening has just been given away like that, it's not really good. Right today, it's being shut down and spammed through the Viper's Pit. They also do have the recon dart ready to reveal any kind of info. And here comes the recon dart all the way in the backside. And see, guess what? That was a complete fake coming in through, and now they have opted out to rotate in the nick of time.
The revive will even come
30
through for
seconds
right
left.
away. So now MW1's position is so key. They are going for the mid to B push. Kitchen has been walled off because of the Viper's Pit. So Vibor is not going to be expecting, and it's huge. Shooter finds Vibor. Amitarasu though able to jiggle away in time and take Shooter down. Amitarasu now looking for more. It's a 2-for-1 to 8, but it's Thorax who finds the lead and now gets the time for his team to get post plants.
Exactly, 2-on-3 situation. VLT looking really shaky. They don't really have the man advantage. HellFF just walks right in his crosshair. And it's just that one last man alive. MW1. Oh my god, he sticks in the defuse. Is he going to be able to do so? No. The smokes fade away, and so MW1 will have to stop it. And well, guess what? Since June, they haven't lost, but now there's the first time for everything. And well, Team Exploit managed to get the win on Icebox. And take a look at that. The happy face is clearly showing. They're so happy after winning that round, because they did know Icebox can definitely be one of those things that VLT might just give them a tough call on. But considering the fact that they already won the Icebox map, Team Exploit looking really good. On the other hand, though, VLT, I'm pretty sure they are disappointed in themselves.
Yeah, 100%. Especially after a 6-0 start, Velocity is not going to be happy about dropping the map. And I think a lot of it had to do with just the fact that in the defensive half, we didn't see the Velocity we saw all the way back in the Qualifier 1 finals against GE, right? When they played against GE, it was all about post-plant denial. But this time, they were actually taking the initial engagements. They were looking for the fights, and they got punished hard by Exploit Storm continuously. They won those initial engagements, and they were able to translate them into rounds. And that's where I feel confused about what went wrong for Velocity Gaming, because their denial of post plant, the way they set up crossfires at A, used to be one of the best setups in the defensive side. That's why they took down GE on one of their best maps. So the defensive half going wrong, definitely not what I expected, but props to be given to Exploit Storm because they ran back what Velocity did to them, but they adapted faster than Velocity did, because what Exploit Storm did on their own defensive half was stack up the sites. When Velocity tried to do that, Exploit Storm punished them by always having mid control. So Exploit Storm always expecting Velocity's reaction, just ended up smurfing that second half, at least tactically, and picking up the round win. As you said, dropping Velocity's map of choice, and now going into map 2, which is Ascent, which Velocity regularly bans. This is starting to look real scary for one of the favorites in this competition.
Yeah, this is definitely looking really scary. Consider the fact that, as you did mention, you know, completely caught off guard Team Exploit. Team Exploit didn't really expect that aggression coming in through in the start, right? First 6 rounds, 6-0 was the scoreline. But then, after that timeout being taken, we saw some, changes being made. Vipers playing on A. On the other hand, on B, they were really challenging those aggressive angles. But take a look at the team statistics as well, or at least the statistic in the previous game. Well, we clearly do see higher damage on the side of Team Exploit as expected, and 17.28k on the other hand. The headshot rate is pretty much higher on VLT.
It's the objective wins that I instantly have my eye on, because it tells me that Exploit Storm were much better at playing post plants in their attacking half than Velocity were themselves, or rather Exploit Storm were much better at forcing Velocity into these opening peaks early, so they couldn't really retake, you know. So that fact, those those post plant rounds that Velocity couldn't defuse, I think made a big difference. But as we I think for me, as we expected, MW1 clearly performing above and beyond. 10 first plus 27 kills, but the rest of the team not able to match up. Like on the other side, you can see Exploit much closer in their frags department, but Soulmate most definitely standing out.
Yeah, it's like you can clearly see on the side of Team Exploit, right? Frags are well divided between all of them. Like 21, 18, 14, 16, 15. On the other hand, though, I mean, you just see MWN pretty much skyrocketing. And I would say till Vibor, it's fine. But then Right 2A is just completely down below, right? With only 9 kills on his name, 18 deaths. And then you also do have like 15 assists coming in from his side. But unfortunately, yeah, that was Icebox map. And that was being picked by VLT. But now moving inside Ascent, as you did mention, Ascent is the map that VLT doesn't really like to play. And, well, that is at least a map that they like to ban out the game. And well, considering the fact that they banned Split, which they did realize Exploit is really good, that means they didn't really ban Ascent, and they pretty much expected the Ascent pick coming in through because they did realize that Exploit is quite decent on the map Ascent. So, well, I am expecting they have something ready. They have something cooking up behind the scenes, and maybe, yeah, considering the fact that they didn't really ban Ascent this time, it's like, I'm expecting something is really cooking up behind the scenes, and we cannot just let like Ascent be like, okay, maybe there's a chance that Team Exploit might just dominate. No, I'm expecting Ascent to be a close call as well.
Yeah, definitely. I think irrespective of whose map pick it is, given how good these two teams are, we can expect every map to go the distance, right? Even this 13-10, it all just changed off of one round. As you mentioned, right to Ace not having the greatest games. In that 10-10 situation where they went for the semi-buy, it was a 2v1. If they pulled off that round, they destroy the economy of Exploit and they take the lead. So that round was a game changer because Soulmate clutched it, Exploit able to push all the way through and get that 13-10, and that's why he is the team MVP. But for now, we still got 2 more maps in the back, so we're gonna take a small break and be right back in a jiffy with the rest of the action. Don't you go anywhere.
I'm getting freaky. Yeah, I'ma bring the crazy. Get that freaky, freaky on. 신경보다 같이 freaky. Yeah, I'ma bring the crazy. Get that freaky, freaky on. 신경보다 같이.
The power of steel.
Get your mic on. Get your mic on.
The strength of metal.
Get your mic on. Get your mic on. Go. Get your mic on. Get your mic on.
The new Classic Mark III. Get your mark on.
mark on. Get your mark on.
The strength of metal.
Get your mark on. Get your mark on. Go. Get your mark on. Get your mark on.
The new Classic Mark III. Get your mark on.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Valorant Conquerors Championship, brought to you by NODWIN Gaming, with Gillette as our grooming partner and Talk Esports as our digital publication partner. Now, my name is CA and I'm joined by Necro here for what is turning out to be a blockbuster of a series. The upper bracket finale in Group A between Velocity Gaming and Exploit Storm. And Exploit Storm, already you can see they're pumped. They pulled off an upset, one Icebox.
Yeah. Exactly. I mean, unexpected happening here. As you did mention, this is just complete of a banger of a thing going on. Unexpected happening. Even you clearly did see in the webcams, right? The entire lads of Velocity Gaming, they were just so upset. Right to us as well was just sitting and just wondering like this, how did they lose? And don't get me wrong, I might just be a little harsh here, but I just feel like the overconfidence was being punished over here. Overconfidence was a lot shown. We saw so many dry peaks coming in. We saw so much ego being shown from the side of Velocity. And on the other hand, they just got completely destroyed by Team Exploit.
Yeah, I get what you mean, and I think for me it was very obvious in the defensive half, especially even more than the attacking half, because where was the post-plant denial? Like, where were the crossfires that we saw back in the GE match with Vibhor playing the transformer angle and the Sova playing the sandwich angle in AS, though those crossfires like worked really well. There wasn't really any of the Sage anchor plays that we saw towards the B side from Amaterasu in the previous setup. Instead, they were going much more aggressive setups, which I understand. I assume is because that they changed up their attacking setups. They inherently wanted to change up their defensive setups too. I get the idea, but when it doesn't work in the starting, when you've lost 4 rounds back to back, I expect them to change, and they did. But then again, after they won a few rounds at that 10-10 mark, everything changed. It was just that one clutch by Soulmate, which I think just drove Velocity into a state of pure desperation where, yes, the next few rounds were close, but they always looked in control of Exploit Storm.
Yeah, exactly. The control was definitely there. Yeah, even though Velocity, if they were able to kind of sneak in 1 or 2 rounds away, it never felt like Exploit just never left the control away. They always had the control. They always had the grip over the game. And this is what Velocity, somewhere down line, it was just like they were getting punished over and over and over again. As you did mention in the defensive half, we just didn't really see that Velocity that we saw against GE, right? Yeah. We just didn't really see that Velocity that we saw in the past games. And consider the fact, I feel like if they really stick to the basics here and not really try and change a lot of things, I feel like they would have had way much more success than they did what they did. Yeah, in the attacking side, yeah, I felt like they were really aggressive, which was a good thing to catch Exploit Storm off guard. But then later on, Exploit did a great job reading whatever Velocity was doing, and they just completely realized, right? They were like, all right, this is what they're doing. This is what we really need to change in the timeout. Then we instantly did see the switch coming in through as well. Viper on the B side, pretty much throwing that cross wall, making sure no one's really gaining info at the same time. It can help them out quite a lot in that retake, making sure no one's really getting a lot of things done on that retake or on that, I would say, post-plant, especially on the attacking side. So that's what Team Exploit, I really did like the capitalization. And as we were having the convo about Exploit, how good they are on adaptation. And clearly, this was them adapting at the prime positioning. And I feel like VLT heavily underestimated Team Exploit.
Yeah, absolutely. Because the funny thing is, the defaults that VLT ran with respect to executes, Exploit ran a very similar style on their own attack, and VLT, just how Exploit adapted with the idea of stacking up the sites and relying on Killjoy utility to cover mid, that's what VLT also did. The only difference was, since Exploit had already done it before, they knew how to break those defaults. They just went for hard executes on particular areas, like where they knew the contest wouldn't be there, and then they played on pristine post plant. So as you said, Exploit playing this first map beautifully. They now go on to the map of their choice in Ascent. Now with this map choice, I'm hoping we get to say goodbye to one of our guests here, over here down in the virtual desk, and the Phoenix comes through for Amaterasu because historically it's one of his best agents. On Ascent, it's one of the best agents. It's just a match made in heaven. Give me the Phoenix, Amaterasu. Give it to me.
I mean, that's what he's done, right? I mean, he has done. VLT has done it against GE. He has whipped out the Phoenix. So I feel like this is what they really need to do against a team that is on really like, you know, on a higher caliber. And they need to realize Exploit Storm is there as well. Of course, in the first half, the first map, overconfidence got punished, but it's fine. You can always try and regain yourself back. I saw VLT kind of losing a lot of kind of their mental strength after that first game, right? Because they didn't expect, completely got striked hard with the hammer of Exploit Storm, and Exploit Storm just stormed in through out of nowhere. And I do understand, but they should not really let that lose or let that loss get in their heads, because their main focus here is to not let that kind of winning streak on Ozbox going forward. Instead, to win and qualify for the Grand Finals.
Yeah, for Velocity, I think there's a lot at stake here. It's a redemption on the line on Ascent, and I really like the fact that we're likely going to see Amaterasu and Phoenix on such a high-stakes environment, because from all of my history casting him from like all the way back a year, right? Like when he's on Phoenix, he's just on another level. He is on fire. Like he makes the, you know, when the Phoenix is picked in the lobby, he's like, I got this. He's like, take a seat, all of you, I got this. That's what I feel like when Amaterasu picks it up. And I think we're ready with it. It is going to likely be that lock-in through, but for Exploit Shooter back on that arena, that's something exciting to watch as well.
Exactly. And this map of Ascent is definitely going to be bringing in a lot of promising things, right? And imagine, I mean, if they do manage to pull this off, the upcoming map is going to be Breeze as well. That is going to be played after this. This would really be great. Breeze as well. So I would say back-to-back, we're up for surprises and a logged in. This is what I really like, right? We wanted to see a close matchup coming through. And, well, guess what? Amaterasu this time. Yeah, he's not really going for that Phoenix. Instead...
Don't.
Wait, really?
It's definitely possible, because the Chaos Sky works very well on Ascent, since the A main angles can can give a lot of value with the suppression, but I still expect this to be a Sova Sky, because Amaterasu is likely to just play the style the Phoenix does, but instead on the Sky. So a lot of power flashes, like we've seen players like Shooter inhabit that Sky. Now, the KO is still hanging on. So I am still extremely excited. 8 more seconds, but yeah, as I was saying, it's way more likely to be the Sova Sky, because if you want Amaterasu to play an aggressive Sky, you need a much more consistency in that information department, and KO cannot deliver that consistency.
Yeah, KO's information delivery is like definitely, you do understand that, okay, Jet is over here. So, of course, the duelists either may be flooding inside the side, or this side can be basically their main motive or the main kind of thing that they're really going for. But the info that kind of, I would say, Soa delivers, no other agent delivers in the game. Yeah, I do understand Sky does that as well, but it's just kind of like, with the flashes, you do understand enemy flash or something like that, right? You don't really get the accurate or exact info. Yeah, you do get that with neural theft as well, but again, you don't really get that consistent tracking through. Imagine if you're able to sneak in a recon dart through a smoke, and you do spot someone. All you need to do is just spam them. That's just the kind of crucial plays that Soa has, or the capability that Soa has to make inside the game, and that can be really game-changing.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Sova, despite his nerfs, right? Despite how good I think Sky is, there's no doubt that Sova is still an S tier agent. He's just not like above and beyond the rest of the agents now. Like the way he used to be for the last 1 year was that Sova is the best agent in the game, period. There is no debate, there is no contention. He's still one of the best agents in the game. There is just a bit of a debate now with Sky going on. But hey, you know what? If you got both in the bag, then, well, it's just absolutely perfect. And that's exactly what is going on for Velocity. Now, the biggest difference in these compositions, scratch that, the only difference in these compositions is that Sky versus the Reyna. Now, both of these players we expect to play like a duelist, but the Reyna has a lot more healing for herself, a self-sufficiency. So Amaterasu is going to have to rely on his team to pull it through. But right now, Catwalk control being taken and aim by Exploit, a split A execute on the cards.
And we also do see that kind of in the cubby, right? We also do see MW1 sneaking in, and then also at the same time, you have HellFF holding in that crossfire and just making sure if anyone does try to kind of sneak inside the side, he will be instantly denied. And now over here, we also do see Team Exploit just slowly, steadily funneling in. HellFF to open up the fray. That's just going to be helping them quite a lot to make sure at least VLT is, well, staying on their knees and not really kind of exposing themselves a little bit too much. But VLT, yeah, with the man advantage, definitely looking good. But the side control given away, that will be harming Team Exploit quite a lot. And with that being said, those shock darts just making it a lot of things happen, a lot of value gained, I would say, from that initial play. But Soulmate getting himself a massive 3K, just stepping in huge for the entire Team Exploit. And now this is just came down to the classic. And of course, the classic burst is the best thing you can pretty much heavily rely on, even when you're really falling down. And this is what Right to Ace did. He got himself that classic. It was just right click right on his head.
Exactly, but it's not about the round, Necro. It's not even about the clutch. It's not even about the win. It's about the momentum. And for Right to Ace to get a triple after not the greatest performance in Icebox, I think you can see like the way he was posturing even on the camera. He feels like he's back. A shock dart kill and then the clutch movement. All of this in the first round of Ascent. You can see definitely Right to Ace knows he has something to redeem. But since it was a 1v1 at the end, what that means is that Exploit got a plant, they got multiple kills, which means they have enough money to force, and that's exactly what they're gonna do. 5 Spectres and light shields on Exploit, 5 Spectres and heavy shields on the side of VLT, but Exploit just going in for the execute into this KJ side. This could be disastrous.
Oh, yeah, this definitely could be disastrous, but you already do see the lads of VLT ready to make a retake happen. They were kind of sneaking inside the smoke, but well, now the spike will be pretty much planted. 1 minute, 19 seconds left in the clock. Team Exploit doing a great job keeping VLT down, but hey, guess what? Report and Right to a strike in when the team needed them the most. It's a 4-on-2 situation, but the side control is there in the hands. Well, HSB pretty much will get tagged in, and this is really not looking good. HSB being tagged in, this is really looking shaky. With that being said, Soulmate also finds himself a kill. Soulmate being spotted out. Right to Ace will pretty much rack up the final kill. And hey, VLT secures another round. And 4 Spy, pretty much you're working good for them.
Did 3 players from Exploit just line up on Heaven? Like, I'm very perplexed with their post-plant positioning. I understand 1 player, I even understand 2 players holding that Heaven angle to try and deny the entrance of the retake before, like, even the concept of the retake comes through. But 3 players playing back-to-back. Vibur just did 1 spray and picked up Collats. Like, that was so easy for Velocity. And it's confusing because Velocity were actually really low. They took a lot of damage from a Nano Swarm, I think, and a couple of sprays going through the door. So both Vibur and I believe Ace or Hellfight, I'm not sure, one of them were really, really low. They were half HP down. So lining up against those low health targets, it didn't make sense because they got the plant. They could have easily just played defensive post plants. Instead, the force buy lost. This gives Velocity a ton of momentum. It has to be an eco from Exploit, and they're running right back onto this A side this time. Vibor is already ready with Hellfight at the backup. His utility there to deny this door from being closed. They're just going to back up. They're going to run it back on the retake. Just the Trailblazer used to get a little bit of information regarding the positions of Exploit.
Exactly, Exploit definitely not going to be happy after losing that force buy, and just MW on connecting that final bullet. Pretty massive thing in itself. Amaterasu out with a pop flash, and take a look at that recon dart just delivering so much info. King is trying his best to turn the wind back in his favor, but it seems like this time it's not really going to be happening. That was a broken buy coming in through from their side, but hey, VLT managed to pretty much steal another round in their hands, and now this is going to be the decider round, because this is where even Exploit will have themselves a decent gun, but on the other hand though, they will also have the gun advantage because, well, VLT, they did have themselves kind of those Spectres. Yeah, you can see 3 Spectres have been secured from their side. On the other hand, Right to Ace is on that Phantom, and you also do see MW1 whipping out the Operator.
Yeah, this is a bonus for Velocity Gaming, of course, with the exception of MW1, which even that won't matter as much, because if you notice, he has 5 out of 7 ult points, right? So even if he gets 1 kill here, he's likely to have the ultimate in the next round if they lose it and have to play a full buy in the next. So right here, basically, effectively, because of that Blaze Storm, a full bonus for Velocity. MW1 very aggressive. The drone spotted out that turret, so he knows the KJ is lurking. His team should have told him that mid control is being taken by Exploit, so they're going to leave MW1 to anchor down B and instead send back that Sova to help out Amaterasu on this mid hold. Exploit Storm, though, they love this A site. It's been either a split A execute or a direct A execute every single time. This time it's split A.
Split A, I mean, 3-0 is the scoreline. Hunter's Fury being invested by Right to Ace as well, just trying to find any kind of attack through, but up till now he hasn't. Oh, take a look at HelloFef. Oh my god, he has a key positioning and he's not really being expected here. Spots Storax out, and well, Storax being taken out. First he makes sure he had trigger discipline. What's being shown from his side, and look at that, before able to secure Another kill for himself. Lockdown being used as well to force anyone out of the sights. And guess what? HSP and Shooter just being shut down like that. King as well, ready to kind of try and reply back, but right to Ace was, well, just shuts down that reply as well. And VLT, another round secured. 4 rounds back to back, just like how it happened in the previous map, I would say. They were able to secure back-to-back rounds, but let's see if they're able to continue the momentum in the future rounds as well.
Thorax, you need to check Minery there, man. We got a free kill. Not only would we have got a free kill, but with that aim and control, since right to Ace used this Hunter, Suri Soulmate has, as you can see, his lockdown ready. He had it ready in the last round itself, so they could have used that lockdown to get a push in, but instead, with Thorax dying, there's no hope left now. They are, I believe, on an eco right here. Can force, actually, so I wonder if they are going to do that. But with the Blaze Storm popped on Sorax, it's more likely that they are on eco. This time, having taken mid control, mid to B is the idea, but MW1 says no, finds one, gets traded out, and Soulmate with another exploit looking for a thrifty.
Exactly, Shooter being tagged, that's not really looking good, but still the confidence is there. From the side of Team Exploit, they do have the man advantage. It's a 3-on-4 situation. Team Exploit looking really strong up till now, but right to Ace does expect him to be there, and yes, he knows exactly where he is. He manages to sneak in all the way to the switch, and yup, you also do see the lockdown being invested this time though, but from the side of Team Exploit, we did see him trying to use the Cosmic Divide.
I think he still will. He's just waiting for the lockdown timing to go through, so they have more time on the Cosmic Divide. So should be set up right about now. Yeah, so the boathouse angle being cut off. All of the players pulled into sight. They are gravity well. They're concussed. They're revealed. And Velocity just go in and blaze them down. The retake. Perfect utilization of the utility available to Velocity. They continue on their lead. 5-0 on the scoreboard now, and damn, this is why I have always said, for me, Hellfighter is outright one of the best Astras in India and I guess South Asia too. Right here, it's him and Blackhawk up there. Lightning Fast comes extremely close as well. But these players, they just have a knack for timing their utility to perfection without their team even telling them. You know, they don't need the calls. They just know when their team is going to move. It's like a central attacking midfielder in football where the best ones know when their strikers are going forward. They don't wait for calls. You know, they have these extra sensory vision almost.
Yeah, extra sensory vision, and also like a lot of time being played with the team can also help out quite a lot. And this is what VLT has been doing, right? They have been together since a long time. Of course, the team synergy is there as well. And at that point, if you have been playing it with each other for a really long or a decent amount of time, you don't really need to know like all the calls, right? You pretty much know how your teammates play. You pretty much know how to adapt around them. And this is what you really need to understand at that point as well, is that, yeah, as you did mention, you don't even need to give them calls. And pretty much he just did it all by himself. Yeah. I'm pretty sure, yeah, the call must have been given that, okay, I'm going to be using this Cosmic Divide right in the backside, and then you guys can pretty much just go and just, you know, flood inside the site. And that's what they did.
Yeah, exactly. Like, it just, I'm going to ult and then util, you guys go. Like that. Like the idea of the efficiency of communication, right? This is something when I was an analyst for VLT, like I would hop on a lot too. Like in general, what I've learned from like international analysts like Sean Garris, for example, is the idea that it's not just about communicating properly, but it's about trying to build a short form for yourself where then you save time in that communication. But hey, back to the action now. Exploit changing up their defaults, using the drone to get themselves aggressively in, the Cosmic Divide to set up their A, execute. They're looking for the narrow blunt, but given Amit Rasu's position, he's just happy to pop flash and take the kills. This is what we're expecting. The Battle Sky, now the Seeker's coming out. It's a ton of information for Velocity.
Oh my God.
But Hellfighter does burn down, spending too much time in binary.
Yeah, he was like, all right, maybe even if there's pretty much just like, you know, vault breaking down, I will still gonna be staying here. But unfortunately, wasn't really able to stay strong till the end. Amaterasu down to 69 HP. Through that spam, isn't really looking good for now. Storax being tagged out. Amaterasu is ready with that pop flash as well. And I'm pretty sure this is where the go call will be coming to right to Ace. Hunter's Fury being used from their side. And right to Ace, just take a look at that. He strikes in at the right time. He gets himself a 3K. And it's just that HSB, the last man alive. Does know there is someone pretty much waiting for him to make sure and peek out. And just that right click from MW1. The confidence showcasing clearly.
That's oh my God, I feel like that's more BM than actual BM, you know, because the opposition player actually feels bad. Like, I just got slapped in my face. But this right here, the pop flash from Amaterasu, perfectly timed with Ace's peak. The synergy so good in this team. And Ace, I have to applaud him. He has stepped up so damn well on Ascent, completely making up for his a bit of a miss over in Icebox. So 6-0 once again for Velocity. A bit of a deja vu situation for us, I guess, because we've been here before. Last time it was a timeout by Exploit, but this time no timeouts taken. They're just looking to continue on in that regard, and I wonder if Exploit can stop this momentum because Velocity has so much information. If you notice, even the Trailblazer used down over at Catwalk to learn that there's a triple stack here. Now that they set themselves up in a pseudo crossfire, Hellfighter is the bait and Amaterasu being the swing.
Mention Hellfighter is definitely the man who is going to be peeking out first, and then Amaterasu is there as well in the sidelines to confirm those kills for himself. Amaterasu at this point is taking care of two parts here, even the tree. And even the back lines, but Amaterasu strikes in huge, getting himself a 3K. The complete push from the Catwalk side has been shut down, and he pretty much turns around, shuts down Storax as well, and that's a perfect flash to blind the last man, and ball right to Ace again from the back line. Strikes in, and this is the VLT we know, this is the VLT we saw, and this is the VLT we want to see.
I mean, yeah, exactly, and it's just so well coordinated. This is what I meant by the bait and swing. Gravity well, perfectly timed by Hellfighter. He hears the dash and pulls the gravity well, knows that yes, the jet has gotten through, but the rest of the team will be stuck on that gravity well, calls for his IGL to swing, and Amaterasu picks up a 4K. The best part about it all, like the cherry on the cake, is that he has 0 out of 6 ult points. Like so many times you get 4K when you have an ult, and you're like, wait, all those ult points gone? Nah, this time he's back to 4 out of 6. The Seeker's ready to come online, and as you said, VLT dominant as ever. 7-0.
Oh my god.
Now, MW1 did go for an aggressive peek down A main. He got tagged and had to dash away, so maybe Exploit pull back.
Oh, pop flash. Oh, that's a good dash as well. Instantly backing out, but take a look at these pop flashes, man. You understand sometimes they can be really one of the most annoying things to deal with. Trailblazer out as well to kind of gain the info. Hunter's Fury being used, and that's going to be such a massive distraction, and that's when they peek out. And Team Exploit for now are getting completely exploited. They're getting completely destroyed, and VLT pretty much doing a great job on how Team Exploit play on Ascent. The research, the pretty much, as we like to say, the homework has been done from the side of VLT, and this is why they're really able to deliver. Soulmate and Storax, the last two men on B main. Let's see what are they able to do. 4-on-2 situation. That was a great pop flash coming through again. Wasn't really able to kind of get a lot of things, or at least make a lot of things happen. MW1 down to 10 HP. Still, he's standing tall.
It's 2v4 right now, all onto right to Ace. If he dies, maybe it's his chance, but he will not. He's the top frag and he's been consistent as hell in this game. MW1 takes revenge for being tagged down that early as he finishes it up. 8-0 on the board for VLT. Now, I will say one thing, Necro. Upset or not in Icebox, if Exploit lose this 13-0, all the momentum, all the confidence that they could have possibly got from Icebox will not just go down the drain. It's like you flush it, you clean it with some Harpic, and then you put some extra fresheners to make sure that that momentum is just disappeared. Because a 13-0 loss, it doesn't matter what you've come into that game with. You only leave that game thinking about, wait, I just lost 13-0. Oh my god. So Exploit right now, they just need to find a few rounds. Like, I feel like they will be a lot more stronger on the defense, where they can get King, maybe even on an operator, but Velocity is just not giving them room, man. They are firing on all cylinders.
Everyone though, pretty much flicks right onto Soulmate, and he gets flicked. I'm pretty sure his soul leaves his body as well with that flick. But HSB, though, he has managed to find himself an entry with that initial kind of effect coming in through. MW1 strikes in again and takes HSB down. Oh my god, MW1 is already looking really good inside the game, getting himself a 4K, and that individual play being made from the side of him. Well, I also do like how Astro pretty much stared right in the center of that pull.
I believe that's a nebula, if I'm not mistaken. That's the center of that stars. And quick tip in the game, it's okay, but please, if you somehow ever get into outer space and actually see a nebula, do not stare into it. You not only will your eyes be obliterated, but likely your entire body as well. Astra stars are fine though. You know, you can look at anything in Valorant in general, appreciate the sights you see, and thank you production for showing them to us as well. But right now, once again, the defaults have been switched. It's all about getting MW1 into a better position to up, and that's exactly what's gonna happen. The first kill, the spike drop, the second kill, the Trailblazer to get him information. MW1 just don't miss.
Yeah, MW and Amaterasu are fired up for now. I would say MW and Amaterasu and Right to Ace, pretty much the entire Velocity is fired up after that initial loss on Icebox. They're like, how dare you? How dare you take our win streak away from us? And we are not happy. And that's what they do. They strike back harder than ever. And ever they have before on any other team. And pretty much as you did mention, if this is 13-0, Team Exploit, I feel like probably they will just give up. I mean, yeah, of course they're not, but you need to understand the sarcasm in here.
Definitely. Let's see. That's what I was talking about, right? Like, the demoralizing effect of a 13-0 is just devastating, but let's see. Maybe they are able to pull off a round. It's unlikely to beat this one. Soulmate position even revealed. This is spam gonna come through as the flank comes in as well. The alarm bot will tell him he's there, but MW1 just with his triple velocity 10-0. Who said Ascent was a weak map of theirs? No. It was not. It was never weak, I guess. It was just them hiding their strats till the right moment to pick it out. And I guess when they're angry about losing a map they haven't lost in a couple months, well, this is when you bring it out. 10-0 for Velocity Gaming. I don't think, like, I was expecting this even less than I was expecting a Velocity loss in Icebox.
Oh my god, Velocity are just completely dominating them on the map of Ascent. The map where we didn't really expect Velocity to dominate, they're actually dominating. And, well, on the map which we expected Velocity to completely shatter down Team Exploit, Team Exploit won that. So many surprises. And I'm pretty sure there are a lot of surprises yet to come because the upcoming map is, of course, going to be a breeze after this one, but Velocity, a dominating lead 10 rounds, and on the other hand, Exploit not even able to kind of secure themselves one round. Like, Exploit needs a timeout ASAP.
Look at this. The setup for Exploit back to their comfort zone, which is try to take mid control and then make mid-round calls on the basis of that. But Velocity contesting it beautifully. Not only do they have B-main control with this operator there, but they have a player stuck in. Now, Soulmate is able to get out with MW1 missing a shot and mid control being taken. This could be the pushback for Exploit, but Amaterasu is expecting it. King takes him down though, and just like that, a mid to be on the cards here. Yeah. It's up to really Soulmate to shut down MW1, because if he does not, he could be a big thorn in their plans. But look at this instead. They're gonna avoid MW1. They don't want to go into the operator. They're gonna regroup and go back towards the A side.
Exactly. They're all the way. They have kind of funneled inside the tree area, but that alarm bot being triggered and also that swamp grenade, that's going to be delaying the push a little bit too much for them. And this gives Velocity kind of read or at least know what Team Exploit is trying to do.
They don't have time.
We do see lockdown being utilized as well. Right to Ace, you need to watch out on your right lines. And Team Exploit just pretty much do a great job funneling inside. And well, the lockdown will be destroyed by MW1. And now it's a 1-on-2 situation. Let's see if he can clutch this out. He does spot one lad out, but wasn't really able to connect to any shots there. He does have the Blade Storm available, as I did mention. And take a look at this. Oh my god, no, he missed all of them. This is not really looking that great. And now, pretty much switched it over to Phantom from that operator in the close range. Of course, that's what really makes sense. And Team Exploit, a perfect team communication. That's going to be helping them to sneak at least one round away in the first half. In the first half, I would say there is one more round able to come.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm hoping we get a replay of the last round, because in those last 12 seconds, I'm really curious to know what went wrong in the crossfire that Ace and the Boar had set up, because I think the entire idea of that crossfire was to deny door entrance, and they were able to do it initially, but then in a moment, it felt like the entire crossfire got collapsed together. I think it was actually Soulmate finding a key kill on Vibor, but I'm not sure. We will have to run it back. Won't be here. We'll do it later, that's okay. But as you said, Exploit finally getting themselves on the board. We do see now though Velocity responding back with one of our favorite things in the game when we're not playing. That's a big terms and condition that you need to apply. The Odin has come on a right to ace and he's spamming down B main with the swing coming through from Vibor. The setup does mean that now this guy and Jet combo is moving in proactively. They find one, the flash is there to find another, the dash away as Amaterasu takes full responsibility and now they pick up.
Oh my god, the confidence clearly being showcased. It's a 1-on-3 situation now. Soulmate, last man alive. It's pretty much the last round. You can't even say it over here. He will have to go and try. So yeah, first half dominating lead, I would say, more than dominating. I don't know what's the word after that one. There's the wait. Velocity has played. Oh my god, he looks away in the nick of time, but it doesn't matter. Vibor is there to collect the final frag for himself and also uses that lockdown.
Switching sides.
11-1 for Velocity Gaming. Oh my god. I guess a better word could be commanding. What Velocity has done to exploit Storm on the map of their choice. Like, remember, this is exploits map. Like, Velocity just turning them over and showing them, like, the wrong side of the coin, you know? Like, for me, in this entire map, what I've really missed, and you can see it on the scorecard, is Shooter. 1 in 12, I feel like he's not able to find fights anywhere without some utility being thrown in his face, and that really pisses off Arena, you know? Like, there's a random guiding light coming, you can't find a fight. There's a random nanoswarm or a turret hitting you, you can't find a fight. At every single turn, Shooter has been shut down by Velocity. They're not giving him engagements. They're not letting that Reina truly come online. They're making sure she's starved and in a famine mode, basically.
But now MW1, we'll take a look at that. Frenzy's making a lot of work happen. Classic as well, chiming in through. And, well, already three frags collected. Just last 2 men alive. One's position has been compromised. It's going to be the Jet in the mid. And King, well, he isn't really interested in going and committing fully for the mid. Instead, Vibor is going to be the one finding a kill. Okay, King, hold on. Hold on. Don't peek him like that. Don't peek him like that. Don't underestimate him. But, hey, finally, I mean, yeah, he does manage to find himself that massive 3K, but Velocity, anyways, able to kind of sneak those rounds away. And hey, finally, you do see the smiles back on the faces of VLT.
Yeah.
And a match point.
Match point for Velocity Gaming here. Oh my god, this is a really, really crucial setup right here because in general, like for me, what is especially interesting about Velocity's dominance here is they even switched away from the Phoenix into the Sky. It shows that they're very comfortable with the synergy of that Silver Sky combo, and now with right to A switching onto the Sky on Breeze, we've seen their Breeze. It's terrifying. They're the only team that plays double controllers, so Exploit, they have a big deal on their hearts. They just need to try and pull back some momentum here, and the right way to get it started, Soulmate with a nice one tap.
Exactly, as you did mention, Soulmate with a perfect, or I would say beautiful one tap to open the fray up. And, well, VLT, even though they have the man advantage, they still have the advantage because they have the entire side control. Peeks out right in MWN's crosshair, as expected. And that one way isn't really working that fine as MWN expected, but hey, it's fine. The Astra Smoke is there to completely cover that line right there. Lats are down low. MWN pretty much realizes that, holds on to Alpha Angle, and Shooter, well, he has managed to sneak in through. It doesn't matter. MWN flicking right on his face. And take a look at that. Oh my god, he's down to 69 HP. MWN able to get himself a 3K. HSB is trying his best to reply back, but hey, he's getting, I'm pretty sure he's all the time getting countered. HSB able to find one, but not really able to convert it into 2. And this is where Velocity completely slaps Exploit, and they're like, all right, stay in your place, stay in your lane, don't try to step that.
Yeah, I mean, normally I would say, you know how the Phoenix says, take a seat, I got this. I would say that because normally we would see a Phoenix, but I guess I'm gonna have to look up some Sky voice lines to say, or I guess some Sova voice lines to say, because right to ace, man, coming up huge, and Velocity altogether. I mean, MW1, he performed phenomenally. He continued his form into this map. I feel like for me, we talked about this in the post show after map 1. Like only right to ace was really missing. Even Hellfighter Vibor had decent map 1s, and the fact that right to ace is now, I think, the top fragger. I'm not sure if MW1 took over. Top 2 at least shows a lot of difference. Like, it shows that that shell-shocked face we saw of Right to Ace was not because of the loss, was just because he was confused about why he performed, got angry, and showed that anger in his performance in map 2.
Yeah, I mean, they were definitely angry. They were
Yeah.
definitely angry, that's for sure.
Ooh,
I mean, take a look at that, the difference. Oh my
Headshot
god. Oh my god, 34.62? That's disgusting. Look at frag wins as well, 9. Objective wins 4. On the other hand, only 0.
I mean,
Oh
they did
my.
only win one round.
Won
Like,
one
so
round, yeah.
One of those will be 0. Come on. Oh boy. But yeah.
Oh my god.
Like, the headshot percentage of exploit too, though, like 28.43. This shows, like, when we saw 13-1, 13-3, 13-5 kind of wins earlier in yesterday, in day 1 of the grand final playoffs, whenever those kind of wins happen, the losing team usually had around a 19 to 22 headshot percentage. But you can see, even though exploit, well, they got obliterated, they still have a very high headshot percentage because their players are just as cracked. But as you can see on the scoreboard, MW1 did steal the spotlight from Right to Ace, picks up the one MVP. But for me, it, like, props has to be given to Ace, rallying back so damn strong. On the other side, Shooter and Storax. Like, Storax, fair enough, I at least understand he's Astra, but Shooter on the Reyna, 114-1. That's not a scorecard you want to see on the Feast or Famine champion. Famine all the way through, and it's disheartening because we've only seen Shooter feasting all the time.
Yeah, I mean, Soulmate was the only one replying back in the map it was sent. But Storax, I mean, a massive drop-off in the performance. Only 1 kill. Same thing goes with Shooter as well. And, well, the Reyna, I mean, mostly I would say, okay, the Astra did her job by controlling. But the Reyna clearly just didn't do anything in that previous game. She only managed to sneak 1 kill and 1 assist. It's like Shooter didn't do anything in that previous game. He was put back to sleep throughout the game.
Well, yeah, it's like Shooter forgot how to shoot, you know. But I don't think, of course, it wasn't the performance we expected. But I don't think it's as much Shooter's fault as it is Velocity's, like, I want to say fault, but that's not the right word. What I mean is Velocity doing really well to shut him down, right? I think the Sky pick, especially a big reason for that. When I think back to Phoenix versus Sky, the biggest difference is that the Sky offers straight up a lot more utility. Like, of course, if you count the curveballs to be the same as the pop flashes, nullify that, the Trailblazer over the wall itself is a ton more information. And it's not just information, it's stopping power. It's stopping power for a hard W player like Shooter. So Velocity coming prepared into Ascent, 13-1 win. I do not know what to expect from map 3, but make sure you find out, because we're going to take a small break and be right back. I hope you don't go anywhere.
I'm getting freaky. Yeah, I'ma bring the crazy. Get that freaky, freaky on. Singing for all that got you freaky. Yeah, I'ma bring the crazy. Get that freaky, freaky on. Singing for all that got you.
The power of steel.
Get your mark on. Get your mark on.
The strength of metal.
Get your mark on. Get your mark on. Go. Get your mark on. Get your mark on.
The new Classic Mark III. Get your mark on.
freak. Yeah, yeah, I'ma bring the crazy. Get that freaky, freaky on. 신경보다 같이 freak. Yeah, yeah, I'ma bring the crazy. Get that freaky, freaky on. 신경보다 같이.
The power of steel.
Get your mark on. Get your mark on.
The strength of metal.
Get your mark on. Get your mark on. Go. Get your mark on. Get your mark on.
The new classic Mark III. Get your mark on.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Valorant Conquerors Championship, brought to you by NODWIN Gaming, with Gillette as our grooming partner and Talk Esport as our digital publication partner. Now, my name is C, and I'm sure you know is the one and only Necro joining me on the desk, because we've been here for a while. You know, even though that second match was close, even though the second match was not close, the first match was, and now we're into match 3 of this upper bracket finale. This map deciding which will be the first team to go over to the Grand Finals.
Exactly, which will be the first team. And the way, I mean, it seems like Johnny's predictions are definitely really on point here. You know, 2-1 were the predictions, and it seems like our 2-0 weren't really right here. You know, they weren't really right. So Johnny, I'm pretty sure I'm going to be having a talk with him after this little game that we had. But now, getting back into the breeze and CA, expectations from Team Exploit.
I think they're just going to run the double initiator composition. We've seen it from them before, and I think it's what they're really strong at. Storak's likely to go over towards that jet. Now, for me, it is a bit of a concern that Shooter is going to be playing Sky, because I'm just not sure after a performance the way he had on Ascent, he's going to be happy going to a non-duelist pick. You know, he's going to have the vengeance in him that he wants to frag out, and that's not the mentality you want on a Sky, because if Shooter keeps going and dying randomly, well, then the map is just over right then and there. So I want to see what sort of pep talk Storax has for his team to make them forget map 2 but not forget map 1, so they can have some momentum, you know.
Yeah, exactly. And as you beautifully did mention, right? I mean, Sky in the map of Breeze, I really feel like she cannot really be used as a battle Sky.
Yes.
Because over here, you also do have kind of, because considering the fact that you have massive rotation to make, even if you do play that SOA Sky composition coming inside the game, there's still a massive rotation to make, right? All from A side to B side. So I feel like playing that battle Sky is never the way. You need to kind of play the Sky to gain information, and you want to make sure if you're the Sky player, you're always staying back and anchoring down the site, at least, because if you do have the SOA going in as well, then probably he's on the opposite side doing the same thing. So that's what the expectations are. But from the other side, though, if you take a look at VLT, they just have a Sky coming in, right? But on the other hand, they have a Cypher coming in, which means the neural theft is really, really key. Even though, yeah, it is the ultimate, you don't really get a lot of times, but you need to know when to use that neural theft and when to not. And once you do, it should be pretty much revealing all the strategies of the enemy team.
Yeah, and this is Hellfighter's OG pick. You know, this is something that he's made his home all the way back from last year. So he's very comfortable on this Cypher pick. He's very comfortable playing the anchor role and understanding when his team needs him to look and when his team needs him to hold. So that distinction is especially huge, because Vibor is going to be picking up the Viper, Amitarasu is going to be picking up the Brimstone, and of course, last but most definitely not the least, someone we can guarantee to be MVP if Velocity wins, MW1 on his favorite jet. Now, for me, the double controller versus double initiator, I think I've said this enough for our returning viewers. You guys know I prefer the double controller, but the reasoning behind it is that site denial, like information denial, works way better than information gathering on the size of the map that is Breeze, because unlike Icebox, Breeze is not just open spaces. There's a lot of convoluted, like condensed areas, and because of that, that's one reason Sky is better, but that's also the reason where you can deny information to your opponents much better than gain information from them. So definitely the Exploit Storm comp is going to be easier to execute, but given how strong we've seen Velocity be on Breeze, I don't think this is going to be a breeze for Exploit.
No, I like how you beautifully pointed out is that double control is definitely way much more effective on a map like Breeze, right? Especially if any map that has such open spacing, I feel like double controller, without a doubt, has to be the way to go. And this is what VLT has done. You can clearly see that Brimstone being whipped out. You also do see that Viper being whipped out. Now, let me tell you why this has been done here. Imagine, now, one thing we definitely rightfully know or exactly know is that Viper is definitely going to be the pick here no matter what. And that's what on the map of Briz is really here. So Viper, one single wall can deny so much info for if you're on the defending side. But imagine if you're on the defending side with the double controller. You have a Brimstone coming in, or even if you have any kind of a controller over here, you can pretty much smoke this entrance off and also try and make sure that the enemy team is funneling in the same way, and you can try and choke that funnel point.
Yeah, it's because as much as the Viper can do, as you mentioned, she can't control the entire map, and you need that primary controller besides the Viper to relieve some pressure off her shoulders, because then now what the Viper can do with this Brimstone is she can set up her mid wall and forget about it. Like, her duty with that mid wall is just to tell her, no, not even tell her team, like her team tells her, turn it on, turn it off, turn it on, turn it off. She just has to press E. Her duty, primary responsibility now becomes like a sentinel, where she's holding down her site, playing off her toxic cloud, and continuously delaying, anchoring down a particular site. And that's so much harder for Soulmate to do, because if he can't look, he can't afford risking his life, he can't afford making more proactive plays. But for the side of Velocity, they can, because they always have that Brimstone. Even if the Viper goes down, like for example, if the Viper trades for the opposition Viper, Velocity is happy, because now Exploit Storm no longer have smokes, while Velocity still do. So it's just this, like, there are a lot more options for Velocity Gaming, but it's a common idiom, too many chefs spoil the broth. So having too many options can be a debilitating thing as well. Hasn't been so far in the past games for Velocity Gaming, and especially Ace on Sky has been phenomenal. I think he's been one of the best guys. I love the way he continuously prioritizes ult-ops. I love how much he's able to recycle the Seekers. I think that's one of the biggest differences between a good Sky and a great Sky.
Yeah, a good Sky and a great Sky, as you did mention, and there's always going to be a difference, not just in that Asian plays, how they are. I feel like it's just, as you did mention, it just really is the difference being made by the player who's playing it. And that's the same thing with the team as well, right? You can clearly notice a difference between a good team and pretty much a, decent team. And this is what it is, right? This is what right now VLT and Team Exploit is looking like. In the start, Team Exploit, they did take down VLT, and I clearly did mention, and even CA said this, that it was clearly that overconfidence and that they underestimated Team Exploit. But then later on, they did realize, okay, Team Exploit as well, they do deserve the respect they need, and then they pretty much started playing off of how they used to play in the past, and they pretty much won on Ascent as well. So VLT now, let's just see how things are going to be really looking like on the map of Breeze.
Now, if you notice, the Viper wall from Exploit Storm actually set up just cut off. This leaves mid completely unchecked, and Velocity exploiting the hell out of this, ready for a mid to A execute within a matter of 5 seconds in the round.
Exactly. Well, they have already gotten themselves that opening kill, and you also do have MW1 getting himself those trades. I mean, trades are happening back and forth, but still, Team Exploit are able to even out the man advantage, and oh no, looks away in the nick of time. Is Storax able to strike in hard? And guess what? Storax is playing the Jet. He is able to strike down the last man as well. And Shooter, well, just coming in huge in the end. And Team Exploit, they win the first round in their hands, so at least this should be helping them to kind of boost their morals up.
Yeah, absolutely. What is it's Gravitational Neuroblaster, right? The name of that skin, with the skin that got the final kill. I think it's Gravitational Neuroblast. It just has such a weird sound with the kill effect. It's like, brr. I got scared for a second. I was like, huh, what just happened? But hey, as you were saying, Exploit off to a good start. They pick up the pistol, and a lot of it due to the fact that Hellfighters lurk right here. You can see in the game phase moment get shut down. So Hellfighter, I think, looking towards the right in the wrong moment allows Shooter to pick him off, because if Shooter doesn't pick him off and it's vice versa, then suddenly that lurk is where all the attention is drawn. The spike would have been planted easily, and Velocity would have been able to secure post-plant positions. But look at this now. This is somewhat of a habit we've started to see from Velocity, especially on Breeze. They almost always force, and that's what they're going to do again. But their position going to be revealed by this Trailblazer. I love this. So they pull out the Classic to take down a Trailblazer, which means Exploit don't know that this is a force. They're going to look for aggressive peaks. They might get surprised.
Exactly. Of course, the astonishing factor is continued, but now they have figured it out that yes, it is a force coming in through from their side. Team Exploit though. Oh my gosh, Shooter getting tagged up. It's not good. A flash there as well as Storax is just making sure he's punishing those choke points over and over again, and up till now he's able to do a great job, instantly healing him, healing his teammate. Back up Storax, looking good for now. At least he's good for 3. That's what I can definitely say. But now he's good for 4. He's able to find himself 4 frags. On the other hand, HelloFF has managed to pretty much make it inside the double doors, and hey, guess what? HSB pretty much takes it away from them. Another round being secured as expected by Team Exploit. But let's just see. This is going to be the decider round. Or no, actually, this is definitely not going to be, because the previous round was being forced by VLT.
I feel like they got a little too cautious in that last round because, as far as I remember, a lot of the first buy we've seen from VLT, they just send it. You know, they just go for a hard stack execute, and it works out for them because they're able to find the trades. When they're that slow, it inherently ends up in favor of the side of Exploit Storm, because even though it's a first buy, Exploit Storm have better shields since they did win that pistol. Now with that first buy going away from Velocity Gaming, Exploit have a huge chance to keep pushing this momentum because Velocity now on the eco. Now Hulk's control being taken with the help of the Brimstone Smoke. MW moving in, he gets taken down, but the trade comes through as Vibor takes down his counterpart. 4v4 on the map. Velocity slowly but surely taking map control, priming themselves for a thrifty.
Exactly, that was a beautiful crossfire setup as well coming in from the side of Team Exploit, but weren't really able to convert it into another one. Velocity, though, as you did mention, they are able to convert the momentum shift, or at least for now, in their favor. But still, they are yet to seal the round. If they are able to get the round in their hands, then that would be, of course, a cherry on top of the cake. And that's what they are really looking for. The mid-left, well, Team Exploit are able to at least get themselves on the side, but still, there is one more guy lurking around in mid, and it's going to be Amaterasu. And guess what? King is all the way on the sides, but still, Team Exploit are doing a great fight, I would say. Up till now, the Team Exploit here, and King as well getting tacked up from the back lines, right to Ace, finds one, and now, well, is he going to be able to clutch this out this time? No, is going to be the answer. Yes, he has the time because he managed to kind of get it up till half before.
That's really unfortunate for the side of Velocity, but beautifully executed retake from Exploit Storm. Like, I think what is particularly important is that they instantly realized Damaru is towards double doors. Even though that spray doesn't catch him out, the fact that he knows that they know makes him a little more delayed on his wrap, and because of that, Hellfighter is just stuck in the pyramid area. He can't get out, and especially with Vibor going down as well, you no longer have those snake bite lineups to play on. So they kill these key members early on into the retake, and it makes sure that they have more than enough time to get the spike diffused at the end of it. Now Exploit Storm 3-0 up. This is going to be the true test with the buy coming through from VLT. Regularly, we've seen one team push all the way through with 4-0, 5-0, 6-0 leads. But this time, VLT much more defensive in their defaults, holding on, and they punish. And this was a concern we highlighted earlier, Necro. Shooter and his aggression after that performance on Ascent. We were scared that he might get a little too overzealous. You know, a little too, feeling bad that he needs to prove himself or something like that, and might get too aggressive, and it's that aggression that gets punished as VLT pick up first blood.
Well, VLT definitely does do that. And, well, as you did mention, this is a little bit of a problem being made as well, right, on the side of Team Exploit, because now Sky being cut off, that means things are definitely looking a little bit shaky, but they do have the Cypher kind of ready onto the side here. With that also being mentioned, the tripwire has also been activated, and take a look at this, Team Exploit, and yes, Storax is striking back hard, and he's going to be punishing that push. This time manages to find himself a 2K with that operator, and right to Ace is slowly and steadily. He has found himself quite a lot of spacing here, and well, right to Ace is working around that. Take a look at that. Soulmate will peek out in this crosshair, and yes, he does. Soulmate getting punished this time. Man advantage looking even on both these sides here. That's a good recon, I would say. At least does reveal one guy's position. Even though he didn't really get the charge through, he did hear the gunshots coming in through from the backside, so that's what really matters the most. And yes, Ace is really in the clotheslines. He's not expected. And oh my god, that's a big brain play coming in from his side. So let me tell you what exactly happened there, right? Ace pretty much pushing inside the defender spawn. They thought that he's going to be wrapping around all the way, or at least he's going to be sticking in the defender spot. But instead, Ace came back to the side and played really close to the half wall.
Yeah, I think what's especially is important is that he doesn't use his second guiding light, right? He uses his first guiding light, but the way he throws it is that he doesn't curve it around into tunnels. Instead, he just pops it at the entry of the tunnels into the site. So they don't actually know. Like the way it is that they would think, as you said, that he's wrapping around with the guiding light thrown, but instead he plays that half wall and doesn't reveal his position, waiting for the contact from his teammate to then swing around, pick up a double. Now a very fast execute coming in from Velocity. They use that Brimstone ultimate to clear our backside. They've got the spike planted already, especially with B elbow control and this defender side spawn entry control. Exploit Storm don't have any avenue for retakes.
3-1 is the scoreline for now. Of course, up till now, no damage really being dealt. VLT have gotten themselves to side control, and this is where the retake's on. Storax misses that crucial right click, but hey, it's fine. He gets traded out. VLT, though, they are going to be punishing any kind of mistakes that Team Exploit makes, and this is what exactly is happening. Trades are happening back and forth. HSB striking in. It's a 1-on-2 situation, and Velocity. Oh my god, well, yep, they pretty much do manage to seal the deal here. LFF collecting that final frag, and hey, 3-2 is the scoreline.
I'm really concerned about the fact that the Viper wall keeps going around, and I do notice that Soulmate is moving over to B side with the Cypher, which tells me that it's very likely that the Viper wall goes down mid. So back to this round, just hard execute. We've seen this from Velocity, not just in this map, but even in Bind. When they have the Orbiter Strike online, they're very willing to use it proactively rather than play it on post plant to allow them to clear off one particular large area, therefore getting them the site. Now, an interesting Viper wall. This is a pure retake wall, especially with the Cypher utility setup as well. They're just giving up B side and trying to stack up A. The Seekers as well use the Guiding Light backing it up. Shooter finds one kill, but now going in for more. God. Shooter with a double.
Oh, that's absolutely huge. That's absolutely huge to turn the wind in their favor. And Shooter now pretty much shielding his teammate back up. HSB down to 55 HP though. Shooter needs to peek out for this teammate, but he's still scared about the main. And the neural theft going to be revealing the last two players' positioning. Right to Ace is all the way in the mid. That's why spam comes in through. But there is one more lad in the metal doors. It's going to be Vapor.
Look at this. Vapor actually moving through halls. Will get spotted out by this Rafa right here, but it's all about right to Ace's position now. Vibor can just wait here, hold this sight line, look for a pick for himself, while right to Ace positions himself on towards the mid cave side. So right to Ace gonna fake this double door push as Vibor takes down the Trapfire at the same time. Now it's all about focus for Exploit Storm. If they were aware that the Trapfire went down at the same time the Guiding Light did, they should know that both of the players are towards the mid area. They're looking towards the defender side spawn, expecting Vibor to come in from there, but instead they're both coming in from B tunnels. His soulmate ends up going down, and his side execute could go down for Velocity.
Well,
Oh, his Viper's pick.
the opening has been found. VLT, even though the man disadvantage is clearly being seen, HSB wants to find himself a tag with that Hunter's Fury, and up till now he's really been able to do so. Finally, he does find that tag coming in through, but hey, Viper's Pit being utilized, and still now it's... I feel like Velocity are looking really shaky, and no, that's not good. Yup, that is absolutely huge. He went and stood near the place, which is pretty much heavily expected to be pre-fired, and he just gets pre-fired out the game. Shooter, well, pretty much going to be trading things out.
Yeah, without that kill that Sorax got, that round is actually way more difficult than it looks. Yes, it's a 4v2 retake, but into a Viper's Pit, her job isn't to survive in that round. Her job was to just buy a lot of time, like set up the snake bite so they couldn't defuse, so that the Sky on right to Ace could then try to play a 1v2, 1v3 even, you know. But instead, Sorax finds a blind shot onto a low Vibor, who is low because of the Hunter's Fury tag from HSB. So that last tag coming in from HSB combined with Storax's pristine crosshair placement secure the round for Exploit Storm as they now maintain that 2-round lead. Now you see the operator is online on Storax once again. He's going to hold a mid angle while the Sky and Cypher this time set up towards B. The Viper wall is back to its default as it cuts off this A angle. Now once again, no presence by Exploit Storm towards mid except Storax's operator. Makes me feel like Velocity should be heading there, but instead they're just going in for an A-side execute. The dash in from MW1 looking for the kills, but he gets shut down.
Well, he definitely does get shut down. The flying bird is not really in the sky anymore. And, well, Velocity mean, yeah, off to a man disadvantage, but it's fine. Well, you have players like Amaterasu, and you have players like Rai2S to pretty much try and even it out, and then, well, some lads will just follow it up, and LFF has managed to sneak in quite deep in the metal doors as well. So it's a 2-on-4 situation. It seems like, I feel like save should be the call out here from the side of Team Exploit, but King, I mean, yeah, he is trying to save, but at the same time, he wants to find some sneaky kills. If he's able to do so, well, oh my god, that was a quick reaction of Amaterasu.
Yeah, had his crosshair ready exactly there. Saw the head pop out, just taps it twice and pops him out. Now, Storax able to do a little bit of damage, take down Ace, but at this point, like, for Velocity, it's all about the round, because so far, even though Exploit has the lead, we are seeing a lot of back and forth action now. Storax actually able to escape on time, get into these boxes. Hellfighter is still hunting him down, but there's no way he's going to spot him. So the operator is going to be saved. Back to the defaults. Now for me, again, the Viper wall towards A, yes, it's very good for its ability to anchor down the site. And I think they're realizing that Velocity have strong A site executes, which is why they're stacking up the A. That combined with the fact that B is much easier to retake as compared to A, especially with proactive control being taken by the Sky the way it does. What I'm just concerned about is that if Storax gets taken down early towards mid, then mid is just open very easily. But Velocity don't even try to contest that. Instead, once again, back towards this A side, they take the A shop control and now are looking for a split A push. This time, MW1 joining Hellfighter in his Halls push.
Exactly. Storax, they're ready with the operator. They do know, with that being said, he must be forced back, and that's what exactly happened. Storax being forced back out of his comfortable position. But take a look at the angle that Storax has created for himself. Just trying to kind of bam a shot through, but that's quick shot again. The repositioning coming in through from his side. Was able to find the initial frag there. But again, with that being said, man advantage again looking heavily favored on Team Exploit, but still, I mean, the site is in the hands of VLT, and it seems like when you talk about real positioning, this is where VLT does have a massive advantage, and well, that neural theft as well being utilized. This is absolutely huge because Team Exploit's SSB's position being compromised. He's stuck on the side. He doesn't really have a lot of breathing space. But Soulmate, though, he strikes in hard, and yes, as you did mention, the lineups is what they're really playing for here. Even if it does get tapped, well, he isn't really even going to be able to tap a spike here, and well, just runs out of time.
Yeah, Velocity now able to equalize the scoreline 4-4. This matchup so close in the final map of this best of 3 with the first grand final spot on the line. Both of these teams just giving it their all. Now that smoke was slightly off place. It left a tiny corner on bridge for Storax to peek, and you see what happens when he gets just a small area. He finds that first kill, but at the end of it all, once again, the comfort of Velocity's A execute really showing. They're very strong in their ability to clear off pyramids. Once you clear off pyramids, you get an easy cover to control every other sightline. So that's where they find their strongest. What just happened? Right to Ace found a Trailblazer kill on Soulmate. Wow, okay, that does only 30 damage. How was he so low? I'm so confused. What?
Oh my god, probably got spammed through, I guess. Well, Velocity now, again, heavy man advantage favored on their side. It's 3-2-5 situation. Wall is there as well. That's a good ball. And, well, denying the complete info as well, yeah.
Have you ever seen a Trailblazer kill? Like, ever? Even in a coffee game, ever?
No, never,
Same,
never.
first time
never.
for me.
Yeah, that's the first time as well for me. That's actually, yeah, that has to be, like, one of the, like, once-in-a-million moments, I would say. Because that's so rare to witness. But with that being said, VLT, well, a flawless round from their side. Team Exploit getting completely shattered in that previous round. And with that being said, that kind of flawless round should definitely bring down their morals a little bit.
Yeah, especially being taken down by the Trailblazer. Oh boy. All right. 10-6-3, right to Ace. Once again, back on top of the charts. Like, Icebox clearly just blunder, you know? It's map gone wrong. Put it in the back burner, and since then he's looked unstoppable. But for me, like, the biggest hero, and it will always be irrespective of his performance, Amaterasu right now on the Brimstone. 9 assists. The utility usage by this man is always perfect. On the Brimstone, he times it so well. Look at this. The sniper covered by Storax for HSB to move in aggressively. The initiator taking matters into his own hands. The Viper Split has been set up in A, and Ace is trying his best to contest it. But at this point, he's flanked on both sides. The moment he tries to leave, he could be taken down by HSB. He's not peeking, and Ace just runs away from free.
I'm pretty sure the sound cue should be given away for him. So he probably does know there might just be a stack coming in through. That's why we also do see Storax kind of playing that rotation angle. And yes, this is what exactly he does as well. He moves over to the B site. Slowly, steadily, he's on his way. He's in the back side now. And here we go. Seekers out from their side. That's a great pop flash. Shooter able to find one. King up to 5. Follow it up with 2. And take a look at that. Well, we do have Amaterasu striking in, but it doesn't matter. King is just like a mountain, standing tall on the B side, and he's like, I'm not going to let anyone cross in. LFF, though, the last man alive involved. Cypher Cam's going to be taking a picture of his as well. Well, that means HSB's there in the back line to take care of him.
I'm just really confused as to why they choose to go for a B-side execute, because they know that the Viper Split is at A. So, like, worst case scenario, there's the Viper and one other person at A. When you are setting up a Viper Split to cut off the entry to a site, you almost never have more than 2 people on that site, right? So if you are going to use the Seekers to execute, isn't it more efficient to hunt down the Viper, since you know for a fact that she's in a particular area? Like, her Viper Split isn't infinite range. It has a particular range, and she's stuck in that range as long as that Viper Split is up. I feel like that would have been the stronger play. Instead, they walk into a stack. Well, of course, where the Viper Split on one side, Exploit is going to stack up the other. They play that stack beautifully. They shut down the execute from Velocity. And just like that, they even up the scoreline 5-5. Now, finally, I do notice Velocity starting to take mid control. This camera especially really huge, because I don't think Exploit even realized, if you notice the way that camera is set up, not only does it give elbow information, not only does it give tunnel information, but it also covers cave. So now Velocity mid control in their hands, A sharp control in their hands. I think a split A execute is the best move, but they should also know that an A stack is likely, since B was stacked last time around.
Exactly. 5-5 being the scoreline. And, well, team exploit. Oh my god, Storax almost squats getting spammed through. And it seems like someone was stuck in that pretty much Viper tripwire as well. But here we do have the flashes coming inside the side. And King this time, this is a massive Chicharoo coming in from his side as well, because usually King was the man who was holding down B side, but this time King has been switched over to the A side. That's a great neural theft. King pretty much know what's happening, but MW from the mid pretty much making massive play happen, even though he got traded out. Take a look at the value he found for himself. Matarasu, last man alive with only 70 HP left. Smokes being used from his side as well. Moltav and Stim Beacon as well. And Shooter walks in, he finds Amaterasu, Amaterasu being shut down, and again, the lead being regained from the side of Team Exploit.
Yeah, 6-5 in the favor of Team Exploit, and this is huge, because I do feel like not only is Breeze more attacking sided, but specifically Exploit's comp, the double initiator, much better on the attack than it is on the defense, because you can proactively use your info gathering agents in Sova and Sky to get your Jet forward, to get your Cypher forward. So Exploit Storm able to make it 6-5, even if they lose this next round, which is unlikely since they have a better eco. Even if they do lose it, a 6-6 is a very good first half against Velocity's favored map. So right here, Exploit in quite a great position as Velocity try to once again switch up their defaults. This time using the Sky to get initial information and B main control. They set up for MW1 and Amaterasu to try and move it to Halls, but Storax shuts them down.
Yeah, Storax, it seems like today he definitely has his precision on point, that's for sure. Storax is just doing such a great job over here. Team Exploit. Amaterasu being spotted, and Storax not going to be missing that second shot. He connects it as well. It's a 3-on-4, it's 3-on-5 situation. And Storax still makes sure, just checking if the mid is clear, and take a look at Soulmate. Velocity, they are pretty much like, they're finding themselves pretty like surprised, right? The positions that Team Exploit is holding. Velocity are getting surprises on their ways, no matter wherever they're trying to go.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, Shooter able to find that pretty much burst right onto his head. Bordeaux trading things out, and that's a great wall to deny any kind of vision from the rotations that will be happening.
1v4 though, with an impossible pass, does take down the wall, but the trap fire, he's like, don't get in my way. Trap fire says nope. I'm literally in your way. Gives the information over to Storax, who is happy to take him down, pick it up, secure a 2-round lead in this first half for Exploit Storm as Velocity under severe pressure. They go on to the defensive half now. Having said the fact that, like I talked about, Exploit Storm composition and the team itself, of course, much better on the attacking side. The same carries over for Velocity, where the double controller is ridiculously strong on the defense. Like, a default we see regularly from Velocity, which is using one Brimstone smoke to shut down halls. And given the amount of presence we've seen from both teams in that hall's position, like, it feels like that one smoke gets so much value. For now, it's just going to be Trapper cutting off the angle as they played the Jet in B backside with the Viper wall set up for the retake. Amitarasu holding down mid.
And look at that as well. Heavy presence of Team Exploit in mid, I would say, are pretty much heavily leaning towards the B side. Smoke's being used from the Brimstone, and we do see a 3-man stack up coming in on the B side as well from the side of VLT. So Cypher's the only one left to this cam on the A side, so he's kind of like a solo person who's anchoring down that side. But on the other hand, though, Materasu getting stunned with that Trailblazer. That's quite great.
I don't see Vibor on the map. I'm a little confused. Okay, there he is, finally. Vibor was in the B backside area. I was like, a little confused. Where did that Viper go? Anyways, though, mid control being taken by Exploit Storm. Now they're moving into cave as they try to go for the ultimate rotation over to A. But Amitarasu has a sense of this, has a read of this. He's ready for the push, but a little too wide. He finds only one, gets traded out, and now the B side is the target for Exploit Storm.
It's fine. The trades did happen there, and now VLT able to kind of equal out the man advantage, but Soulmate a little quick to react in that one. We also do have VLT now. One thing I definitely can say is that Team Exploit is definitely giving VLT the run for their money. And this is what I really like to see, some close games, and viewers just having a great time watching that as well. And take a look at that. Soulmate's gun being spotted right to Ace. Reacts in the nick of time. He's able to find himself the second one as well, and this is huge. This is huge, the man advantage now. Pretty much looking in the favor of VLT and HellFF as well, getting healed back to full HP. This can't be huge. This can't be definitely huge. They need to play off of trades here, and this is what he's really doing. They're going to be peeking in at the same time, and yes, trades happened. And as I expected, they are going to be playing off of trades.
It's deja vu! Like back in Qualifiers 1 Grand Finals, 13-14 I believe the round was, where Ace similarly, no, 13-13 I think, where Ace similarly found an insane clutch around the pillar's angle. Of course, this is not as hype as that because it's not overtime, but again, from a disadvantageous situation, Ace and Hellfighter were the two players remaining even in that round where it was a 2v3 for them. Hellfighter went down early. This time a 2v3 again, and Ace finds a couple kills, heals up Hellfighter, and Hellfighter able to pick up the trade on Ace's push, meaning again, right to Ace, just so consistent in his ability to find these rounds that not supposed to go his way or his team's way, because the way they are structured, the post-plan positions as well for Exploit were exemplary. But this is the default I was talking about, that one Brimstone smoke shuts down the aggression into halls so well. You have to respect it, and if you don't, there's a trapper in the back to make sure that you can't push in. Now the stack up for the side of Velocity is once again on this A side. They've set up the Viper wall to play retake on B and have kept MW1 to watch mid.
And keep this thing in mind, ladies and gentlemen. This is the fight to qualify in forward. This is the match of upper brackets. If you win this, you are going to be the first team to qualify in the Grand Finals. And a team like VLT and a team like Exploit, they definitely do want to have that pleasure for themselves. But hey, VLT, for now inside this round, they are able to strike in hard, but this also means HellFF's position being compromised. He's getting spammed through. Just be able to find that pretty much kill and able to even out the man advantage. Oh my god, missing that shot. That was a close shot as well. Gotta say, I'm kind of confused how he missed that shot initially, or in the first place, but take a look at that shock dart ready. King might be taken down. Yes, he does. Just be missing the second shot as well. And Vibor, well, strikes in when his team needs him the most.
Normally after a round like this, we would say it's a decent eco for Exploit, but it wasn't an eco for Exploit. It was a forced buy. So now the economy is down the drain. Losing this round is going to be extremely costly, and you can see the pressure carrying on. A lot of stress, especially like on the face of a player like Shooter, for example. You can see Amitarasu starting us off in this round, and like this stack for velocity, right? What I especially like about this stack is the fact that they're acknowledging, you know what, our strongest execute was A, their weakest retake was A. Their strongest execute therefore is likely to be A, and our strongest retake definitely is, weakest retake definitely A. So putting a lot of utility into the hands here, but more importantly relying on Vibor. Like, you don't see him on the map again because he's playing all the way back in the B side, playing extremely defensively. His job is just to wait and be patient for someone to eventually come to him. That level of patience I feel like is so underappreciated and so important for his team.
Oh my.
Talking about patience, I guess Amitarasu ran out of it and shoot a punishing as well. Oh, what?
Yup. Able to find one kill through the cage. And LFF being the man to actually get shut down. And take a look at this. Team Exploit now, it seems like in the eco round, there's a massive chance that they might just be able to kind of seal the deal over here because they have able to find themselves the man advantage. At the same time, the massive side control, but what? MW1 and right to Ace able to get themselves those insane frags. Now the Viper's Pit being invested as well. That means they are fully committing inside and their intentions are pretty clear. They want to get this round in their hands. Oh my god, that was such a close spam as well. Soulmate will peek out in the nick of time, but oh my god, wasn't really able to make anything happen. And VLT able to pretty much turn the tables in their favor.
Oh my god, this is why I love Ace's guy so much. I don't know if you noticed, but when they were pushing through double doors, since they knew that there was one person stuck to the double doors, Ace went for a fake flash and MW1 pushed in at the same time. So a small dodge came in from that player, and in that moment, both of them sprayed. Ace was able to take him down. Like, I think, yeah, right here on the replay. So they know Shooter is here. He sends through the guiding light, but he doesn't pop it. So because of that fake flash, Shooter just sticks to the door for a second as he tries to dodge it. And in that moment, the spray takes him out. So brilliantly thought out by Right to Ace, as now from 7-5, by winning these last 3 back-to-back rounds, they made it 7-8. I noticed Thorax in this buy round for Exploit Storm has gone in for an operator buy. This could either be the winning moment for the side of Exploit or the losing moment because Thorax has gone down.
Oh
and so
my.
has HSB. MW1 with the mid push finding so much value.
Yeah, those 2 initial kills are just able to help him out so much. With that being said, you also do see the Viper wall coming in through, and that's a great flick right onto Vibor's head. Vibor being put back to sleep. And take a look at the shooter. Well, that's a fantastic find from Soulmate. Big man taken down. Right to Ace. Just take a look at that Seekers used as well. They should just give so much position, pretty much advantage, and also a lot of info. And as you did mention, look at Hellfighter. Well, pretty much expected to be there. That's a beautiful crosser placement. As they did know, the spike has been dropped. So of course, the spike getting camped was the first thing they expected. But Soulmate, though, yeah, the rest of his team is all the way back in the B side, and the rest, well, he was the only one left on A, but not anymore, I would say, because the spike is getting planted. 33 seconds left in the clock, and on the other hand, you also do see King all the way in the mid, and he might just bring in some astonishing plays.
Yeah, the plant is for him too. Like, it is that tunnels plant, so King in a very good position right here. Now, it's really up to MW1 to lead the charge here because he's half HP, but he instantly gets taken down. The information is revealed that there's one player towards A main, but Shooter just gonna back up, get back into elbow, set up the guiding lights, and likely rejoin his teammate in King. Now, Amitarasu gonna fake the defuse, has no idea about King's position, is not checking the angle, just holding it down, trying to fight Shooter, and King comes in, cleans him up, evens up the scoreline 8-8. Despite those 2 initial kills, Necro, Exploit pull off the round.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's just like, even though they do find the massive man advantage, right, VLT, they are just like slipping those kills away, and at the same time, Team Exploit, just in general, doing a great job, I feel like, outplaying VLT. That's what we can clearly put this as. Like, VLT at this point in that previous round, they got clearly outplayed. And, well, now VLT, we also do see with some broken buys coming in through. We also do see that Marshall being whipped out on right to Ace. We see that Spectre and Light buy.
Yeah, we vote on a Marshall as well. So, Eco for Velocity Gaming, they have a couple of weapons, but it's just bought enough to make sure they can buy full in the next round. Now, Frenzy, Amitarasu, caught lazily right there. Shooter finds first blood. The Execute is on.
Execute is definitely on, but take a look at the ball as well. This is really great, right? the wall in itself, it can also be a denial wall at the same time. It can really help out retakes. MWN is only down 6 HP, one more bullet, and yes, it does through the smoke. Kill being found, shooter pretty much shutting down MW1. Spike has been planted, 8-8 is the scoreline, and oh my god, Rapport wanting to connect those shots with the Marshall, but it's getting just really tough. It's 2-on-4 situation, man advantage heavily favoring Team Exploit, and yep, as expected, Team Exploit getting this round in their hands, gaining the lead back again in their hands. And what's happening? The lead is just being passed on and then taken back, passed on and then taken back.
Yeah, exactly. But neck and neck, these teams so damn close to each other. But right here in this round, Exploit making the weapons advantage count as they take the lead for themselves now. You were talking about the Viper wall, like 100% agree. It's a beautiful wall, and oh no, I guess, okay, never mind. I thought we cast the cursor. I thought that the buy barrier was the Viper wall, because I was gonna say the idea of that wall, as you said, not only does it block site entry and help in retake, but also helps a horse push because it goes through there, and a mid push, helping you take double door control with that wall. So a versatile wall, but now they're back to their standard default, which is the retake wall towards this B side. The Seekers set up for Exploit Storm. They're gonna run it back where it works. A side execute is the name of the game for them.
And oh my god, one guy, I'm pretty sure he's gonna be caught off guard with the Seekers, and yes, the guy caught off guard will be shut down. It's going to be LFF this time. Orbital strike on the side, making sure, buying as much as time as possible to make sure at least the rotations are there. For now, Team Exploit, they do have the side control, but the main problem here is that the Storax is the only guy on the side. The rest of them are just not present. Wall goes up. And now Soulmate walks inside. We'll get the spike planted. That's what they really want. Getting the spike planted. 50 seconds left in the clock. Spike has been planted. 9-8 is the scoreline. This is just getting so neck and neck, ladies and gentlemen. And I just cannot wait. Oh my god, MW1 connecting that crucial shot onto that guy. Onto their hand, though. So many players are down low. Storax, same thing happened. He gets traded out instantly. Amaterasu's down only 33 HP. But Shooter with that massive play. And again uses that flash for perfection. Gets himself a 4K. And oh my god, this is getting so close.
Yeah, Shooter be like, hey, I'm gonna get an easy flank up, and I'm gonna turn your concerns into, good vibes for, in general, for Exploit Storm. We were scared that he might end up being too volatile, but he's done the opposite, actually quite tempered in his aggression. There have been a couple of rounds where he's been caught completely off guard in his aggression, but most of the rounds very calculated. This wrap, this flank, making sure that Exploit win this buy and forcing out now a tactical timeout from the side of Velocity Gaming. So the discussion has to be, how do we stop this A aggression? Because that's what Exploit has continuously done. But the question also has to be, since there is a timeout now, they're going to think that we want to stop the aggression, which makes a B execute much more likely, especially since Exploit Storm have the Hunter's Fury. So it's about mind games in this tactical timeout. Velocity need to correctly predict where Exploit is likely to go, and similarly for Exploit, they need to try and predict what Velocity is going to predict and go to the opposite side. But for me, I just want to see this Viper transfer over to the A side, because I feel like she's a lot better in controlling the A side, since especially her Snakebite is really good at denying plots.
10-8 is the scoreline, and well, Team Exploit. Oh my god, this was so unexpected from any of us, CA. Like, be honest, did you expect this?
No, I mean, we predicted 2-0, so I can't say we expected it. Definitely did expect it to be really close, but Exploit, like, controlling the map of Icebox and Breeze, 100% not in the playbook for, I don't just think us, but anybody in the audience.
Oh my, what?
Hello? What?
Oh, he just, oh my god. He just sent him to the vacation there, I would say.
Well,
but the one, oh my god. Well, yeah, well, we do have, yup, exactly, we do have Shooter peeks out, and oh my god, again, another shot. What's going on? Shooter is hitting some inhuman shots, and oh my god, Shooter was not really able to flick back in time though. But hey, VLT, I wouldn't really say they have the side control regain. And what? LFF with insane shots as well, but Team Exploit, just, this is like two teams who have best aim and at the same time who have the best tactical pretty much approach in the game. These teams are best in the both kind of things here.
Well, 11-8 on the scoreline now. That was the eco for VLT, but that's the last eco possible As now at 11-8, if they lose this bye, not only is it map and series point for Exploit, but it's map and series point with that eco advantage now. Adding on to how I want to see Velocity try and answer this A aggression, I really want to see MW1 step up. Like, he hasn't been able to find those opening frags. And again, he's playing defensive angles. I'd like to see him actually go for aggressive A-sharp angles and deny A main entry before it even happens. But this time, Ace will have some revenge. Pop shooter before he even enters. And MW1 delivering what we asked for, takes down Soulmate. Now, Thorax did find a trade, but he's at 1 HP.
I saw you.
Well, look at that, though. The tank coming in through, and VLT finally seems like they're striking back hard. 3 players have been shut down. The man advantage heavily favoring VLT. Still don't really know what exactly is happening, but you can clearly do see that neural theft being invested. And this is absolutely huge from their side. You can clearly do see. Now the Cypher is just lurking around in the mid, and with that being said, the neural theft pretty much revealing King's position, and this is not really looking good for him. On the other hand, well, you can clearly take a look. Storax is only down to 1 HP, but King has managed to find himself such a massive flank that no one's going to be expecting him to be here.
Materasu, though, has a sense that King is somewhere nearby. He's just slowly trying to
30
clear out
seconds
cave.
left.
Should be able to do it right about now as King comes through in the back. The timing is key. King doesn't check spots on the gun barrel. Oh, that gun barrel helped him out huge. He never take out Materasu. And now the plant will go down. The neural theft coming through for King. A ton of information being given for his team. It's all about Ace and Hellfighter now. They need to take out 1 kill to free up Vibor so he can pincer with them on the retake.
King playing Cypher to perfection. And this is what I'd like to see. Cypher being played to perfection, that aggression coming in through, and he does realize he's down low for going for risky plays. Does make sense that playing off of trades is what they're really doing. And yep, that's what he's going to really do. He has those cages as well, and he's just going to be spamming it through the cages.
He's holding it!
He's holding it, but oh no, King peeks out in the nick of time. And what? Even in the round where Team Exploit had Team Velocity had the advantage, Exploit managed to pull it off in their favor. And match point is the name of the game, and this is where, oh my god, you can clearly do see Team Exploit as well, just, stepping off their chairs and just jumping around.
God, they are excited, they are hyped.
Of course.
And yeah, exactly, of course, right? Because they are at the precipice of being the first team to qualify for the Grand Finals. They are at the precipice of taking down one of the favorites to win it all and establish themselves as the true kings, get themselves as one of the favorites to take it all. They are pumped, they are excited, and they are calling a timeout. This is like salt in the wounds of the side of Velocity Gaming because they are flustered, they are scared. You can see the stress is showing, but, and I will point this out, when Velocity beat GE in the Grand Finals, I believe they were down 12-10, and then they pulled off a comeback to come all the way back to overtime. That too on the back of a Thrifty. So I'm not going to count them out, but I will say the way Exploit are playing this right now, it's way, way harder than that GE comeback because Exploit are just on another level. The short shooter is hitting, the consistency Storax is able to provide, and as you said, King playing that Cypher to perfection, the pockets of spaces he's able to find for himself, using the size of this map breeze to perfection. Exploit Storm just at another level right now, and oh my god, I am feeling the adrenaline, I'm feeling their hype in my body.
Exactly. The hype and the adrenaline, as you did mention, definitely is felt by me as well, and oh my god, I am still so shocked! I am shocked! I can't believe this is happening. But yeah, I'm gonna stop shouting now. Because I'm just so shocked. I can't believe this is happening. Team Exploit are creating a space for themselves in my heart. What about you?
I mean, yeah, definitely. I think they did that after map 1. I just forgot about map 2 real quick. Like, it never happened. Don't worry about that. But I think after map 1 itself, like, I got the understanding that the Grand Finals are going to be extremely close because we have such high caliber teams. Like, even if Velocity lose right here, I'm sure they'll be going into lower bracket of Vengeance and they'll qualify, and it'll just be more sad face for the... Oh, actually, I just realized something. I'll fill you guys in after the end of this match. But now the Seeker's going to come out as Viper's Pit is set up for Exploit. The Hunter's Fury being used as well by HSB as they just try to get Spike planted. All of VLT coming in, they just want to deny the Spike though,
Oh
but
my
it will
god.
get planted and Exploit will run away.
Just one more round needed, man. They're giving their best. Velocity's giving their best, ladies and gentlemen. As CA mentioned, this is the place, or this is the fight for the first team to make it to Grand Finals. Is it going to be Team Exploit, or is it going to be denied by Velocity this time? And it seems like, yes, it is. Velocity still stays in. Oh my God, I'm literally standing over my chair. This is getting too intense, man.
You wanted to
oh my
ease
God.
you with something more intense. So if Velocity lose this, right? If Velocity lose this, and if the outcome of tomorrow's matches is the way it is likely supposed to be, we will have a Velocity versus GE as one of the first matches in the Grand Final playoffs. And for me, that is so damn exciting because that itself is almost the finals matchup.
The Val Classico.
Yeah, whoever wins or loses, chat, we are going to win. Because we are going to get some amazing matches. So subscribe, alright? You don't want to miss a second of the action. You want to make sure you're there for every bit and piece because it's so intense, it's so exciting. But now let's take a look at the economy. For you, Exploit Storm, you can see only Storax has a decent bit of money. The rest of his team down in the drains now. If they lose this, I think they will have to end up going towards an eco because you don't really want to force at 12-10. MW1 getting real aggressive here, not holding the operator. I don't think they're going to be expecting this at all. They're all heading towards B, and this is being held by both of the controllers. Going to be very hard to execute on, especially with MW1's flank. This is really nice control from Velocity Gaming, but Shooter has the spidey sense. He's sensing something.
Oh yeah, he's definitely been sensing.
Oh.
And what? No! MW1 tried to establish a trigger control, but no! He gets turned on by Shooter! And oh my God, no. With that initial frag, the morals are definitely huge or massively down. Velocity, oh my God, the opening frag being found. Team Exploit are definitely looking good. This is just so close. This is really close, man. My heart's pumping. My heart's pumping. Why are you guys making this close?
They made a lot of noise as if they were going to A, but then instead started walking through May. And now with the mid to be execute on, it's all up to Amiterasu and Vibhor. They need to hold on, and they're trying to do a lot of damage. They've done through with their utility, but they have no idea what's being dropped in the backside. A trade is found by Vibhor, but 1-for-1 is in favor. Vibhor finds the second though and does get taken by Shooter. 2v3, the same players right to Ace and Hellfighter. Can they pull off an insane clutch?
They definitely have the caliber, they definitely have the caliber. I feel like the communication skill is definitely there, but it just really comes down to the execution, CA. If they're able to do so, then of course they will be able to pull this round off, and if they do so, I'm gonna lose my mind. That would be absolutely nuts. HSB on the flank though, are they gonna be expecting HSB to be there? LFF is pretty much trying to loop back again, and Velocity, they're funneling inside the site. This is where Team Exploit do have the man advantage, and right to Ace gets tagged, and this is not good. This is not good, and yep, as you did mention, no time. And Team Exploit is going to be the first team who qualifies in for the Grand Finals. Oh my God.
You can see how happy they are, how ecstatic they are, how euphoric they are. The emotions on the faces of Exploit Storm, they cannot believe themselves. Is that Soulmate? He's like the only calm person. Literally, the rest of the room exploding around. Yeah, that is Soulmate. Of course it's Soulmate. Calm and composed as ever. On the other hand, you can see the dejected faces of the players of Velocity Gaming. I think, given the fact that this is still an upper bracket, this best possible moment to lose for Velocity Gaming. The loss itself, not great at all, because for like going down to Exploit Storm, where as you mentioned too after the first map, right, it felt like Velocity thought they were the Goliath, but they were not. They were clearly not. Instead, it was much more even, and that's where Exploit Storm surprised the heck out of everybody with their adaptability, especially on Breeze. The understanding of what Velocity is comfortable with before Velocity can even think about adapting, just beautifully done by Team Exploit Storm, as they will take the #1 seed from Group A. They will qualify for the Grand Finals playoffs, and that man on your screen right there, a crucial reason for making it happen. Shooter finds redemption from Ascent as the shots, man, the shots that hit Necro, like what? Necro is shocked, guys. Necro is shell-shocked, you know? Someone just delivered him some heartbreaking news. I mean, not even literally, but it's like that, the reaction, right?
I have took off my specs. I literally had my hands over my eyes and my entire face.
Oh boy.
This is shock. This is not just a shock, CA. This is, I am stunned and shocked at the same time. Continue, please.
On the stats regard, velocity still up ahead in the headshot percentage, but you can see for Exploit Storm, the utilization of that utility much better. Like, especially, I have to give props to Soulmate on this regard. The snakebite usage from him proactively to cut off angles on retake when they were on the attack was beautiful. Like, continuously not actually waiting for lineups, rather using it earlier in the round, where then he can even help his teammates in the post plant. So, Soulmate, I think a key reason why the damage, of course, and the fact that they won is the key reason why that damage is higher for Team Exploit. And you can see in both regards, like objective wins more for VLT, but those cracked aimers of Exploit Storm Shooter, man, I mean, I know I should expect it at this point because we've seen so much in the Pakistan qualifiers and so on, but those two shots that he hit are still like, I don't know, they're making me get goosebumps. 30 kills to his name, 7 first bloods on the Sky. I know we said that the Battle Sky is not ideal on Breeze, but if that is the Battle Sky I get, I'll take it, man, I'll take it.
Oh my God! See, I'm actually left really speechless. But yeah, I need to collect myself over here. Yeah, I need to collect myself over here and really talk about, like, even though Soulmate. Now, this is where people would really think that Soulmate performed really, like, poorly. But the main thing here is that the way or the amount of, like, support he was providing to the entire team, it was insane. It was more than insane. Considering the fact that he was the only controller on the team, you guys need to understand how much pressure he had on his back. Yeah. And CA, like, considering the fact that he was the only supporter and all they had for the cover is that Viper smoke coming in, and they also just had the toxin screen going in. So in general, Soulmate just had so much kind of a pressure, and he is able to do it perfectly. At the same time, he was kind of getting those impact frags, right? He was striking it when his team kind of needed it the most, and he did the job. On the other hand, Shooter, 7 freaking first bloods. 30k. He dropped the 30k. He dropped the 30. Bombed in that previous game. But yeah, see, I had a question lined up for you, right? Yeah. So in the qualifiers, one Team Exploit was the team that actually lost, and I feel like in that time, Gunnar was the man who was playing with them. And then with the recent, I mean, HSB, yeah, of course he was the old player, but at that time HSB just wasn't really available to play. So considering the fact, comparing this team to the team back in the day, the improvement, it's completely drastic, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it's, of course, because of the fact that Gunnar, while he was a great player, was only a stand-in. So the synergy, especially, you can see within the team much different when Gunnar was playing as compared to when HSB was playing, especially with regards to players like King and Soulmate, right? Like, I feel like they feel a lot more comfortable in this particular roster as compared to the other side. Now, if you look towards velocity stats, I think for me, the biggest, I won't say disappointment, because that would throw away his performances in the first 2 maps. I will say, though, like, the biggest dip in form was for MW1, where in the other maps of Breeze that we've seen him play all the way back in Qualifier 1, he has been devastating. Like, he's one of the strongest players. His op is so damn scary. It's terrifying. But that op pressure, I never felt it in Velocity's defense. It just, even though Exploit kept going for A executes, we never saw him going for aggressive peeks down shop. We never saw him actually play around pyramids. Instead, he was playing very defensively always. And I wonder why. Like, why was that operator never positioned towards A shop? I wonder if there was a confidence issue from MW1. And this is why I didn't want to say disappointment, because first 2 maps, he was a beast. I just felt like he fell a little off the wagon in this 3rd map.
Not little. He fell like massively, because yeah, I do understand he still did quite good, but this is not the NWN that we saw in the previous 2 maps, right? I mean, the impact that he usually has in the game, that definitely wasn't really being seen. Yeah, 16 kills, I would say that's quite a decent performance, but from a man like MWN, you at least expect like a 25 bomb or at least like a 30 bomb, right? That's what the MWN, or that's what the expectations you have, especially when you imagine MWN in your heads. But clearly, you can tell there were a lot of jitters, right? The VLT, they got completely caught off guard in that first map, and I feel like that first map played a massive role in affecting teams' mentalities on both these sides. Win from that first map gave Exploit such a massive confidence boost, and it pretty much made them feel like, all right, guys, we are up to that level, and we can take this team down. On the other hand, if you take a look at VLT, that first match loss, they just got completely shocked. They got surprised. They did not expect that coming in through. And on the other hand, though, like, the surprise and shocks, I feel like that's why MW1 was just like, all right, there's a massive chance that the final map of Breeze is going really close. So maybe playing this safe is probably the best thing, and that's why the confidence was clearly seen lacking on the side of MW1. But taking a look at the best of 3 MVP, well, it's going to be the man, the myth, the legend, Shooter.
I think it's only because of Breeze. I mean, imagine the player who got in one map 114 being the MVP of the BO3.
Yeah.
It shows how much better he played in the other 2 maps. Like the compensation certainly there from Shooter, the redemption certainly there from Shooter. Just completely smurfing it on Breeze, and on that Sky pick especially, like that was the biggest concern for me going in, where he's a traditional duelist player. Is he going to be able to temper himself enough to play that Sky, yet obviously play in his aggressive style? Like, it's not that he shouldn't play aggressively, it's about knowing when to make the aggressive move and knowing when to back up. And yes, sometimes he was caught off in a Breeze, but more often than not, he actually was able to continuously get value out of his aggressiveness. So Exploit Storm, as you can see in this Group A bracket, will secure seed number 1 and will be playing the seed number 2 from Group B as they move on to the Grand Finals, whereas VLT ready for a rematch against Exceeli. And well, given the anger VLT is going to be feeling right now, I'm a little scared for Exceeli, I'm not going to lie.
Not exactly. I do understand why, like, you know, the scare is being shown from your side, because now, well, VLT and Exceeli again, I mean, in the past, we have seen them just completely 2-0, and in the past we did see those comfort picks coming in from those side as well. So pretty much expecting the same thing, pretty much comfort bans coming in from each other's side and comfort picks as well for tomorrow's matchup. But yeah, for now, ladies and gentlemen, Team Exploit are going to be the first team that pretty much qualify in forward for the Grand Finals. The first freaking team. They have made their name and qualified for Grand Finals, and I'm pretty sure this team is going to be happy. I feel like, you know what, they definitely deserve a day off, and they deserve to celebrate.
Yeah, absolutely. They get tomorrow off because they have no matches then. But I think from Monday, it's back to the grind as they get ready for the Grand Finals, because that's just a week away. So you can't let your feet off the pedal just yet. You know, you need to make sure you're in the driver's seat, because it's that APAC last chance qualifier on the line. And this result, again, I have to say this. Now, if VLT actually qualify, if they beat Exceeli, which is likely to happen, and GE win their matchup against Enigma, it's going to be VLT versus GE in that finals, which is so damn exciting. But for today, that's the end of all of the matches. Day 3 will be tomorrow, so make sure you're there on time. We'll start at our regular 2 p.m. schedule. Today, we saw Velocity going down to the lower bracket, so we'll see them coming back tomorrow as they fight back against Exceeli. Crash landing on you and Damaru Gaming left us as the other teams move on to the lower bracket. Just to catch more of that, make sure you tune in tomorrow. But for now, it's bye-bye from CA and Necro. See you tomorrow.
I'm getting freaky. Yeah, I'm a freaking crazy. Get that freaky on. 생각보다 같이 freaky. Yeah, I'm a freaking crazy. Get that freaky on. 생각보다 같이.
The power of steel.
Get your mark on. Get your mark on.
The strength of metal.
Get your mark on. Get your mark on. Go. Get your mark on. Get your mark on.
The new Classic Mark III. Get your mark on.